Anyway. Put my text documents over there. Or, yeah, spell it out. Okay. I haven't played Catholics in a while. I keep saying I'm gonna make it level 90, but. Or get a character level 90, but it never happens. So, let's do it. Do it. Alright. Beyond the Veil. In 19 hours. Right? Yeah. Why is the audio messed up? There's some Nick Art in there. It's insane. Yeah. Really rich. Wow. Alright. Choose a foothold. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the pre-patch or the event. Why is my audio not working? Is there like a button to do that? Anyway. Alright. I'm planning on being on again at noon. I mean 11 tomorrow. I have a portal there, don't I?
Mandala forever.
Wow, that was a waste.
Yo, what's up, guys? Today I decided I'll make a somewhat short guide. I'm gonna go through everything I'm thinking about during the first and second week, the expansion, and hopefully you can follow this as well and make sure that you stay ahead. Okay, anyway, starting off, this is something you probably should do before the game comes out. Legendaries, right? Every class and spec have different legendaries, and they come from different sources. So you want to make sure you find the legendaries you want to play, so you can target these specific legendary recipes. Because in Shadowlands it's going to be recipes you need to obtain in order to craft a specific legendary, right? So some of these might come from reputation, some come from PvP, some come from the raids, some come from dungeons. It's all different where they come from, and I will put a link to a spreadsheet in the description of the video where you can check out where your specific legendary is dropping. Okay, so moving on. Every week you can obtain 3 renown, and renown is what you use to upgrade your covenant. Get further in, you know, further down the soulbind tree to get more, you know, soulbind abilities and all that stuff. And like I said, it's capped at 3 per week. One of them comes from a Covenant campaign quest. So every week you will unlock more Covenant campaign quests, and you will see like chapters on the top right, and you have a Covenant that you're supposed to do. And once you complete this, you will get 1 renown. And it's not weekly lockout. This quest, you can only do it once a week. The second renown you can get is from a weekly quest in the Maw, where you go down there, you rescue a bunch of souls,
one from weekly quest in Maw,
Sanctum Covenant, and you get the second renown. The third renown is from a weekly quest, weekly quest, which is you're supposed to farm anima power, and you do this from like callings, which is former emissaries from BFA, or just normal world quests, right? So you just need to do content, and then when the bar is filled, you can turn it in and you get more renown. And it's important that you
just get this.
Like I said, you don't want to fall behind. So this should kind of be your prior one.
Face.
To make sure you do these 3.
Fuck.
Because the rest is gonna be easier.
Came all the way over here for nothing.
Stuff you have. So make sure you focus on these 3. After that, something that is very important is the Maw dailies. There's a new zone called the Maw, where you go down, and every day, basically you have a few dailies, and you farm Stygia down in the Maw. And every day, the more Stygia you farm, the higher you have a buff called Eye of the Jailer, it's called. And that is in different tiers. It's tier 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the more activities you do in the Maw, the more this fills up, right? And when you hit Stygia 4 or Eye of the Jailer 4 or 5, it's time to get out, especially on 5. The 4 you can still stay and farm some more Stygia, but when it is 5, you will get a stack in debuff, reducing the healing taken by 10% every stack. It stacks up to 10, and when it's at max stacks, you can't heal yourself, and you take ticking shadow damage. So whenever that debuff is high, you need to, you know, get out of the Maw. You can use your Cypher. I think it's called, it's an item you buy from the reputation guy down there that puts you back to the safe spot. So I recommend buying that, so you can, you know, squeeze out the last bit of Stygia you can farm. And why is this important? This is for whenever you hit Exalted. It's not called Exalted, but it's something else. With the reputation guy down in the Maw, you can buy sockets. Yes, you heard it right. You can buy sockets to put on your gear. You cannot buy for every single piece of item, but you can buy for these 5 item slots. So that is why you wanna farm the Maw on a daily basis. so you get these, you know, sockets as early as possible for the break, right? So doing the more dailies is not needed, but it's very good, right? You want to do these dailies. And it's the only dailies you actually want. So just spare yourself the 30, 40, depending on how quick you are every day to do them. But if you miss a day, it's not the end of the world. And then after that, there's callings in Shadowlands. Former emissaries. They give you loot, they give you reputation. It's not needed to do. You have one calling a week or like this, you know, farm anima power.
Oh, so you have to keep fast server up all the time.
So you kind of do want to make
so
sure you
24 seconds
it's not,
them.
once again, necessary.
Then,
but it does drop you know, reputation, and if your legendary comes from reputation, it's really, that's a really good way to farm them. However, legendaries only require honored, so reaching honored is not, you know, doesn't take too long. But I would recommend doing the callings, aka former emissaries. Because this being said, they also drop, you know, decent loot for the first week of the expansion. You might find yourself some upgrades, which will be needed later on. Not needed, but very, very helpful. After that, we have your Mythic 0 weekly run. Right, this is something you want to do every week because it has, well, it will be dropping the highest possible loot. So what I recommend to save yourself some time doing this is that you maybe look at the dungeons. You look at some guides for the dungeons maybe. I have a few guides up already. You don't have to watch mine, they're based off Mythic Plus, not Mythic 0. So you don't need to kill any trash, for example, you just need to kill the bosses, right? What I recommend here is that you try and squeeze, if not all, there's 8 dungeons, right? So it's 8 times Mythic 0 you need to do. Try and run them with the same group of people, so you're efficient. If you're starting to, you know, oh, let's do this one dungeon, and then I join another pug for the next dungeon, and then, oh, there's no group up for my dungeon, and I got declined. You're gonna lose and waste a lot of time.
M0
so try and, you know, get a group going, saying like, yeah, let's do all the 8 Mythic Zeros for the weekly.
Recommend doing a pre-made group so all 8 dungeons can be done.
You can save a lot of time here if you're efficient. All the 8 Mythic Zeros for the
back to back, no time lost looking for new group members in between dungeons. Okay. So, yeah, let's get started. We should do pre-made. That's a problem. So if someone isn't logged in, then you can't do it because you have to wait for them to, you know, be efficient, I guess. I don't know. I never really did Mythics on launch before, so. Yep. Yeah. Guard Pinnacle.
For the weekly run, so you're done somewhat quick. You can save a lot of time here if you're efficient. And now we come to the last part, which is SoAAAHHHHH and Torghast, which will be the main time consumer for the most people.
God, I love that armor. I have that on my palette too.
SoAAAHHH is what you use to craft your legendary. And you obtain SoAAAHHH from Torghast. Torghast is capped.
Hello.
So you only need to do it once, apart from the first week. And the reason I put Torghast last is because Torghast could be potentially very challenging. I've only run Torghast as a tank, but you can run it as DPS or healer as well. It scales just like Visions did, BFA. So if you're a tank, the mobs hit harder, but they have lower HP. If you're a healer, I guess they just have lower HP, hit harder. As DPS is
why not talk DPS?
And the reason I put this last is because if you do your Mythic 0 weekly run before, and you do your, you know, renown and callings, you will have way better gear than if you did it at the start of the week. So if you do Torghast the first thing, if you can do it of the week, it will be way harder than if you do it later. Because you have more loot, more epics. So how Torghast works is that every week there's 2 different towers or corridors open, and you need to do both to reach your weekly
What is
slash cap. There's 8 different layers. And you guess me right, they scale from 1 to 8. 8 is way harder than layer 1. So on. And the first week you cannot do layer 8 until you unlock layer
God,
8.
it's so much fun.
To unlock layer 8 you need to do layer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. And every layer has 6 floors. So to complete a layer you need to do 6 floors. Right? So you need to reach layer 8, which will reward you with the highest soul ash for the week.
Armadani.
You need to, the first week, do 7 layers times
Damn
6
it.
floors just to get there. Right? And quick math,
Or
that is
Oxford,
how much is
maybe.
that? 7. Calculator. 7 times 6, that is 42 Torghast floor runs. Okay? But once you hit layer 8 for the first time, you never have to do layer 7
yeah.
on that character.
Normal.
This is not account wide. I wish it was account wide, but this is just character specific. But for the first week, this is gonna be quite grindy, especially if you don't know Torghast. So what I recommend putting a lot of time into, especially before the expansion launch, is looking into Torghast. You want to try and get familiar with the floors, what the mobs are doing, how you run them, as quick as possible. Because like I said, you need to, in total, you need to run, so you need to do the 6 times 7 just to reach the 8th layer for the runs. Then you need to do another 6 floors on layer 8. And then you also need to do the second tower, but you already unlocked that.
That's the thing with Discord, it kind of deadens the
as well. But in total,
guild chat. I remember when it used to be popping off before
floors of,
Discord was the thing, and Bit was only used for voice chat.
so you will see yourself
Now it's
spending
like
a lot of time.
an all-purpose app.
Like I said, I
for
recommend
Discord.
look at as many Torghast, like run-throughs, guides, commentaries, whatever as you can before the expansion comes out, because this is where you will save a ton of time. For example, I had no clue
35.
when I was doing Torghast a few weeks ago. I think I spent like 10 or 15 minutes because I couldn't find my way to the exit of the floor. But if I just knew where to run, it would have taken me 2 minutes. But instead I spent 15 minutes on one floor.
Just
And
take
it's
forever.
54 of them.
There you go.
So definitely make sure you check all this out. And then just, save yourself the time. And that's about like everything you have to do. This also goes for the second week. However, the second week,
What the
is
fuck?
quicker because you already did all the, grind from 1 to 7, so you only need to do 2 times layer 8, so 12 floors in total. But the rest kind of stays the same. This is also something, 3 times renowned, the more dailies, the second week, callings from emissaries, that is the weekly Mythic Zero run, and then the Torghast as well.
Torghast,
That's
mall
pretty much
dailies,
everything you have to
callings.
do in Shadowlands. You don't need to,
Mall dailies,
spam
okay.
world quests and all that is gone. You don't. There's also.
I'm happy the way low questing
I
is
don't know
right
how you
now.
put into your Sanctum Covenant, but it's not anything you need to farm either. It's just for cosmetics and unlocking some. I don't actually know what it unlocks. It's like some gateways and so on. And it's not something for character progression. It doesn't make you stronger. And that's about it. That's all I'm gonna focus on week 1 and week 2. And like I said, it's not a lot of stuff you need to do. So maybe if you wanna play a second character, a third character.
Come on, burn it down!
Definitely works.
Burn it
Doesn't
down!
take too much
Burn it down!
The
Gonna
daily
burn
thing
it
you
down!
actually
Gonna
want
burn
to
it
do is
down!
the more days. The rest is kind of
Burn
weekly
it.
lockdown, so you can plan them whenever you have time throughout the entire week. Right?
Gonna burn it down, gonna
That's
burn
about
it down,
I
gonna
hope
burn it
this was very
down.
helpful, and you can now plan a bit ahead.
That was helpful, thank you. Now, WH. O-W, I don't know. What his name is. I'll say his name. Bleh. EP was really fun dungeon back in the day. Ah. Get right. Well, SQC's ban reveals about Twitch
how
future.
I win the most on the platform. I don't personally care about that. I'm only kind of invested in it from a business standpoint. I will say that I think that if you want my opinion on it for whatever it's worth, my opinion is that the entire thing was based on a false premise in the first place, and having a freaking Fall Guys tournament for Twitch Rivals and trying to be competitive with it was the problem in the first place. I think this entire thing should have been for
Yeah.
And like we can do competitive Fall Guys, but it's just not the type of thing where this kind of drama or this kind of thing is worth it, right? Like the amount of like stuff that came out of this for like a Fall Guys thing, it just seems unreasonable to me. I think it should have been for charity. I don't think that setting up a Fall Guys tournament for competitive was a good idea in the first place. It's very clearly RNG, and like the amount of money that these guys were, like a lot of these guys that were the top streamers in these categories were going over, right, for like an RNG based thing in a public lobby. In a public lobby of Fall Guys, right? I think we're taking jelly beans a little bit too seriously, okay? And it is what it is. Like, that's my opinion. Just go for freaking charity. The whole thing seems just weird to me. That's my opinion on it. Like, that's just my opinion. That's what it is. Okay. So that said, let's get into something that I think is kind of the interesting issue here. There was two things that really surprised me about this, and there were two things that made me make this talk, basically. Okay. The one was the 7-day ban on XQC, which is a long time, especially for a top content creator, and especially right now, when Twitch is going through a lot of like really weird stuff. So I thought about that. The second thing was the 6-month ban from Twitch Rivals. And then the third thing, I said there was two things, it was actually three, I just lied to you. But the third thing was this statement. So Twitch Rivals says, at GlitchCon our player conduct rules were violated. We require all participants to abide by the same rules in order to play in a tournament. As a result, XQC has been issued a temporary Twitch account suspension and a temporary Twitch Rivals ban and forfeit associated prize money. During a Twitch Rivals tournament at GlitchCon, XQC violated our official tournament code of conduct and gameplay rules. Competitive integrity is important to us, and we expect all players to exhibit good sportsmanship and maintain respect for each other. His action will result in a temporary ban for Twitch Rivals tournaments and forfeiture of prize money. We're in the middle, right? Additionally, for violating Twitch policies, he has been issued a temporary Twitch account suspension. And then you can read the ruling. You can see at the code of conduct the specific link to where he didn't obey the rules and the ban. And then there was a
agility. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
So there is a very interesting thing here, and I want to take you back a couple of years to a point in time that was about 2015. In 2015, esports accounted for about 25%, I believe was the number, of viewership on Twitch as a whole. This is back in the day when there weren't like 70k Andes or like 120k Andes, like when Hassan does a stream about politics or something like that, or like an election coverage or something. This was a really interesting time when this is before like ESL did some of their deals with like Facebook, and like there was like you had CS:GO here, you had Smash, you've always had League of Legends, but League of Legends was like a prominent force, and they were it was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So esports accounted for a huge amount of the platform.
Still does.
There were a lot of different esports that were going on here. And when that happened, there was Dota, there's all kinds of stuff. Twitch did a really interesting thing. Twitch subsidized teams. I don't know how many people actually know this, and so maybe it's an interesting story to tell.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, they give a lot of profit to Twitch.
Twitch actually paid esports teams to be on the platform, which some of you might remember that did any of you remember when there were a lot of streamers that were signing
there's only 2 bosses? I think that's must have been heroic.
But it doesn't happen
yeah,
as
4.
much, but it used to be that like every big streamer had a board deal. So the reason that happened was because Twitch was paying those people to be there. They were basically subsidizing esports, and there was a executive decision within Twitch, like a deliberate executive decision, to sponsor esports. Basically, we are going to take a portion of our revenue and we are going to prop up esports because we see it as the long-term strategy
Unlock
for
it.
the website. And then over the past, I'd say 2 to 3 years, so
Alright,
now it's like kind of fast forward.
unlock
You're going to
it.
need that information for later. So for 2018 to 2020, Twitch still subsidized some teams /orgs, but put more onus on the publishers to get those teams the money and started to pull those contracts. And now you still see some agencies and some orgs represented, but it's pretty rare that that happens compared to what it was before.
I love this
So
dungeon.
it's important to
So
note
much
that
fun.
Twitch made the decision at some point to say we are not going to put as much of a focus on subsidizing esports as we did before. And then they created Twitch Rivals. This is about the time now we're getting up on Twitch Rivals. Twitch Rivals, did I do a video on it? I did a talk on it. I know I did that 100%. I might have done a video on it. If I didn't do a video on it, then suffice to say that the summary of
The Smash community really needed that, definitely.
I believe very strongly that Twitch Rivals would change the face of esports, and I thought it was an incredible opportunity for both
What happened though?
and esports in general, particularly to give a lot of broadcasters and content creators new opportunities in esports that weren't there before. And it turned out that happened, right? That's exactly what has happened. But I thought, so I told you guys a little bit ago that I thought there was some really interesting things that happened here. In a formal investigation, a 7-day ban, a 6-month ban for Twitch Rivals, and really important in this statement was you're seeing one ruling which gives him a punishment for Twitch Rivals, and an entirely separate ruling from Trust and Safety that gives him a punishment for cheating in an online game, as is the community service violation. This means to
Get him down!
a really big move that
We have the
Twitch
belts.
Rivals
I love this.
is setting up as a competitive esports
Bring him down!
and they're willing to
Bring him
rule and
down!
enforce
Bring him
competitive integrity.
down!
This is really interesting because this
Get
makes Twitch
over
Rivals look a lot more like a ESL or a League of Legends type publisher type thing or a CDL type thing. And the reason I wanted to make this talk is because this is what I noticed in this. I didn't see anybody else talking about this. Everybody else was talking about the drama. They're just talking about, like, should SQC do this or not or whatever. But no one realized that this is like a pretty significant move for them to do this, right? So they had a separate ruling body enforce a ban based on competitive integrity for a player. So that's actually pretty crazy when you imagine it. And now I'm seeing some people in chat live that are like, oh, they're getting it, right? They're like, oh, this is pretty crazy. Right? So if they're willing to enforce competitive integrity over what's going on, this has a lot of implications on esports in the future, and it makes sense now that I've given you all the information, doesn't it? That, like, they pulled their support from actual esports teams because they are looking to become more of a governing body on esports as a whole. And that obviously benefits them because they don't have to work with the publishers. So if they actually own the means of hosting these tournaments, which the publishers can't really stop because all of the viewership happens on Twitch anyway. So League of Legends, from a purely IP standpoint, can be able to say, like, hey, you can't do Twitch Rivals for our game, right? Anybody can do that. But they may not want to because Twitch Rivals is going to have so much viewership and be able to engage streamers. What Twitch is trying to do with this move is a business move to own the content and to own the tournament creation. That's why they're doing this. And this move with XQC shows what that is, right? The 6-month ban from Twitch Rivals is a policing move on competitive integrity. It even says that. Competitive integrity is important to us. We expect all players to exhibit good sportsmanship. This reads like, doesn't this read like a Riot ban? Like when Riot bans somebody, and then
what is my heart racing?
The recent product that they did, which is called
I have no idea.
And we talked about this. Let's read exactly how this reads, okay? And all of the pieces are gonna fall together. A look into the future of esports on Twitch. Okay? Now you see they are also building competitive tools to actually build the tournaments that they want to control through Twitch Rivals. Now all of a sudden this all makes sense, right? So Twitch is making a move into esports, and I don't think anybody sees it, right? Twitch, and so for the people that are saying, oh, like, well, this is a weird thing to do over Fall Guys, I think you're missing the point. Because it's not about Fall Guys. It's not about Fall Guys as an esport. It's about the fact that they made a competitive integrity ruling on any game. Twitch Rivals isn't just Fall Guys. Twitch Rivals is a bunch of games. And that in itself supports the idea. It's making a big statement that they are going to be controlling the competitive integrity in the future of these tournaments. Twitch is trying to move into esports. That's what's happening, right? And so
by hosting their own events, yeah, why not?
Going to be able to enforce on the largest content creator. Not
So wait,
trust and safety,
he's saying that
which is what
the Fall Guys tournament was unofficial, so Twitch banned them.
That is happening to XQC for his Twitch ban, right?
Ban SQC.
It's just a ban from him violating the rules. You just can't stream snipe on Twitch. It's not a big deal. Not
I
a
don't
big
know why I did
deal.
that.
This is actually a
Wasted.
competitive integrity ban. So I thought that that was very cool. And that this is like a really interesting thing. And I think in the future, if you just read like the writing here, we take Twitch Rivals player conduct extremely seriously. This type of behavior is unacceptable and will not be taken lightly. We reserve the right to impose any additional penalties at our sole discretion. So all that is really intentionally written to show that they have every intention of enforcing future competitive integrity issues on anybody that isn't Twitch Rivals. So Twitch Rivals in the next 6 months to 2 years is going to try to take pretty massive ownership of the esports space. And I wanted to create this because this is the first time I put it all together. I was like, oh, why is Twitch investing so much in collegiate, right? Why do they have Twitch students? Why are they investing so much money in collegiate?
Why wouldn't you? That's like the up and coming. Of course you would.
For esports, right? Why are they doing Twitch versus? Well, because if they control the brackets, they control the system. It's because they're going into esports. So okay, then why do they do enforce the competitive? Like it all adds up, right? It's very much like a Da Vinci Code type of thing. That now this is all stuff that's coming together, and it all just makes sense. So at the end of the day, you have Twitch trying to control this vertical because they see esports as like the viable option, and XQC was the perfect person for this to happen to, because everyone's now aware that they're going to set this precedent. And like normally like a platform will kind of be a little bit
I like both of them.
because they don't want to tell everybody like what their marketing moves are, right?
Compare that to
it's like paying attention to every move they make to like call this out. But this is said like really clearly, like to me when they say
I don't know. I like Oxheart a little bit
this
better.
type of behavior is unacceptable, will not be taken.
I mean,
we reserve the right to impose any additional penalties at our sole discretion.
Demise better.
It says to me like you're doing that to XQC, and you make a very, very official statement. Twitch doesn't talk like this. Dude, Twitch talks in like baby talk memes, like Discord does. They're like, oh, there was an owie wowie and the person got banny wanny for 1 to 3 months. Like Twitch doesn't talk like this ever. Right? They don't release like this. Like that's why I said like this feels like a Riot Games ban, right? This feels like a very professional thing. Like Twitch doesn't type in full sentences. And this is again, this is also coming from the Twitch Rivals Twitter, right? It's not coming from the Twitch Twitter. When does Twitch ever say that they're banning someone on their public accounts, right? That is this is some weird precedent. That's really interesting. They never do that. So this is a setup for the intentional control for the future of esports via Twitch Rivals. That's what this is. They did a lot of stuff that they never do here, right? They got rid of their baby talk. They put on their serious pants, which some of us didn't know they still had. And then they came out big dick swinging, and they hit XQC. And and XQC got a pretty massive fine. Not fine, sorry, a pretty massive punishment, like a 6-month ban for Twitch Rivals. That's shit. That's a big fine, right? That's like a big. I keep saying fine.
No.
It's a big punishment. It's a fine in the sense that he's not going to.
God damn it!
I mean, not that he cares, but that's a long ban. 6-month ban is a long time. So this is that's what we thought. I just thought that was super cool, and I want to talk about it.
Take forever.
I nobody else like connect this. Like Twitch is going to be making a huge move into esports in the next. Well, right now they're already doing it, but like as we see Twitch
I am so hungry.
evolve, you have to understand like the game plan here. They want to control how tournaments are run. And they're not going to be able to get all of them. Like, they're not going to be able to get the LCS, which is produced in-house, like, all that stuff. But they want to be the people that host tournaments. They want to be the people that control tournaments in-house within Twitch and make all the money off that instead of the publishers. This is a big move against the publishers. Really, really interesting, man. And maybe through this, Twitch will actually make some money. Who knows? But probably not. It's interesting because it makes sense. It's a really good vertical. It's a good business move. They already have the vertical. They already have they have the platform. They have the streamers. So I just think it's a really cool business move. I love seeing this stuff and I love talking about it. That's it. That's the whole talk. It's pretty short. So it's just a really interesting take on what I think that they're doing. So that's the whole thing. Thanks for coming out for it. I was just really excited to see this because I was like, oh, dude, I love thinking about companies and their business moves and how it happens. And I think we had something unique to add to this. So thank you for watching or listening if you did. And,
God damn it! I have to go all the way back. I forgot to freaking wait.
We're away from 100,000 on YouTube. So help us get there by smashing, destroying, and annihilating that like button.
All right, remember to wait.
That's it.
Until I think it's WAD where you
I'll answer
have checkpoints.
We are going to unpack what Shroud did. Shroud said? Well, that's a good question. So Shroud said that because Shroud was coming from a place of competitive integrity. Shroud doesn't care how ridiculous maybe this is something we could add if you want. Shroud doesn't care how ridiculous the game is. Shroud doesn't care how like irrelevant it is.
Oh.
For Shroud, the issue of
don't want to leave without it.
Is the final issue. That's why Shroud said he lost respect.
Come on. Let me.
Whether you believe it or not. That's where Shroud was at. Shroud is a government experiment who escaped Area 51 after being injected with juice, and his sole mission in life is to be the best gamer in the world. Okay? So Shroud doesn't care about anything but
rotation.
if something stops him from
Death Strike, Anti-Magic Zone.
He's on it. It don't matter if it's fucking Fall Guys or if it's
Opener is
Pony Adventure. Like
Howling Blast, Obliterate.
He's gonna choose the best pony. He's gonna go fast, and if somebody knocks him down on the pony illegally,
Frost Strike when you have the ruining power for it. Whenever you, if you have a Ryan proc to apply, plus fever, use your breast rotation. Chill Strike. This is Deep Wind. Okay. I've been doing this one a lot. $5 gold. Oh, you joker. It defaults mount off competitions after I watch a WoW video or something like that. Literally the last minute. I gotta cash in my whatever you call it. I'm trying to think of the name of it. It's currency. Going for, yeah, let's go for that. There's like 3 people there already. Fuck that. 2. Let's see. Brinks. Okay. No. Yep. I'm getting the fuck out of there. Not worth it. Get me the fuck out of there. Stupid rogue. Nope. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. Got him. Get him. Get. Fuck. Fuck. Get him. Come on. Fuck. Let's born. Fuck. Fuck. Get it. Ah, damn.
Sidu here, and today I'm very excited to release my first video of a new YouTube series I'm starting called See Do's and See Don'ts. The goal of this series is to be, you know, an instructional YouTube
don't have
series
anything.
that's going to help guide players to become better in not only just arena, but you know, every aspect of their gameplay. It's going to be mainly focused around that arena, but in general, I'm just trying to improve the overall player base based on some tips and tricks that I've learned over
I don't
the
care.
last, you know,
Just
12
let
to
him go.
13 years. I've picked up
Get him
quite
at
a,
the
you know, quite a
point.
few tricks, and I'm trying to condense them down into a much smaller size. That it may have been something that I've learned over years and years, but I'm trying to just get all the information out to you guys in a way that you can learn it as quickly as possible. Keep in mind, this first video is probably very trivial to some of you guys. A lot of people know how to move effectively.
God damn it!
When I was playing
Rogues are
vanilla,
so OP.
the steps I took to actually learn how to move efficiently took me a lot longer than you would have
Fuck.
expected. So a lot of players out
Anti-magic.
there I'm sure can really use
I don't
this
know.
information.
It wasn't. I don't know
To
help.
efficiently, you need to know how to use the keyboard and the mouse. A lot of people may think it's just on the keyboard. So I hope
Hotline
you guys
Miami
enjoy this video
soundtrack.
today. If you guys
My
have any
man.
feedback
My
that you'd like to
man.
give, not only on the
My
video,
man.
maybe some videos you'd like to see in the future to continue
My
the series,
man.
feel free to leave those comments below.
Why's my phone
And
so
go ahead and
hot?
get this party started. In today's video, we're going to be using a keyboard cam. That way you guys can see exactly the way I'm moving, as well as the way I'm going to be using my mouse. So first off, I'd like to talk to you guys about why I use Q and E to strafe. A lot of people are kind of, you know, on the fence about using A and D, which is fairly more common as opposed to Q and E. And first off,
Q and E goes forward.
Q and E was the default key binding when I played an original vanilla WoW. So
What?
I moved with Q and E originally with the way to strafe, and I keyboard turned.
I don't have anything up.
ASD, which is currently unkeybound. So as you can see, I have to use the arrow keys here. But one of the main reasons I think using Q and E is really important for movement as opposed
God
to A
damn
and D, and this is probably going to be a really, really bad habit for you to break if you already use A and D, and that's completely okay. But if you're one of the newer players and you're wondering if you should move with Q and E,
Rogues and
as
monks
opposed to
are
A and D and S as well,
horrifying.
I think the main reason that I would say is AS and D being three keybinds that are, you know, one after another. It's really, really good for Arena 1, 2, 3 binds, and I think that's something that some people struggle with as they kind of get further along in WoW, because generally you want to start off with key binding, the basic stuff, then you want to get into Arena 1, 2, 3, and having three keybinds that are already kind of set for Arena 1, 2, 3 are really, really good. So I'm not going to talk too much about key bindings today, but I want to let you know why I thought Q and E was a better default bind to strafe with as opposed to A and D. So once you get into the part where you're going to be using Arena 1, 2, 3, having ASD for Arena 1, 2, 3 target, maybe Shift ASD for Arena 1, 2, 3 CC or interrupt, and maybe Alt ASD or Control ASD for some of those other binds. Having all three of those, one after another, is really, really good. You could have Focus Arena 1, 2, 3, you could have Target Arena 1, 2, 3, Interrupt Arena 1, 2, 3, CC Arena 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be something that's going to help you advance your gameplay further on. So if you have the option to use Q and E as opposed to A and D, I would definitely recommend using with Q and E. So before we get started, once again, just one of the basic things I want to talk about is disabling the always adjust camera. This is one of the things that I had on originally when I was playing WoW, and I kind of felt like as I further progressed, you could see the camera always turning with me. It kind of hindered me in some ways. Sometimes I like to see what's going on around me, and I think it's really important in certain scenarios that we'll touch up on later. So if it's something that you guys really, really like and you don't want to take it off, that's absolutely fine, but it's something that I would go ahead and recommend. So right now, the first thing, sometimes I like to see what's going on around me, and I think it's really important in certain scenarios that we'll touch up on later. So if it's something that you guys really, really like and you don't want to take it off, that's absolutely fine, but it's something that I would go ahead and recommend.
Okay.
So right now, the first thing that you should also do is you got to take off the training wheels. If you still have AS and D keybound to keyboard turn and back pedal, It's time to just take off the training wheels, unbind it, and that's going to be
Oh,
the
I
best
didn't
way
know
that
you could do that.
unlearn, because it's really hard to get out of that habit. You know, you guys might look at me like I've never did anything like that before, but I've keyboard turned in the past, I've backpedaled in the past, and the best way for you to get out of that habit is to go ahead and just cut it out. Unbind it. That way, if you're in the middle of a game or you're in the middle of PvE and you're trying to keyboard turn, it literally does not allow you to move. And I know you guys might think it's really difficult to move without keyboard turning. And like I said, I've been there before, but this video is going to be all about helping you move super efficiently. You're going to be moving with the strafe button. So you can see strafing. It's just Q and E, back and forth, back and forth. But if you want to go to the right, like this, or to the left, like that, and you're wondering how are you going to do that without the without the original keyboard turn binds, it's going to be all based around your right click. So one thing that people may not recognize is the right click and the left click in WoW are actually really, really important for moving. And what I'd like to show you right now is with just a simple right click, you can move in any direction. So all I'm holding down right now is that right click. You can move in any direction you want.
Look.
I could be holding down just the simple W key.
Oh,
I
that's
could go in any direction I want.
That is
Kind of
awesome.
like go there, excuse me. So that's going to be your main default way to move. It's going to allow you to get rid of that
Feels so
keyboard
weird.
turning. It's going to allow you to move way more effectively. So if I want to move to the right,
Let's see if he's gonna fight me.
just like that, just like that, just like that, as opposed to that and move, that and move. You can see how much more effective it's going to be. It's going to allow you to move more fluidly, and you should
Probably
be able
not.
to potentially move out of mechanics faster. If you're a PvEer, you should be able to maneuver around pillars quite easier. Right now, all I'm doing is holding down a strafe button with the right click and just gradually turning my mouse. This is how, you know, the high-end players, this is what's called pillar hugging, move effectively in arena. If you're trying to LOS, it's very simple. You're just strafing. While
He's
moving
probably
that
just
camera
minding his
in the
business.
direction that you want to go, just kind of moving to the left. Here you'll see me move it to the
Yep.
right with the
Okay,
other
that's
strafe
fine.
on. And that's going to allow you to just move really, really effectively. You can also
So
maneuver
weird.
around opponents.
I'll get
You
used
know,
to
if
it,
this is your target and someone's casting, you can run around them. Potentially, if it's a chaos bolt, you can get behind them and stop them from, you know, finish that cast. If it's a directional faced ability, and this is definitely really effective in arena if you're a melee and you're trying to get away from someone. You never want to give them your back. So strafing always allows you to have them towards the front of your body. So if you give them the back, you can't dodge, you can't parry. It's going to allow you to take additional damage. If you're a rogue and you're trying to move around and you ever give away the frontal advantage, you're just going to get absolutely destroyed, especially with evasion up. So if you're ever wondering why you get kind of chopped through evasion sometimes as a melee DPS, it could be because you're not strafing properly, you're not using that left click properly. Another thing that I want to talk about a little bit here is, some people may not know this, but this is kind of like subconscious. If you ever see players jump a lot, sometimes it could be out of habit. I probably jump quite a bit out of habit, but sometimes it's just the way you move, and this is like a subconscious thing that probably the higher rated players do. So if you watch my fingers closely here, if you see the button I use to press Riptide is also the button that I use to walk forward. So obviously if I want to Riptide, I'm not going to stop moving in order to, you know, use that ability. If I'm trying to heal someone over here and he's kind of running forward, I'm not going to stop every single time I want to Riptide. So what you'll see players do is they'll jump to continue that movement while taking their finger off the movement button to constantly keep moving. So that's kind of something that you're going to do subconsciously once you get the idea of it. If you ever find yourself in situations where it's like, wow, you know, I really want to press 4, but I also move with that button on E, it's just going to be the same thing. You're jumping in the air to continue that constant move while you're on global, or, you know, while you're taking your finger off that button. So I got to press 4, I jump, I press 4, I continue the movement. This is something that you're going to see a lot at high rated arenas. If you ever wonder why people are jumping all the time, that's probably one of the reasons why. You could also continue to move with the two mouse buttons.
Wait. So it's a
If you wonder why
canceling?
people are jumping all the time, that's probably one of the reasons. But I also move with that button on E. It's just going to be the same thing. You're jumping in the air to continue that constant move while you're on global, or, you know, while you're taking your finger off that button. So I got to press 4, I jump, I press 4, I continue the movement. This is something that you're going to see a lot at high rated arenas. If you ever wonder why people are jumping all the time, that's probably one of the reasons why. You're jumping in the air to continue that constant move while you're on global, or while you're taking your finger off that button. So
Wait, what?
you're yourself in situations where it's like, wow, I really want to press 4, but I also move with that button on E. It's just going to be the same thing. You're jumping in the air to continue that constant move while you're on global, or while you're taking your finger off that button. So I got to press 4, I jump, I press 4, I continue the movement. This is something that you're going to see a lot at high rated arenas. If you ever wonder why people are jumping all the time, that's probably one of the reasons why.
What?
You could also continue to move with the 2 mouse buttons. If you press both mouse buttons simultaneously, no hands on the keyboard, you're going to continue to move.
Yep.
And you can use your mouse to direct where you want to go if you didn't know that. But the only reason that doesn't work as well as the jumping sometimes is if you need to strafe, it's going to be hard to like change the direction that you're moving, if that makes sense. So like if you want to move forward and you want to press Riptide, that's completely fine. But if you need to strafe really quick, I don't know if you're maybe trying to jump out of a Fell Lord or something, sometimes it's just easier to jump. So jumping while taking your finger off the movement key is going to continue to moving, which is, it's pretty solid. And another thing that I want to show you guys is sometimes when I'm kiting on Shaman, I leap forward. You see me constantly look back. Sometimes you need to see where the melee's at. So if I'm, maybe stuck in the middle of the map and I'm trying to get myself to a pillar and I'm going to go ahead and use Gust of Wind, it's kind of important me to see like where melee are at. So let's just say I Gust of Wind right here. I need to see how close people are to getting to me. If when I get around this corner, if I'm actually going to be able to, free cast immediately, or did a warrior leap and he's already going to be on my back, as opposed to me kind of going like this and then going for the cast in an awkward angle. Warrior leaps over here, he gets an interrupt on me. A demon hunter fell rushes, he gets an interrupt on me. Some things like that. So another thing I want to show you is I showed you with the right click, you can turn, you can move. With the left click, you can turn your camera. You can see anywhere around you, and this is going to be one of the advantages of turning off that always adjust. You can see exactly what's going on behind you. You don't have to worry about the camera constantly refocusing. And with a simple right click, let's just say, you have your camera face over here.
Okay, epic.
You moved with the left click, you turn the camera around. With a simple right click, you're going to immediately adjust to that position. So
maybe. I'll wait till 50.
You can turn really easily. Let's just say, I don't like what I see. I want to turn around. Maybe they got CC'd. Maybe my DPS got stunned. Something like that. With immediate right click while holding down that left click, you're going to instantly flip your character around, which could be really good for sharp turns and things of that nature. Alright, that is going to conclude our first video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. This is going to be hopefully a very successful YouTube series. Once again, if you guys have any comments on the video or any feedback that you'd like to give, make sure you leave it in the chat. If you guys have anything that you want to see, I'm going to try and do these videos as often as possible, but I have a very busy schedule with all the tournaments and stuff, so I'm going to try and hopefully get these out once every week. Don't hold me to it exactly. I'm going to do the best I can. But anything that you guys want to see or any ideas that you guys have for me, feel free to do it, because I have a few ideas in my head, but I'm not really sure how much information I can give to you guys on all the ideas I have. So, feel free to leave me some feedback. I'll bounce my ideas off you guys. We can talk about it a little bit on stream. But once again, I really hope you guys enjoyed this video. I'm going to have a lot of fun doing this with you guys. So, once again, man, thank you guys so much. Have a good one.
Takes getting used to. I like it though.
How's it going, guys? Sea-Doo here, and today I'm very excited to bring you episode 2 of Sea-Do's and Sea-Don'ts, and we're going to be talking about key bindings. I've gotten so much support from you guys with the first video that I'm really excited to share.
Ashrin!
So I hope I can do as good of a job as the first one, and I hope you guys like this one as much. So key bindings is something that is once again going to be more of a basic topic. Some of you guys might think this is once again a pretty trivial video, but you guys got to remember that there are players out there that probably still struggle with the movement. They still struggle with the key binding, so be patient with me. We're going to get to the more advanced stuff later, but I hope this video can definitely help some of the newer players as well as some of the more experienced players, because I'm not going to only be talking about, what key bindings to use. I'm going to be talking about some of the stuff that I learned over the years of playing about, you know, how to use, you know, universal binds and maybe how to use the modifiers properly. So it's definitely something that even if you do use key bindings, this video may be able to help you in some sort of way. So if you guys want to stay tuned and check it out and let me know what you guys think, that'd be awesome. So we're just going to go ahead and jump right into this, and I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Thanks for watching. We're going to be starting off the video with the keyboard cam. I want you guys to be able to see the layout of my keyboard. I want you guys to be able to see exactly how my hand is being positioned. And what I want to start with is I want to talk...
I just want to do it my way. Well, it's fun so far for
Hey
probably
everyone,
be
up next,
Arcane
in
Mage
today's
for
video, I'm
PvP.
going to be ranking the ranged DPS specs
Oh,
of World of Warcraft Shadowlands. This is our
yeah,
final
no,
ranking
stop,
video. We
yeah.
already did
15
healers,
seconds.
tanks, and melee DPS. So do check those out on the channel if you want to see how they're shaping up. But yeah, it's time for the final 11 specs. Without any further ado, let's dive in. In 11th,
yes.
at
Wintergrass is the
place,
best.
I'm putting the Fire Mage. And I really don't think this is a particularly huge
best.
surprise to anyone. You know, for the last year, for the second half of BFA, Fire Mages were gods. They were the best ranged DPS spec. This is mostly due to borrow powers, like the bracers from Mechagon, or the Memory of Lucid Dream Essence, that give you essentially unlimited fire blasts in your combustion window, so you just chain Pyroblast with Fire Blast. Combo that with the Azurite trait Blaster Master, or the Masterful, Corruption Effect, and stack loads of Mastery. And essentially at the end of BFA, Fire Mage had insane single target burst with Combustion, and then that also would automatically do insane AoE burst damage to everything nearby, because all that damage would be going into this massive Ignite, and that Ignite would automatically spread to everything around them. Needless to say, though, the mighty have fallen with that borrow power going away for Shadowlands. So the first big change is obviously with all those extra Fire Blast charges gone, you're going to be using Scorch and Combustion now to keep your combustion chains running.
Oh, man.
Actually fine, though. Like, I can live with that.
Pally.
It feels worse, of
Get the
course,
Pally, get the
but
Pally,
it
get
does
the...
make
I think
sense.
that...
Another change also makes
The...
sense, but does feel significantly worse.
Mage.
It's actually a big downside for the spec. Is that Fire Mage is really stat dependent in terms of having the spec feel good to play. Because the core of the spec essentially is you spam cast Fireball until you get a crit, then you convert that crit into a hot streak with a Fire Blast, which is a guaranteed crit. And then you can start firing off instant pyros or instant flame strike. So obviously then, Fire Mage gets hit twice by having lower stats at the start of the new expansion. And another great comparison is the Frost Mage. You're spamming Frost bolts to generate procs. But unlike your crit rate, Frost procs are based off of a flat chance, right? They're not getting any worse at the start of Shadowlands. And Frostbolt also cast faster than Fire Blast. And then certainly the biggest slap in the face, and a change which honestly doesn't make any sense to me for the start of the expansion, is the change to Ignite. So whereas in BFA, Ignite would automatically spread every 2 seconds to nearby enemies, in Shadowlands it no longer automatically spreads. You have to manually spread it with the return of Phoenix Flames, which is formerly your artifact ability in Legion. So a few charges of Phoenix Flames, so you can kind of save them up and spread your Ignites when it's good if you've got a good pack to spread them to. The thing is, your Ignites are huge. They were the biggest source of your damage at the end of BFA because you had so much mastery. Your Ignites are absolutely terrible. They're useless at the start of Shadowlands. It's really, really weak. And when you play the spec, it just raises the question of why. Like, why do I have to manually spread this Ignite? The damage is so bad. Like, it's honestly barely worth the hassle of paying attention to. You're better off just using your Phoenix Flames in your combustion to get better combustion.
Get him! Interrupt him!
With Phoenix Flames and kind of almost ignore the Ignite spreading mechanic entirely. Yeah, it just feels absolutely terrible. It's a really bad
Is he still alive?
It would have made sense in BFA to rein in the crazy Ignites that you had then. But at the start of Shadowlands, no, it doesn't make any sense at all to me. So yeah, I think the best way I can sum all this up, it really is a stat problem, mainly with Fire Mage, I would say. Later in the expansion, like in 6 months or 1 year, maybe, Fire Mage might actually be really good, because you have a base, crit, and mastery, that the spec will actually have a decent flow and make sense. But yeah, in terms of gameplay, in terms of fun, this is a pretty terrible spec here at the start of Shadowlands. I really have to say, it feels terrible. In 10th place, then, I'm placing Destruction Warlock. This will definitely be the most controversial placement on this particular list. Again, we're not basing this off of strength, because I do think that Destruction Warlock has the potential to be quite a powerful spec as a range spec. Again, we're mostly ranking this.
Get the Demon Hunter.
And for me, Destruction Warlock had one of the most disappointing evolutions over the course of Shadowlands Beta. It was a spec I initially had hope for, in the shape of the Warlock Fire build. There is still an iteration of that, but it's not quite as exciting to me as it initially was. The defining playstyle of Destruction Warlock is, of course, your Summon Infernal cooldown. Right, every 3 minutes, summon in your Infernal. This Infernal will generate a whole bunch of soul shards from you, which really just ups the pace of your rotation, lets you drop way more Rain of Fires or Chaos Bolts, what have you.
It's really good for area denial. Area denial.
Rain of Chaos. While your initial Infernal is active, every
Deadly
soul shard you
Chaos.
spend
Get
has
him.
a 15% chance to summon an additional Infernal that lasts for 8 seconds. So quite reasonably, actually, you could get 2 or 3 extra.
Take him down
during this cast, and they're going to do all the stuff that a normal Infernal does. It's a really fun talent. It's really badass, and especially for AoE, there is a legendary Wilfred Sigil of Superior Summoning.
They're all grouped up.
The cooldown of Summon Infernal by 1.5 seconds
heal,
for every soul shard that you spend. So I think this could be
Oh.
quite fun to make that cooldown come up a bit more often.
Oh.
If you're not running with this legendary, this is the
How
biggest
far-
problem I have with the spec. Infernal is a 3-minute.
Holy
cooldown.
shit, we pushed them all the way.
Strong outside of Infernal. And I think some people obviously will still really enjoy the spec. That won't bother them. And being that powerful every 3 minutes will.
Damn,
feel good.
how does he have
For me personally, having
almost
played all the
200k?
specs
Now he has
beta,
200k.
I just can't particularly enjoy a spec being that reliant on a CD and feeling so underwhelming outside of it. It just doesn't feel good to me. Another iconic part about Destruction Warlock, of course, is Havoc, where you can duplicate your spells onto a second target. This is your smaller CD, and you do feel powerful during that. Obviously, though, you need 2 targets to make this worthwhile. If there's only 1 target, the spell literally does nothing. If there's, 5 or 6 or more targets, again, this spell isn't particularly impactful. It's just not going to be all that good. So yeah, for me, there's definite big question marks for Destruction Warlock. But, I mean, there are other improvements as well for Destruction fans. Inferno in your talent tree, which is going to make Rain of Fire more powerful, is actually a viable talent now. And dropping in Rain of Fires in dungeons in AoE is actually a really cool thing to do. So that's kind of a nice change coming from BFA, where Rain of Fire was so weak it was very, very rarely touched. So yeah, I mean, there's good stuff in here for Destruction, and like I said, it is going to be a powerful spec, absolutely. It's definitely going to be strong, I think. But for me, for the nice changes that are coming in, I don't feel like it's enough to make Destruction Warlock fun for me. I prefer specs with shorter CDs, where I've got something to look forward to in the near future in terms of my rotation, and I can plan around it and play around it. I really don't enjoy going, when's my next moment of glory? It's 2.5 minutes away when Infernal's back up. Cool, great. See you then. It's not for me, really. It's not for me. So yeah, if you guys want to play Destruction Warlock,
don't use Cinder Ghost.
enjoy it, and more power to you.
Fuck.
And that's cool. That's good for you. But for me, it's 10th place. In 9th
Yeah,
place
that's
is the
way too far.
Elemental Shaman. So Elemental Shaman had a little bit of a roller coaster over the course of the beta. They got reworked. We have Fulmination, and I can't remember what the other part was, but it was some sort of stacks that you had built up that would enable you to cast Earthquake. And then Blizzard sort of said, okay, that's a bit clunky, and they got rid of that. Then they gave them just Fulmination, which were stacks that you could build up that would empower either Earthshock or Earthquake. And then they said, you know what, that also isn't quite working, so let's just go right back to the BFA system of Maelstrom. So yeah, after 2 different reworks, Blizzard eventually gave you a 3rd rework, or non-rework, where they simply reverted Ellie Shaman back to where it was in BFA. And is that a bad place to be? Actually, no, it's not too bad. Whereas Enhancement Shaman and BFA had a lot of problems, and they very much welcomed their rework. I think there were a few Ellie Shaman, for sure, that were kind of going, wait, why are you getting rid of our Maelstrom resource from BFA? That was actually working pretty alright. So at the end of the day, not too much has changed in the core kit of the Elemental Shaman, but you have a few nice new skills added on top of things to spice it up a little bit. First of all, Spirit Walker's Grace is coming in baseline, which lets you cast while moving for 15 seconds. Kind of nice for a spec that has really struggled with movement in the past. At level 58, you're going to get a perk for your Fire Elemental, which is going to make Fire Ellie double the length of any Flame Shocks you apply during your Fire Elemental, on top of the base effect of making those Flame Shocks tick faster and therefore give you more Lava Surge. I think the legendaries for Ellie Shaman are pretty good as well. So for example, Windspeaker's Lava Resurgence is going to give you a Lava Surge proc and increase the damage of your next Lava Burst whenever you cast Earth Shocks, so just speeding up
Defend.
single target or 2 or 3 target rotations. Or then for big AoE,
yeah,
Echo's
get him,
Great
get him, get him,
Sunburn
get him,
comes
get him,
in
get him.
whenever you cast Earth Shock.
Syndragosa.
will do 175% additional damage.
Syndragosa.
Again, spicing up your rotation, making Earth Shock some priority target damage
Fuck.
useful in AoE, and you can sort of plan around that big bursty Earthquake a little bit. I think it's quite fun. And certainly when we look at the viability of
Oh, that's
Elishaman,
an
that's the
NPC.
biggest question mark. Because they were quite good in some of the raids in BFA. Battle of Bizarre Lore, not too bad. And extremely good actually in the Crucible of Storms. Doing just very well on bosses such as Orgazoa from Eternal Palace, where they're able to put Flame Shock up on a couple of targets, 2 or 3 targets at the same time, to get lots of Lava Surge procs and really just start churning those single target lava bursts into the boss, right? Into your priority target. They're very good at that funnel type damage. But there are also several raid tiers where Elishaman wasn't that good. They weren't great in Mythic Plus either. They weren't amazing for PvP. So I think we can sort of expect the same things to be true in
Okay,
Shadowlands.
back up,
They'll
back
certainly
up,
be
back
better
up.
And they're certainly quite fun to play. But
getting
this
really
is not a
hot.
spec that you would bank on being top tier for most of the expansions in
Okay,
a wide variety. I
um,
think that's a little bit too much of a risk, a bit too much of a dice roll. In 8th place then, I'm putting a Demonology Warlock. This certainly is a dark horse spec, right? This is one of the specs that people love to hate on, that people like to
Get
say
him!
sucks and is terrible. Well, let me tell you, when I picked up Demonology Warlock and actually got to play this thing, I had a really, really good time. I think
Oh
there's
my
two
God.
things that defined Demonology for me compared to Affliction or compared to Destruction. The first thing is that it's a much faster paced spec than the other two, whereas Affliction is generating soul shards quite slowly, based off of Agni procs and off of, snapshotting some mob deaths with Drain Soul, that sort of thing. Soul shards are rare for Affliction. With Destruction, you're generating small fragments of soul shards with every incinerate or with your immolation tips and so on. Well, with Demonology, you get a whole soul shard just for free every time you do a Shadow Bolt. Your other filler ability, which you get quite often, is Demon Bolt. And Demon Bolt is like a
Heal.
Shadow Bolt. It does twice as much damage, and it generates 2 soul shards. So you're
We're winning,
generating
though.
and spending soul shards at a much
Still pretty close,
much
though.
faster pace on Demonology, which is actually a nice change of pace compared to the other specs, right? It feels an awful lot faster. On top of that, their cooldown, Demonic Tyrant, is actually pretty cool in my opinion. The Demonic Tyrant has a 1.5 minute cooldown, and when you summon him in, he empowers all your active demons, and he draws power from those demons being summoned out as well. This guy does
I like the whole,
where for most builds, most of your
demon
damage is going
buffer,
to come from.
or,
Making sure
pet
you
buffer.
plan ahead and summon in the right demons
Trope.
is crucial to getting the most out of this CD. So compared to Affliction, where their Summon Dark Lair is a little bit weak, or compared to Destruction, which has a very powerful CD in Summon Infernal, but that has twice the cooldown of your Summon Demonic Tyrant, that for me is actually another nice perk of Demonology. And I also have to say, I found the visuals of the spec really appealing too, right? Just summoning in loads of demons. It's just cool, it's just badass, it's just kind of fun. Another quite interesting thing is that it's looking like Demonology should have some pretty good talent variety, which is certainly a surprise. That wasn't the case at the start of the beta, that's for sure, but with the changes that Blizzard has made, with the buffs they put in, it does seem like there's a few different viable builds you can go for. So you can go for a summon heavy build, taking things like Summon Vile Fiend and the Grimoire Felguard, and comboing those with Demonic Consumption to have these powerful, bigger CD summons and really powerful Demonic Tyrants. Or you could go for a Dreadstalker build. Take the talent Dreadlash. When your Dreadstalkers charge into battle, their Dreadbite attack now hits all targets within 8 yards and with 25% more damage. Combo that with From the Shadows, where Dreadbite causes the target to take 20% additional Shadow Flame damage from you for the next 12 seconds, excuse me. Follow that up with Implosions then, and you actually have this pretty powerful short CD AoE rotation. Just like all the other Warlock specs as well, you've got Curse of Tongues, Weakness, and Exhaustion coming in baseline for a bit of extra utility. It's also really nice to see that Demonic Circle is a baseline ability as well for some extra movement. However, the ever-present question mark with Demonology, again, much like Elemental, which came before,
Get
the
'em.
problem is that the spec plays very similarly to how it did in BFA, and it's going to have pretty much the same strengths and weaknesses. And in BFA, well, Demonology, quite simply,
Back up.
isn't a very powerful spec.
Back up.
It's a
Back
spec.
up.
Really in any area of
Get
content.
the
in
rogue,
game.
get the rogue, get the
It's
rogue.
just gonna feel bad, I think.
Slow him down.
Whenever you're in a fight, or you're in a dungeon playing Demonology, and you know that if you picked one of the other Warlock specs, that you could be doing more damage. That always is a big drawback. So yeah, for me, Demonology, it's a really fun spec. It's the dark horse spec of this expansion. I think if Demonology is tuned to be strong, it can really shoot up people's lists as, a fun, fast-paced, and flashy spec with also a really interesting
Demonology.
damage cooldown that requires a bit of thought, requires a bit of setup. I think it has a lot going for it in terms of that gameplay. We'll see, though, how the numbers back it up. In 7th place is Beast Mastery Hunter. This is, yet again, another spec that has very few changes from BFA. BM in Shadowlands is playing almost identically to how it did for the last 2 years of BFA. One nice BM specific change actually is that misdirection now generates more threat for BM, so it's going to be much more useful for them than it has been in the past. On top of that, some of the abilities that are coming back for all the hunters, such as Kill Shot and Tranquilizing Shot, are going to be a really nice thing to have on BM as well. In particular, you know, you're often kind of stuck with running pets like Spirit Beasts, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Spirit Beasts are damn cool. If you're stuck running those pets for the Dispel, for the suit that they have in BFA, well, now that you have Tranquilizing Shot baseline, you're no longer as locked into those pets. You can certainly mix it up a little bit. Like
Come on, heal.
Spirit Men,
Heal.
Spirit Beast has its healing nerf quite a lot coming into Shadowland. It's doing less than
Back up.
half as much
Get
as
that.
it was in BFA. That's definitely a huge nerf to them. It was very powerful, to be fair. I guess that the positive is that this does open up more pet families as options, so that's kind of nice, maybe? Question mark. There are a couple of new talents in your talent tree as well, though it's questionable as to how generally useful these are going to be. So, for example, Bloodshed commands your pet to attack a target, making them bleed for 18 seconds and increasing all the damage they take from your pet by 15% for 18 seconds on a 1 minute cooldown. It's a 1 minute CD. It's not terrible. You can have Bestial Wrath up for that most of the time. However, this is purely single target. Another interesting one, which is also again questionable in terms of its viability, is Spinning Cobra. When Bestial Wrath ends, you summon a Spinning Cobra to aid you in combat for 15 seconds. And for every Cobra shot you use during Bestial Wrath, it's going to increase the damage that Spinning Cobra does by 10%. So yeah, I think that's kind of a fun little thing, though it has had some issues in terms of targeting and range and pet AI. But I mean, I guess you're used to pet AI issues a bit as BM. But yeah, in terms of the core of the spec, there's not that many exciting changes for BM at all. And in my opinion, their legendaries aren't really particularly exciting either. For me, the lack of new exciting things.
Get back.
No. However, the core spec of BM is actually a whole ton of fun. I mean, the biggest appeal, of course, the biggest strength of Beast Mastery is that it's essentially a melee spec with range, right? You don't have any cast times. You can do your full rotation whilst remaining fully mobile. That is just an awesome, awesome power to bring to raids, to dungeons, PvP, everywhere. That's just phenomenal.
Or you're depending on pet AI.
Your team, you know, you can be your holy paladin's best friend in dungeons. Let them just go into melee and just focus on healing and doing melee mechanics, while you handle all the ranged mechanics in the dungeon. Help out your raid team with mechanics that can require movement, require
Just dribble team. There's like 8 people on me.
I think that is just, it's a really great thing to be able to do as a spec. And on top of that, although
You
the
know,
gameplay of Beast Mastery is relatively simple, I actually find it quite enjoyable, right? You have to manage sort of these several spinning plates. You gotta manage the frenzy stacks for your pet. You have to manage Beast Cleave, keep uptime on Beast Cleave up if you can, get as many kill commands out as possible. You know, it's certainly not the most complicated spec in the world, but it's also certainly not the easiest spec in the world. You know, people kind of mislabel it as being super easy. That's a stereotype that's not quite true anymore. There's certainly easier specs in the game. You know, Frost Mage, Havoc Demon Hunter, for sure, in my opinion, are significantly easier than BM Hunter. But yeah, I mean, you probably know already if you're going to enjoy Beast.
Frost DK is really easy too.
Hasn't changed much at all. And this is one of the most played, one of the most popular, one of the most common specs in the entire game. This is a spec nearly everyone has played. You kind of already know if you like it. If you liked it before, you're still going to like it in Shadowlands. If you hated it before, you're still going to hate it in Shadowlands. Yeah, pretty much the same. Quite fun. Next place then, I'm placing Affliction Warlock. So this is another spec that looked incredibly powerful at the start of the beta. And everyone, I think, was extremely hyped for the Affliction Warlock rework. Now that hype is still there for me. I still think this is a really cool rework, but after several nerfs and tuning passes over the beta, it's definitely not as exciting as it was then. Now, I was initially thinking that Affliction Warlock might have been #1 on the list, but now, obviously with me placing it in 6th place, I don't think it goes quite that high. But with that bit of caveat aside,
I placed it!
What changed for Affliction? The biggest change for them, the thing that really, really improves their toolkit, is bringing in Malefic Rapture as your new Soul Shard spender instead of Unstable Affliction. Unstable Affliction, by the way, is now just a normal dot that you can apply, but you can only have it active on one target at a time. This new Malefic Rapture has a very simple effect. It's a nice quick cast time, costs 1 Soul Shard, and it makes all of your dots erupt on every target they're on, and it will do a flat chunk of shadow damage to those targets per dot that's on them, whereas your spender in BFA, Unstable Affliction as it was then, was a single target dot that you could stack up multiple times on a single target, making them good for single target damage, but terrible for AoE, while Malefic Rapture works really well in AoE now as well. So this is just incredibly good news for Affliction Warlocks. You know, after they were a great spec for dungeons in Legion, The changes in BFA made them an absolute joke. They were by far the worst DPS spec for dungeons in BFA, just because they didn't have any AoE damage that was worth talking about. Malefic Rapture really takes a massive stride in the right direction in terms of fixing that and making you feel much better, so that's a huge win. There's a few really good legendaries for the Affliction Warlock as well. Malefic Wrath makes Malefic Rapture increase the damage of your Shadow Bolt or Drain Soul if you talent into by 25% for 8 seconds.
Charge!
Up to 3 times. That's quite a fun target legendary to play around, right? You can build up your soul shards, spend them all in one go, and then get some really good burst
Monsters are so annoying.
target spells. That's pretty cool. Or another really interesting one, Sacrilash's Dark Strike returns, which increases Corruption's damage by 15%. But more importantly, slows every target with Corruption on them by 50%. Wow, just an awesome amount of utility that you bring with this legendary. And guess what? The other 2 legendaries for Affliction are
I'm not getting that marked down. Oh, the warrior.
Pretty cool too. There's also some pretty decent customization in the talent tree. So for example, now that Malefic Rapture does damage to every target with a dot on them per dot, you can go for an AoE build, which is not going to have as many dots, but you can get them on a lot more targets. So for example, take Absolute Corruption, which makes Corruption a permanent dot. Combo that with Vile Taint, which is a Soul Shard spender with a 20-second cooldown that puts a dot on all the targets you hit for 10 seconds. That's an extra dot in AoE, and that also works with Malefic Rapture. Or for more single
Where's the healer?
characters,
There it is.
in your toolkit.
There he is.
It's a bit more to juggle.
There he
It's
is.
manageable when you've got
Ah,
more
that's too
targets.
far.
For example, grab Siphon Life, which is a 15-second dot that heals you for some of the damage done. Or grab Haunt, which is now a 15-second cooldown dot that lasts for 18 seconds and increases the damage due to the target by 10%. So yeah, as you can see guys, I think compared to BFA, Affliction is a much more versatile spec. And it's a spec which I think does build very, very well on the dot fantasy, either stacking multiple dots on a single target, or having fewer dots but spreading those around in AoE and getting rewarded for good dot management with getting good damage out of the new awesome Malefic Rapture. Where the spec falls down though, the weaknesses are that it is a bit of a slower spec, and it doesn't have as many big exciting moments. Summon Dark Lair, your main DPS cooldown, extends the duration of all your dot effects, so that's actually quite good in single target and in AoE, right? It lets you really focus on doing some more direct damage once you've applied those dots and summon them in, and he does more single target damage for every dot that you have active as well. You know, it's not too bad, but he does have a 3-minute cooldown, and he doesn't do, you know, as much damage. He certainly doesn't do as much AoE damage in the game. And then you do have the slowest soul shard generation out of all of the warlock specs in the game.
4,000.
You're going to be spending just an awful lot of time managing dots and reapplying dots. So if you enjoy that style and you enjoy your damage just coming in sort of at a slow and steady pace, I think you're going to enjoy this spec. If you like these bigger burstier moments, if you like big impactful cooldowns, and these big, you know, moments of glory where your spec pops off and you shoot up the damage meters and people really notice what you're doing, I think that Affliction doesn't quite pull that together. So yeah, there you are.
That's
Affliction,
fine. I don't mind
a lot better,
Affliction.
A lot more versatile.
It's very
than it was
different.
in BFA, but it is, as a bit of a downside, something of a turtle, you know? Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Moving into the top 5 specs then, Frost Mage in 5th, which is actually probably a bit lower than I think a lot of people are considering the Frost Mage now. There's a lot of hype going into the Frost Mage and how strong they have been over the course of beta.
I haven't tried it yet. I've only tried Arcane because I heard that was the best one. Where he will rank Arcane as.
Utility. And it really is in utility that Frost has gained in Shadowland. Alter Time and Mirror Image have returned as baseline.
We're doing it.
So you just have this extraordinary defensive
very close game
as Frost Mage, you know, on top of having Ice Block and Frost Barrier and all the rest. In terms of their core rotation though and their damage spells, well, they're pretty much identical to how they've been in BFA and yeah, in expansions even before that. Really not much has changed here. I guess the biggest change is a small tweak to how the Winter's Chill debuff works. This is the debuff that Flurry applies, and what the difference in Shadowlands essentially boils down to.
I wasted that! God fucking damn it! No!
Flurry instead of just shattering one. There have been some bugs for that over the course of beta development, but let's just assume that all that stuff is going to be working properly. You're going to be shattering 2 Ice Lances after your Flurry. That's fine. That's cool. So when it comes down to it, certainly the appeal of Frost Mage is what it always has been. It's a very simple spec to play. In fact, I do consider it probably the easiest ranged DPS spec to play in the game. You simply spam Frostbolt and then you respond to either your Brain Freeze, i.e. your Flurry, or your Fingers of Frost, your Ice Lance procs, right? Consume those procs, spend them when they light up, and you're pretty good. That's most of your single target rotation down. Of course, you're dropping in your Frozen Orb in both single target and AoE for some good burst damage, and guaranteed Fingers of Frost procs, which is awesome. And in AoE, dropping in Blizzard.
Why is it called always?
To start getting you some AoE damage and cooldown reduction on your Frozen Orb. And of course, you know, Frost is Frost. All of your spells are applying slows as well, which is incredibly good, obviously, in PvP, but especially so, I think, in Torghast. That's going to be awesome, and Frost Mages are going to be great partners to bring into Torghast for that slow. And of course, in dungeons, right? Especially at the start here of the expansion, where tanks and healers are relatively weaker than they will be after they start getting more gear, and as the patches progress, you know, tanks will be squishier, healers will have a tougher time keeping them alive, so that extra utility of slowing that Frost Mages bring, and Frost Nova and all the rest, that's a really great thing to bring to your dungeon groups. So
especially
yeah,
as a
Frost Mages
DPS.
are phenomenal for that. So with all that being said, why am I putting them in 5th place? Well, the reason for me is quite simple, that I think that in the hype for Frost Mage coming back after Fire Mages dominating all the mage representation for the last year or so, I do think that at its core, Frost Mage can be a little bit boring, a little bit simple, a little bit repetitive. That's just my sort of feeling on it. I obviously do enjoy the proc-based gameplay.
Not as bad as Classic.
Fun.
Frostbolt
It can
spam.
be a little simplistic at times. Yeah, I mean, there you go. That's Frost Mage. Pretty
Not
much
nearly as bad as Classic.
Very powerful class here at the start of Shadowlands. It's going to be
At
very
all.
well represented. It's also a very, very popular spec. So clearly lots of people aren't bothered by what I consider to be a slightly dull rotation. So yeah, there you go. Frost Mage could be a really good option for you. In 4th place then, I'm placing the Marksmanship Hunter. I think this is a wonderful example of a spec where a few small changes can go a really, really long way to making a spec an awful lot more dynamic in a given expansion. The first example of one of those small but impactful changes is Rapid Fire. One of Marksmanship Hunter's most recognizable abilities was notoriously famous for, well, not being very rapid at all, with a 3-second channel time. Well, in Shadowlands, Blizzard lowered that down to a 2-second channel time, so it really does come out an awful lot faster now, which is great. That really slots in well to your rotation. On top of that, Kill Shot coming back for all Hunters baseline fits in just insanely well to Marksmanship Hunter, working with their mastery, and they even have a new talent called Deadeye, which will synergize with this, giving Kill Shot 2 charges and causing Kill Shot to make Aim Shot.
Damn, they're beating us now.
For 3 seconds. So really adding a lot of gameplay in, especially to that execute window for a Marksmanship Hunter. In terms of utility, Binding Shot is now baseline, giving you an AoE route on a short CD. And of course, Tranquilizing Shot coming baseline is a massive deal. You know, whereas Survival or BM could use a pet that would have the Tranquilizing Shot, you know, purge and dispel mechanic, Marksmanship Hunter often is running without a pet, right? They play without a pet. That was very punitive for them before in BFA. They weren't bringing that utility to dungeons compared to their Hunter brethren.
They're not that far away.
You have Tranq Shot baseline, really, really good for you. That's a big extra tool for you to bring. Another huge highlight is Volley has returned as a talent. It's quite reworked from the old Volley and how that used to work. It's now a 45-second cooldown. It's instant cast. You're going to call down a volley of arrows on an area over 6 seconds, which is actually going to do quite a lot of AoE damage, and it's also going to give you just permanent trick shots. That's the buff you get whenever you multi-shot. That's going to make your aim shot in rapid fire ricochet between multiple targets. Just get that buff permanently baseline whenever Volley is active, right? So you can just throw down that volley and then start unloading. You don't need to worry about multi-shot. Weaving that in, you can just dump your aim shot, dump your rapid fires in there for some awesome burst AoE. I'm also a really big fan of True Shot, their DPS cooldown. This reduces the cooldown of your aim shot and rapid fire by 60%, makes your aim shots cast 50% faster, and you will also generate 50%
Let's do it.
15 seconds, and this
I don't know what to
just gives you
say.
fast
Fuck, I'm just,
rotation
my
in that
brain's
cooldown.
broken.
It was a great change to add that focus generation as
Get
well.
him down.
Major change in the beta. That sort of balances
Get him down.
made to focus generation and focus spending for Marksmanship Hunter. Now it just flows extremely well. Also,
Icicle.
not a change to Marksmanship itself, but of course one of the big downsides for Marksmanship Hunter in the
Wait,
past,
did I get
especially was that, well, you had a target cap, right? You know, with how trick
Oh,
shots
shit.
worked, you were only hitting up to 5 additional targets with your aim shot and rapid fire trick shots anyway, right? You were hard target capped. And that was a huge, huge downside for Marksmanship Hunter in previous expansions. You just couldn't keep up with most specs in AoE. Well, in Shadowlands, now that an awful lot of specs do have
I
a
entered-
target cap,
I entered
you're
it.
likely then to be playing around that and doing smaller pulls in dungeons. Marksmanship Hunter, in terms of their AoE output, have just shot up those damage meters. They're doing so much better. They are so much stronger in dungeons, just because, relatively speaking, the AoE potential of all the other specs, or most other specs, has come down an awful lot. So you're going to feel a lot better as marksmanship and dungeon spec. They're actually very, very strong. So there you are, guys. That's the marksmanship hunter. Honestly, I don't have that much bad to say about this spec. You know, I guess their legendary choices aren't particularly interesting.
Get him.
Where I point the finger, but just generally,
Slow him down.
I think this is a great spec. Like, this is a really solid spec. I think it captures that sniper fantasy really, really well. You still bring that special utility, which is an awesome thing to do. And yeah, the rotation now has enough ability.
Should have that one.
Really solid, really fun. You've got great cooldowns. Yeah, this is an awesome spec. I think a lot of people are going to be picking up marksmanship.
Heal.
After really not being played very much, even, if at all, near the end of BFA. Yeah, marksmanship. It's going to be one of these new standout specs in Shadowlands, and I really recommend, if you enjoy hunters, if you enjoy that range gameplay, definitely go check out marksmanship again. Give it a try, because it has improved so much coming into Shadowlands. In third place, I'm placing the Balance Druid. This is going to be, I think, a pretty controversial placement as well.
Balance Druid
in Shadowlands has seen quite a big rework to the core flow of their damage rotation. And yeah, I think it's a pretty love-hate thing. Obviously, I and a lot of people I've talked to really, really love this. But I've also seen a lot of people that do, to be fair, also hate this change. So the empowerment system at BFA, where Star Surge would give you an empowerment charge on your Wrath or your Starfire, that's entirely gone, which is fine by me. I personally found Balance Druid in BFA to be an incredible bore. I really wanted to like Druid. I really did want to like it because I would have loved to play Resto Druid. But I just, in BFA, didn't enjoy their 2 DPS specs, which for me made the class not worth investing in, personally. The new system then for Balance Druids in Shadowlands is the return of the Eclipse system. So you're going to be bouncing between 2 different eclipses. Solar
Eclipse,
and
I want to try that out.
Solar eclipses are going to improve your single target damage by buffing
Alright.
your Wrath spell, and lunar eclipses are going to
Got him.
a wee bit more by buffing up
Yeah,
solar.
that was good.
Trigger each eclipse by casting
One to
2
take
of the
out.
opposite spell, right? So to go into solar, to go into your single target one, you cast
Let's
2
swipe this one out.
Starfires, and then it's going to boost up your Wrath for 15 seconds, giving it 15% reduced cast time and increasing the damage of Wrath by 20%. To go into a lunar eclipse, you're going to cast 2 Wraths, and that will lower the cast time of Starfire by 15% and increase its critical strike chance by 20%. Now with the default rotation, you can only be in 1 eclipse at a time. You have to wait for it to end, and then you always have to go into the opposite eclipse afterward. Where the fun in this system really comes for me then is with the new reworked Star Surge. So Star Surge is still a big single target nuke. That's your astral power spender. But it has a new effect now with empowerments being gone. It will buff up the damage bonus of your given eclipse, either buffing up the damage of Wrath in solar eclipses or buffing up the critical strike chance of Starfire in lunar. So essentially what you're going to be trying to do, right, is apply your dots of Moonfire and Sunfire, go into your favorite eclipse, and then try to dump your Star Surges at the start of that eclipse to buff up the eclipse damage bonus as much as you can, and then spend the rest of the time profiting, right, like spamming Wrath in solar eclipse. Just get as much damage out of that boosted Wrath as you can for the remaining time in
Healer.
the eclipse. Your damage
I don't know.
cooldown celestial alignment has been reworked. It now gives you both eclipses. Plus
Oh my
damage
god.
for 20
That was a
seconds.
good game.
That's pretty cool, right? Because the eclipses are longer, you can stack up that damage boost even more during there. You get both eclipses, so you can kind of swap between each one, depending on which one is more important for whatever sort of targets you're hitting at that given time. I just like it. I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's a big improvement. The most exciting change, of course, is a rework, a return to the old design of Starfall. Starfall in BFA was notoriously underpowered. It was almost never worth casting. Well, in Shadowlands, it now certainly is. So Starfall is now a buff on you, on the Balance Druid, and it's going to just call down these stars on enemies you're in combat with.
You got him.
40-yard radius around you, and it does an awful lot of damage as well. One somewhat downside of this is that obviously you can't cast multiple Starfalls. It's just a buff on yourself. You can't stack the buff. You just refresh it when it's going to run out. But that's not going to affect your rotation all too much because astral power generation, a little bit of a downside here, is a bit slower in
Come on. No. No. Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done that. Lichborn.
Your best Beast Mastery Hunter dreams
Fuck.
as well. Take the
Get back,
standard
get back,
Threat
get back,
Challenge,
get back,
which
get back,
increases Starfall's duration by 2 seconds, increases its damage by 15%.
Let me distract you.
Most
Okay.
importantly, allows
We
you
won.
to cast while moving.
900
while Starfall
honor?
is active, making you essentially
Damn.
the most combat mobile spec in the entire game. So take all of that and then add on just disgusting amount of utility, just this utility belt of spells that Balance brings to the table. Of course, having Typhoon baseline at 30-second AoE knockback, Innervate, which is now off GCD, and you can cast on one of your friendly healers to make their spells cost no mana for 10 seconds, Hibernate, which puts enemy beasts or dragonkin to sleep, Soothe to remove all enrage effect, Entangling Roots to obviously root a single target in place, Cyclone, now baseline, no longer PvP talent, but baseline, with a short cast time to toss a target in the air, making them invulnerable for up to 6 seconds. A Battle Res, of course, with Rebirth. And then another new baseline ability in Shadowlands, Stampeding Roar, with a 2-minute cooldown, boosting the speed of all friendly players within 20 yards by 60% for 8 seconds. Add on, of course, to this, your different shapeshifts. Go into talents, you could take something like Force of Nature to help your tank, right, with Treants that are going to taunt and tank for a bit. Go into your Affinity talent row and grab, for example, Restoration Affinity to get some really good off-healing. And of course, the incredible Ursol's Vortex effect, where you can suck mobs that try to leave the vortex back into the center and slow them down. Really good.
Human now.
Mass Entanglement to root everything in AoE, or the new Returning Heart of the Wild, a 5-minute cooldown, which is
Black
greatly going
Mass.
to empower your chosen affinity for 45 seconds. Just really cool. Again, use Guardian Affinity and become an incredibly potent tank, or use this as a big survivability cooldown in PvP. Go with Resto Affinity, use this as a big healing cooldown to help out your group in Mythic Plus, help out your team in Arena or the Raid of Battlegrounds. You know, there's just so many options here. When I look at the Balance Druid and just the utility that they have, you know, I really like to think that this is some WoW designers' just twisted vision of what Batman is supposed to be, right? The WoW version of Batman. You know, it's just this big fat owl with just an infinite supply, it almost seems like, of options, of utility options for every single situation. So yeah, guys, that's the Balance Druid. Just incredible group utility. I think now a really, really fun gameplay style. Love the new Starfall in particular. Yeah, I think Balance Druid is phenomenal. This is actually going to be, I think, my first alt. This is going to be my main alt. It's going to be a Druid, because I love Balance, and of course Resto Druid so much, and I quite like Guardian Druid as well. Check out the tank tier list to hear my thoughts on that one. But yeah, Balance Druid I think is a big winner in Shadowlands. I think they're awesome. Always been a popular spec, and I think in Shadowlands, even more so, they're going to be back near the top. You're going to see Balance Druid, I think, an awful lot more. In second place then, I'm placing, again, perhaps a bit of a surprise to a lot of people, but for me, actually Arcane Mage coming in here in second place. And Arcane Mage is really another wonderful example, much like Marksmanship Hunter as
What's
well.
left?
A spec where, with just a few small
Destro.
changes, just radically changes the whole feeling and flow of a spec. You know, I dabbled a bit with Arcane Mage as well, but despite that, it was often
Shadow
regarded as being
Priest?
quite broken in terms of how it played, and was particularly off-putting, I
What?
guess, especially for like world content for lower level dungeons, because it was all about ramping up. It could take, you know, as much as a whole minute to ramp up your damage fighting some enemies before you were actually at your damage potential. Obviously not very accessible and not good for that world content type thing. Well, Shadowlands has actually completely solved those problems by bringing in a pretty drastic rework to how the Shadow Priest plays. The most noticeable change here is to Void Form. Whereas before, Void Form was something that you kept up nearly all the time, you were generating insanity, and then Void Form was draining that insanity away faster and faster, and it's just a case of maintaining that buff as long as you could. Well, Void Form is now a more standard design. It's now a 90-second damage cooldown that gives you 20% increased damage for 15 seconds. On top of that, it also really radically speeds up your rotation by giving you access to the Void Bolt spell, which is a short cooldown spell, gives you good insanity, plus does some good damage and extends the duration on your dots, and it also gives you 2 charges of Mind Blast during the cooldown as well. So yeah, this is very different, right? You do some really big burst damage in Void Form, it feels very powerful, and your rotation during that is just juggling these very, very fast casting and powerful instant upfront damage spells. It's a very different feel from where we were before. In terms of your core gameplay though, especially outside of Void Form, you're still maintaining the same 2 dots, right? You still have Shadow Word Pain, you still have Vampiric Touch, that stuff is still going, and you're still channeling Mind Flay in single target and Mind Sear in AoE, and weaving in your Mind Blast too. Spicing that up though are some new abilities. Obviously, if Void Form is no longer draining our insanity, what are we generating this insanity for? And that is for our new insanity spending ability, Devouring Plague. Returning from, what was it, back at Warlords of Draenor was the last time we saw this? Yeah, well, it's back. So Devouring Plague does a nice chunk of shadow damage up front, and then it also does a powerful shadow damage dot over the next 6 seconds, and it heals you as well for half of the damage that it does. One really nice change as well to Devouring Plague is that you can stack them, no problem on a target. It does the same thing as like a Mage Ignite. It'll just add the damage of the existing Devouring Plague onto your new Devouring Plague, and it'll keep ticking on. So you don't have to worry about overcapping insanity. You can just throw those devouring plagues out whenever you can, and they do some really good damage. On top of that, they interact with your new mastery, Shadow Weaving, where your damage to each target is increased for every dot that you have on them. So if you keep your Shadow Word Pain, Vampiric Touch on the targets, and by cleverly planning out your use of Devouring Plague to ensure maximum uptime, you can get some really powerful damage bonuses out of that mastery. There's even a nice new passive called Dark Thoughts, where for every damage over time effect on the target, your Mind Flay or Mind Seer have a 2% chance to instantly give you a charge of Mind Blast and make it instant cast and castable while you're channeling Mind Flay or Mind Seer. So certainly, especially in AoE, right, where you can have dots up on multiple targets and you're Mind Searing across multiple targets. You can get
Jesus, how's that guy do so much
Mind
DPS?
Seer and just sort of speed up your rotation and enable you to multi-dot a bit with that Devouring Plague. It's really rewarding. It's really a lot of fun. Shadow Word Death, of course, baseline for all priests, makes its triumphant return to the Shadow Priest. On top of that, there are some awesome reworks to the talent tree as well to spice things up. Death and Madness at level 15 is one of my personal favorites. If a target dies within 7 seconds after being struck by Shadow Word Death, you gain 40 insanity over 4 seconds, and the cooldown of Shadow Word Death is instantly reset. This is great for single player content, for Torghast for example, and it's also phenomenal in dungeons, right? Whenever you're fighting lots of mobs, this really lets you weave in those Shadow Word Deaths. Of course, you have to be careful not to kill yourself with the lashback damage of Shadow Word Death, but it gives you a ton of insanity and lots of burst damage there in those execute phases. Searing Nightmare at level 30 gives you an insanity spender that works in AoE, so this instantly does a chunk of shadow damage to all enemies around the target and also afflicts them with Shadow Word Pain. If any of the enemies are already affected by Shadow Word Pain, it will instead just do double damage to those particular targets. So not only does this give you a good way to multi-dot in these larger AoE pulls, but it also is going to give you actually some really good burst damage. Once you can stack a few of these Searing Nightmares together and get that double damage effect, it can be really powerful. The Void Torrent talent has also been reworked, which is awesome. This, of course, was the artifact ability in Legion, which was lost going into BFA, and the talent was really undertuned in BFA and never saw any play, which is a real tragedy because it's a badass spell. Well, it's been reworked a bit for Shadowlands. Now it has
So many pops. God damn.
It's a 3-second channel. It's going to do a big chunk of shadow damage to the target over those 3 seconds. Also generates 60 insanity. So yeah, this is just a short CD, massive single target nuke. Very, very potent, and yeah, I'm delighted to see that one come back. I'm really looking forward to playing with Void Torrent some more. And if that Death and Madness talent appealed to you and the potential of killing yourself with Shadow Word Death, well, why not push that to the next level with the new Surrender to Madness talent, level 50, your top talent row. This is a 1.5 minute cooldown that instantly activates your Void form, right? So this just activates your damage cooldown just like that for free. On top of that, for the next 25 seconds, your insanity generating abilities will generate double insanity, and you can cast all of your spells while moving. That's pretty good. Gotta come with a downside, and it does, if the target you put Surrender to Madness on does not die within those 25 seconds, then you will die. So, yeah, it's quite a big downside, right? Quite a big downside. So obviously, you know, against a single target, 5-minute raid boss, Surrender to Madness, probably not gonna be very good, but in dungeons, for example,
PvP, definitely.
It's probably gonna be one of your best talents. So that's a very interesting, very spicy thing to play around. It's gonna give you a huge burst of damage, just that awesome utility of casting while moving as well. You're gonna be just blasting off, but again, have to be careful. If you don't kill the target within 25 seconds, you die. So yeah, this is a really good implementation of Surrender to Madness. I think it seems very, very powerful. A little bit of a throwback to, you know, Emerald Nightmare, Surrender to Madness. We'll see, we'll see. This could be insane in dungeons. You know, I've criticized some other specs for being, you know, sometimes a little bit boring. Well, Shadow Priest in dungeon scenarios, absolutely not going to be boring with talents like this one. So there you go, guys. That's the reworked Shadow Priest. This is actually the spec that I'm personally going to be maining. If you want to see some Shadow Priest leveling in gameplay, and obviously dungeon, and eventually, once it opens in a couple of weeks, the raid gameplay, I'm going to be streaming lots over the next few weeks of Shadowlands, and of course, I'm playing the Shadow Priest. So yeah, come check out the stream and see some of that Shadow Priest in action. But there you go, guys. That was the final tier list, the final class ranking coming up here into the Shadowlands. If you want to check out, of course, the melee rankings, the healers, the tanks, they are all up on the channel. Go check them out as well. As always, let me know what you think of this list, especially from having, you know, played.
I have him ranked melee
Hey everyone,
DPS.
Nubkicks here, and in today's video, I'm ranking the melee DPS specs for World of Warcraft Shadowlands, using the same ranking system used for the healers and for the tanks. So if you want to see those videos, of course, you can find them on the channel too, and see how those roles are doing in my opinion. But yeah, we're mostly basing this off the specs and the design of the specs. How are they
Oh, it's a dark portal.
Of course, we do
Wait,
consider
what?
the viability a little bit as well, because, you know, it makes a spec less fun if a spec is really underpowered. As always, let me know if you liked the video, and feel free to subscribe and stick around. I'm going to be doing lots more videos for Shadowlands over the next few weeks. And yeah, if you have a very different opinion on some of the specs in this list and you would have moved things around, let me know what you would have changed and why. I'm definitely curious and always open to hear the good things about specs that I might have overlooked here. But without any further ado, let's dive in the list. In 13th and last place, the worst melee spec in the game in Shadowlands, and in my opinion, actually the worst spec in the game entirely, it's Survival Hunter, the forgotten spec of Shadowlands. In fact, I think the only reason anyone wouldn't put Survival at the bottom of a list like this is because you forgot it was there in the first place. For those of you who've been following my channel here over the course of the beta, you'll know I did big deep dives into every single spec in the game. You know, hour-long videos most of the time, looking at all of the changes for all of the specs. And I was genuinely shocked when it came to Survival and discovered that there were literally zero changes to Survival specifically. You do have a few new abilities coming, like Tranquilizing Shot and Kill Shot, and they're really fun, they're really awesome, but of course they're only there for Survival because they're there for all the different hunters, and it's a bit of a slap in the face, I think, for the few people that played Survival in BFA, that their interesting new abilities, unpruned for Shadowlands, are actually just, you know, ranged abilities, they're shots that are there for the other hunter specs that have just been tacked on to Survival as well. Even though it's definitively the melee spec, there really hasn't been any effort to work with that or to accommodate that. Slap in the face number 2 is that 2 out of your 4 legendaries for Survival specifically are just Azurite traits. They're the same things that you've been playing with for all of BFA.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. It's pretty bad. And of course, Survival Hunter is one of 3 melee specs that plays the modern day WoW hybrid tax, right? You know, back in the early days of WoW, and like, a lot of you guys are familiar with this, there was something called a hybrid tax, where specs that could tank or heal wouldn't do as much damage as specs that could just do pure DPS. And that's long a thing of the past, but there's a new version of the hybrid tax, which is that specs which have both melee and ranged DPS specs nearly always exclusively favor the range specs when it comes to high-level play in PvE in World of Warcraft. And Survival Hunter pays this tax extremely heavily. They just don't bring anything unique.
Oh, Outlaw Rogue.
Interesting that marksmanship or beast mastery can also bring. And look, I think what happened with Survival is pretty obvious, right? Blizzard just simply ran out of time, right? They did massive reworks, really good reworks, to loads of the specs that were really unpopular and underperformed in BFA. You know, like Arcane Mage.
They need a complete overhaul of it. But I like the whole trap
I
dynamic.
think for whatever reason, maybe just bad luck, Survival Hunter was at the bottom of their list of the specs they were going to rework, and they just didn't get around to it. They just didn't have time. On the positive side, you know, they do tend to do pretty well in PvP. They can often be the best hunter spec for PvP. So if you're a PvP player, there is some value to this spec. But if you're playing really any other kind of content in the game, you know, it's a spec that you can maybe pick up and take for a spin for a bit of fun. But in terms of recommending this spec to play seriously in PvE, there's just no way I can actually do that. It's literally the worst spec, in my opinion, out of all of the specs in the game for PvE. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. In 12th place then, in second last, is the Feral Druid. Now, I gotta be honest, I really, really like the other Druid specs. I really wanted to like Feral as well, but truth be told, I simply don't. I don't like this spec. Feral received 2 major changes, I would say, for Shadowlands, but they come with a few wrinkles attached. The first one is their Blood talent, infamously known for being extremely difficult to play with. Well, that's been redesigned, so now when you use 3 different combo point generating abilities within 4 seconds of each other, it's going to buff the damage.
Don't crash on me!
Or Ferocious Bites by 30%. This is actually kind of fun to play with, right? Because you're using 2 combo point generating abilities anyway as part of either your single target or AoE rotation. And then you simply use one of your combo point generating AoE moves in single target, or a single target move in AoE. Slot that into your standard rotation.
Okay.
And it will activate your Blood talent. You know, it's actually not bad. It's kind of fun to play around. Their major damage cooldown Berserk has been redesigned. This now makes you go berserk for 20 seconds. It makes Rake and Shred do damage as though you were stealth, so it does a good chunk more damage, like 60% more damage. And it also gives your finishing moves a 20% per combo point spent to refund 1 combo point. That actually goes up to refunding 2 combo points with a leveling perk that you get in Shadowlands as well. So this is good, but also bad. It's good because it's a lot more interesting, it's a lot more fun and effective and impactful than the old Berserk version, which just gave you energy reduction. It was really one of the worst damage cooldowns in the entire game. But it's bad because there's still a lot of downsides to this ability. Number one, it's a 3-minute cooldown for a DPS spec, which is incredibly long in modern World of Warcraft. You know, most specs are working off of, 1.5, 2-minute cooldowns. 3-minute cooldowns definitely feel tough. And on top of that, it's a purely single target DPS cooldown. And I think you put those two downsides together, and this becomes a real pain. On top of that, Feral is paying the modern day World of Warcraft hybrid tax really, really heavily. This is where specs have both melee and range DPS.
So I've heard.
Very much lean towards range DPS for more competitive PvE play. And Shadowlands actually made this much worse for Feral from a utility perspective. Believe it or not, it's actually kind of shocking to me. So first of all, whereas in BFA, Guardian Druids and Feral Druids had Stampeding Roar, right, in AoE movement speed, and Resto Druid and Balance Druid had Innervate. Well, in Shadowlands, for whatever reason, Blizzard gave Stampeding Roar to Resto and Balance, even more importantly, Balance Druid. So they have that, but they didn't give Innervate to Feral, and they didn't give it to Guardian. So Feral is just worse off compared to Balance, most importantly, on that regard. And then on top of that, Blizzard has also reworked how the affinities worked, right? So obviously each spec gets its own affinity, and then you can choose one other affinity in one of your talent rows. And the important thing here is that each affinity has a utility, a crowd control ability associated with it. Guardians get an AoE Fear, Balance Druids get an AoE Knockback, Resto Druids get an AoE Typhoon, like Vortex, sucking mobs into the middle when they try to escape. Feral Druid gets a single target stun that costs combo points and costs energy, takes time to build up, it's just awkward to use. For the other specs, Resto in particular, this ability for Feral is so weak that it is a genuine reason to use Balance Affinity instead of the Feral Affinity that, Resto Druids favored in BFA. They're actually changing their playstyle simply because that utility matters
where
so
is
much.
it now?
And Feral is, by default, locked into having, Feral Affinity. They only get one good utility ability compared to the other Druids who get one by default and choose another. So yeah, I think the melee tax is heavy with this one. I guess the good news is that just like Survival that came before this, it is a good spec for PvP. Feral tends to do well in PvP, and that Druid utility that it does have access to it does shine through in PvP, on top of the benefits that it brings. Actually, ironically, Survival and Feral do pair very well together in Arena, so that can be a strong and a kind of strong but unlikely pairing, I guess, which can certainly be appealing. If you like Feral Druid, I honestly think you'd be better off simply playing Rogue. Like, unless you really like being a cat or you really hate rogues, I would just go play a Rogue. Yeah, I would. So, there you go, guys. Not a fan of this one, I'm sorry to say. I wanted to like it, but in good conscience, it's not a spec I can particularly recommend for Shadowlands. In 11th place then, and still in the realm of the specs that I am not a fan of, is the Outlaw Rogue. And again, to be very, very clear here, this is different from the previous two specs because Outlaw, I think, is actually likely to be a very strong spec. In fact, it could very, very well be the strongest melee spec in Mythic Plus, right? In Dungeons. It's good, but the reason that it's rated lower on this list, obviously, is that I don't think it's all that much fun to play. There's been quite a few changes, actually, to Outlaw Rogue. Between the Eyes, which was formerly your sort of big damage-dealing finishing move with a cooldown, has been split into 2 finishing moves. You still have the Between the Eyes version, which does big damage, and then the stun effect has been split away into Kidney Shot, which has returned for Outlaw Rogue. Blade Flurry, now with the target cap, also has only 1 charge, but a 30-second cooldown, and it gets reduced by Restless Blades. Poisons are also back baseline for some pretty nice utility, actually. And Shiv has returned as a way to empower your active non-lethal poison, either crippling poison for big extra slow, or numbing poison as a soothe effect. Slice and Dice returns as a maintenance buff finishing move, and Roll the Bones has been reworked, which is, again, both good and bad, right? The downside of Roll the Bones in BFA was that you could just roll the bones for combo points whenever the hell you wanted. This meant when you got bad buffs, you could simply re-roll. The downside is that most of the buffs are bad, so you would be re-rolling all the time. So yeah, I think I prefer it a little bit more than the old version, but it is honestly still pretty terrible. And this really brings me to the major problem that I have with Outlaw Rogue. And in fact, I remember the exact point during the beta testing when I realized this problem when it struck me, which was just after the first boss in a Mist of Tyrna Scythe dungeon run. where I was just finding it difficult to concentrate while playing Outlaw Rogue. I was finding it difficult to concentrate. And I kind of had to stop and say, wait, why am I having so much trouble actually focusing on this spec? And I realized that I was bored. Yeah, I was bored, which was not something that I'm used to feeling with WoW. I generally enjoy most of the specs in this game. Obviously, we started off fairly negatively in this video here with the melee DPS specs are the worst ones. But, you know, I genuinely do enjoy most of the specs in this game. I was bored with Outlaw Rogue, and I sat down and said, why am I bored with this spec? What's going on? 99% of the time, what you're doing is just spamming Sinister Strike. You press Pistol Shot when it lights up, and then you press Between the Eyes if you have it, or Dispatch. And you just spam out those 3 abilities, essentially. Sinister Strike, Pistol Shot, Dispatch. That's most of all that you do. I think that really is the reason that they added Roll the Bones way back in Legion. That's why they put this into the spec, even though it's so controversial. So that the buffs that you can get with Roll the Bones are supposed to make what is otherwise a pretty bland, repetitive, and boring rotation interesting. But the thing is, they actually don't really do that, right? They don't really do that. The most interesting one, I think, is Broadside, where you get an extra combo point for combo point generating ability. But even with that, you're still doing the exact same thing, where you spam Sinister Strike, Pistol Shot when it lights up, and then do Dispatch whenever you've got combo points or Between the Eyes if it's off cooldown. You still keep doing the same thing, right? So coming up to Shadowlands, you know, I was talking to all my guildies, right, about what specs they wanted to play for the raid team going into Shadowlands, so we could sort of sort it out and have a good distribution of specs. And one of my friends, who does a lot of M+, I do most of my M+ with him actually, he was looking to play Rogue, because, I mean, M+ is his favorite thing in the game, and he wanted to pick the best melee DPS class for M+, Rogue, straightforward enough. But what he said to me was, I want to play Rogue, but not if Outlaw is the best spec. Which I think says it all. I kind of feel the same way. And again, to reiterate, I think ironically Outlaw is looking like it's going to be a top tier spec for Mythic Plus. You know, if you like this spec, you're lucky actually. You're lucky because you're going to get a really powerful spec. So more power to you. I think that's great. So for me, although this spec is really powerful, very effective, it just feels too repetitive and spammy for me to find it interesting. You know, I really prefer the other 2 Rogue specs substantially. I think Fury Warrior does the same thing of cleaving your single target rotation into AoE 100 times better than Outlaw does it. So yeah, I could recommend this spec in terms of power, and I think that there will be, you know, some people out there that will enjoy it. But for me, again, the reason I'm putting it here, it's my list. This is, you know, my preferences, my recommendations. For me, I just don't think this is a particularly fun spec to play. So that's why I have Outlaw Rogue near the bottom in 11th place. In 10th place then, I have the Havoc.
Almost had him.
Havoc Demon Hunter in BFA was probably the most hated spec in the game by people that weren't Havoc Demon Hunters. For 2 reasons, right? Number 1, it was considered the easiest spec in the game to play. Just really easy, super straightforward. Very, very easy to be effective with it. And number 2, it was also top tier in literally every single area in the game. Arena, raided battlegrounds, raids, dungeons, solo content, everywhere, anywhere, Havoc Demon Hunter was amazing. Now, some things have changed going into Shadowlands, and some things haven't. First of all, and I think this is either a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how you look at it, but Havoc Demon Hunter is still the easiest spec to play in the entire game. You know, it's very straightforward. You have very few buttons. You will struggle to fill up even the basic action bars. You know, you have to search for like macros and battle pets even to fill those damn action bars up. The difference though between Shadowlands Havoc and BFA Havoc that really matters is that they are no longer top tier in every area of content in the game. In particular, Blizzard just took a butcher's knife to your defensive abilities. Lure, your main defensive cooldown used to reduce damage by 35%. That's down to 20%. Blade Dance or Death Sweep in meta form used to give you 1 second of 100% dodge. That's now gone entirely. Being in demon form with meta used to give you 20% leech, also entirely gone. And your damage immunity talent Netherwalk has had its cooldown increased by 50% from 2 minutes to 3 minutes. It's a pretty harsh and comprehensive set of nerfs that I think is going to hit Havoc particularly hard in dungeons and in PvP. Oh, also before I forget, Demonic, which is where you enter demon form after doing an I-beam, got its duration reduced from 8 seconds to 6 seconds. So that feels an awful lot worse now too. Now, there is a
not too
bit
bad.
of good news for Havoc Demon Hunter. You do have a new talent, which is sort of a rework of your Legion artifact ability coming back. This is Glaive Tempest. That's a 20-second cooldown, and you're going to throw out 2 demonic glaives, which are going to spin around in a whirlwind of energy to doing chaos damage over 3 seconds to 5 enemies which are nearby. This is actually pretty good. It's another AoE burst cooldown with a nice short CD. That's nice. Immolation Aura is baseline now, as it should be. And you do have a new talent called Unbound Chaos, which has been reworked actually on the beta a couple of times. The way it's going to work now in Shadowlands is that after you activate Immolation Aura, your next Fell Rush is going to do a massive chunk of extra damage. That's also kind of neat for some extra AoE. And in my opinion, when you put all this stuff together, you're left with a spec that has some very particular strengths in Shadowlands, right? You have a lot of options for some nice, just upfront AoE burst damage. And that is where Havoc feels good. Zipping around the place, just being super mobile, and just dishing out these AoE damage. Just having loads of cooldowns to play with, always feeling like you have an option for doing some really good AoE. And I think it's going to excel, as it always has, right? In world content, in solo content, things like Torghast. It will even still be okay in especially lower level dungeons, where the nerf to your defensive power doesn't matter half as much as it does in higher level dungeons, where stuff can really get dangerous. Like, especially in Torghast. I think it's going to be great for Torghast, you know, zipping around, getting some anima power to make yourself really strong, all those short CD, burst AoE abilities, and then you get to a big boss and you pop Metamorphosis. The 4-minute CD on Metamorphosis, which is horrifically long. You know, that's not really a problem in that sort of context where you are sort of, playing casually. So that for me is why Havoc is 10th on this list. I actually played Havoc as my main in patch 8.3, right, for Mythic Nyalotha. I mained Havoc and I had a lot of fun with it. And I could recommend it as a main spec then. I definitely could. It was, it has a couple of weaknesses for sure, a couple of things that were clunky, but it was really fun and it worked well as a main. I'm not so sure though. I think it's much more situational whether I would actually recommend this as a main spec in Shadowlands. I think it still does have the strength that I think Havoc has always had as being an awesome choice for your ult, right? That just blasts through those quests, blasts through that world quest grinding, grinding out your AP or your renown or whatever. It's just so quick for doing that stuff. It can be really fun, and it makes that grind really a lot more enjoyable. And then you can take it into things like Torghast or some casual dungeons with your friends and have a really fun time. I think it's still awesome for that, but is it worth being your main spec? A lot more shaky at Shadowlands for me. In terms of fun, an awful lot more shaky. In 9th place then, I have the Assassination Rogue. To be very clear though guys, from this point on, this is a whole different tier list. Whereas the specs that came before were, C at best, probably D tier specs for me in terms of fun. We're taking a massive step forward, an absolutely huge step forward in this 9th place here with Assassination Rogue, up to, the BB plus at least tier. It's a massive step up. But yeah, coming back to Assassination Rogue, this is a spec which has seen very, very few changes coming into Shadowlands. And this is coming from a spec which saw very few changes, moving from Legion into BFA as well. And that is definitely the biggest weakness and also probably the biggest strength of Assassination, is that it would have been nice to see more changes, to have a few more exciting things to spice things up from expansion to expansion, so you're not playing what feels like essentially the same spec for years at a time. But then the positive side to this is that obviously Blizzard considers this spec to be very popular, very effective, and they see that represented in how players are playing. They don't feel like they need to make major changes to the spec. And I think the core gameplay of Assassination just flows super well. Apply your poisons and bleeds, and then use excess combo points to generate to start powering some envenoms into the target. One nice aspect of this is that Toxic Blade, which used to be just a go-to talent, is now baseline as part of the baseline Shiv ability. So not only do you get the utility of Shiv, doing an extra slow or soothe, like it does for all the rogue specs now with the new poison system that's there for all rogues, but it also increases your nature damage against the target by 20% for 9 seconds. So that gives you this window, it gives you this cooldown to play around to start powering those envenoms in. So it gives you a little bit of setup and a little bit of reward, and I like that. I also love the Venomous Wounds passive and how that affects your rotation flow, right? Where you get more energy whenever you do bleed damage to a poison target. Right, so as you start multi-dotting, as you go into AoE, you start getting more and more energy, so your rotation speeds up, and that faster rotation enables you to maintain those dots. It's a really good feedback loop. Slice and Dice is baseline now. This gives you more attack speed and also some energy regen for Assassination. This is a bit of a controversial one. I personally like this being back. I think it's cool. Though some Assassination rogues do see this as a downside. It kind of just gets in the way. It's another thing to
Obliteration.
in a rotation that already has quite a lot of stuff to make.
Then
Assassination, certainly compared to most other DPS specs, still does struggle a lot in AoE, right? Your major DPS cooldown Vendetta is purely single target, right? And when it comes to doing damage in AoE, right, you have to talent in to get a finishing move that does an AoE bleed. and it is, you know, it's still a bleed. You still have to apply dots in AoE. The biggest change, and my favorite change for Assassination though, is a new blindside talent at level 15, where Mutilate has a 20% chance to make your next ambush free and usable without stealth. And when you hit targets below 35% health, the chance to proc that free ambush increases to 40%. Oh, I forgot to mention that ambush is back as a baseline ability, which obviously we would need to have to make blindside work. Right, the important thing though is that this is super fun, right? That's a free ambush. That's a free 2 combo points. That really spices up your rotation, and particularly the fact that it works in execute makes it awesome. The other 2 rogue specs don't do execute, and this is a unique strength that Assassination in particular can bring. They have better execute damage than the other rogue specs. So there you are, guys. That's Assassination Rogue. I mean, it's been basically identical for 4 years. Even before that, it's been almost unchanged for years and years and years. I think you guys already know whether or not you like Assassination Rogue. For me, although I do have it ranked lower on this list because it doesn't have the most exciting changes. I personally really like this spec. I really do. I love the new blindside. I think that is a really nice bit to throw into that rotation, into that gameplay, but it is the only really particularly major and significant change. But yeah, it's a very slow-paced spec, one of, if not the slowest spec in the entire game in terms of single target DPS, but it does speed up in AoE. I think just, yeah, it's methodical in a good way. I think it's methodical. This is always a popular spec. I really enjoy it. Obviously, it has to compete with the new reworked sub-rogue now. It sort of fulfills that dagger rogue fantasy as well. But yeah, for me, Assassination, it's a solid spec. I think it's good, and definitely a spec you can pick up and have a lot of fun with. In 8th place, I'm putting the Unholy Death Knight. This is a really difficult one to place in a tier list based on fun, in my opinion, because this is such a divisive spec. I feel like this is a real either you love it or you hate it spec. Although I feel like maybe that's maybe a false dichotomy in the sense that I kind of can't decide on either one. So I guess there's a third option where you're not quite sure. The way I would describe it, I guess, is that Unholy does some really interesting things, but they've got some really weird quirks to them. The first and maybe most noticeable thing is that Unholy has a ton of really big, really powerful and impactful damage cooldowns that do awesome stuff. But then the weird thing is that they're very strangely desynced from each other. It's quite hard to make them sync up. Their cooldowns don't line up at all, which is, it's just kind of bizarre. In modern day World of Warcraft, Army of the Dead, most notably, which summons in a legion of ghouls to fight for you for 30 seconds, has an 8-minute cooldown. Death and Decay, which enables your AoE rotation by making Scourge Strike hit multiple enemies, has a 30-second cooldown. But then Unholy Blight, a new talent, which I think you'll almost definitely be picking. It's super fun, right? But this has a 45-second cooldown. It's going to do a bunch of AoE damage, plus apply your Virulent Plague in AoE, and also apply this stacking dot that increases the damage your minions do to targets. So that's on a 45-second cooldown. But then your Dark Transformation, which turns your ghoul into the well, a darkly transformed empowered ghoul, that has a 1-minute cooldown. Or then Apocalypse, where you pop 4 festering wounds on the target and summon an extra 4 Army of the Dead ghouls for 15 seconds. That has a 75-second cooldown. I just don't know. These cooldowns don't quite line up. It works well, I think, in dungeons, right? Definitely in dungeons, and I assume in PvP as well, where you don't, you know, want to be using
part of the game
necessarily on cooldown all the time. You can sort of save them up a little bit, and then go in and just do massive burst damage with a big AoE pull.
What? Canary Priest?
It's not quite syncing up. It doesn't matter too much, but it's still just a little bit odd. It
help?
Feels weird.
Nope.
I will say that it feels weird. And then likewise, as you can tell from having to manage all these DPS cooldowns with these weirdly desynced DPs to them, there's a lot of setup to playing Unholy DK, which is really unusual for a melee spec, right? Usually in WoW, in modern WoW, melee specs are very fast and very upfront, right? They get in there and they start blasting. Whereas with range specs, they often have more setup, right, for their cooldowns. Well, then Holy sort of incorporates a lot of that range style playstyle in terms of having a lot more setup and being a lot less immediate. The good thing is that once you do set all that up, you know, having lots of cooldowns is actually quite fun because they're quite powerful. And especially when it comes to AoE, Epidemic now being baseline, this is your AoE runic power spender. You have this just incredible toolkit for massive AoE burst damage, just massive burst damage in general. Oh, I also have to note, of course, that Anti-Magic Zone is now a baseline group defensive scene for all Death Knight specs. It's a 2-minute cooldown. You place a zone down for 10 seconds that reduces all magic damage that your party or raid take when they're protected by that barrier, by that zone, by 20%. That's a
Hey.
really big power increase for Unholy DK. There's been a lot of tweaks to the Unholy talent tree as well, with stuff moving around and being changed. You know, Summon Gargoyle is in at level 50 now on the talent tree. This was previously a baseline ability in the beta. They'd added it in
I got him
baseline,
too thick.
Then they removed
Got the
it again
fupa.
because they felt like there's just too many CDs sort of clashing with each other.
Got the
So
fupa, man.
It's been reworked, which is pretty awesome. It's now a short CD, 6-second cooldown. Rune Spender, that is an execute ability, right? It puts a dot on the target that after 5 seconds explodes if the target's below 35% health for a big chunk of extra damage, right? So you now have an execute ability as part of Unholy's toolkit, which is awesome. But yeah, I mean, as you can tell, there's a
People
lot going
actually
on with
there,
this.
yeah.
This is why I said at the start of this piece, this is a difficult spec to place on a tier list because it's so unique, it's so different, it's so kind of weird and wacky, and there's so much going on here. The best advice I can give is, you know, go play it for yourself, right? Take this spec for a spin. It's actually kind of hard to describe how it feels to play. So I think while many of you won't enjoy this spec, I think an awful lot of you maybe will love it. So yeah, there you go, guys. Unholy DK. It's a weird one, but it is a good one. In 7th place then, I'm putting Frost Death Knight, one spot above Unholy Death Knight. And at the end of the day, it really is a matter of preference, you know, which one of these you would put ahead of the other one. For me,
Frost is over.
Slightly
I love
ahead of
Burst.
Unholy, as the faster and
Frost over Unholy.
more accessible spec in Shadowland. As is the case for all Death Knights,
There we go.
a ton
Come
of
on.
returning abilities such as Lich Form, now baseline ability that makes you undead for 10 seconds.
Yeah,
Lich,
champion!
Immunity to Charm, Fear, and Sleep, and the ability to cast Death Coil, which is
Champion!
also baseline on your
It's gonna be
side.
relevant like
Raise death
one
is there
day.
for Frosty case
What's
now,
the
which is
point?
quite fun, you know, get your little ghoul friend to fight with you for 1 minute.
Champion!
It's not insanely strong, but it's a really cool little bit of flavor to the class. Something that goes beyond pure flavor and does step into the extremely powerful range, of course, is Anti-Magic Zone. You can now place the Anti-Magic Zone down for 10 seconds. That reduces all spell damage, all magic damage taken by your entire party or raid if they're standing inside of it by 20%. That is so powerful and a massive reason to bring Death Knights to any content that you're doing in the game. Of course, perhaps the biggest news for Frost is that they can now fight with a two-handed weapon again.
Yeah.
Yeah, going back to that classic Death Knight feel of Arthas and those regular barons, whatever they were called, from Warcraft 3. Also, unlike a lot of these other specs, which can now use different types of weapons, as more of a cosmetic thing, this actually does have gameplay ramifications for Frost, which is either good or bad depending on how you look at it. I mean, there could be balance concerns, that's a big thing. But if they're balanced well, I
We got
think
it.
could be positive because it could
We got
give you
it.
some variety in builds, and you could choose which one you prefer. While you're dual wielding one-handed weapons, of course you attack faster, and you can have two
Blit,
rune
and
forces
then,
style weapons, which are very powerful for Frost. And can
Ironheart.
increase strength or increase the
Something.
damage that enemies are taking
That's
from
cool.
your Frost spells. With a two-handed weapon, you can only have one rune forge, of course, having only one weapon. But the damage of your Obliterate, this is your big, massive attack, that does 35% more damage. So yeah, I think two-handed Frost with those bigger Obliterates is going to be really good for single target in particular, and dual wield Frost is going to be a little bit better for some AoE, right, through getting some better Frost damage out. Another really good change is that Frostworm's Fury is no longer a talent, it's just a baseline ability now, so awesome, big, badass,
There we go.
massive AoE burst damage, calling in your Frostworm.
40
Just do
conquests.
a bombing run on the battlefield. You now have that all the time as Frost. So badass. And then another interesting tweak is that Pillar of Frost and Empower Rune Weapon are off of the GCD, but Pillar of Frost's cooldown has been increased to 1 minute. This kind of touches on what I was talking about with Unholy Death Knight, where now for Frost, with Pillar of Frost being 1 minute CD, that syncs up perfectly with Empower Rune Weapon on the 2 minute CD, and Breath of Cinder Ghost if you talent into that on a 2 minute CD, Frostworm Fury on a 3 minute CD. All of your cooldowns now do sync up, so it's a nerf in one sense, but it does make the spec, you know, more intuitive, more straightforward to play, which is good in another sense. Breath of Cindergosa, of course, is probably the reason that you wouldn't rank Frost higher in this list, because it is such a controversial talent, right? It's your big 2 minute cooldown, you start draining runic power to breathe this Frost Dragon breath in front of you, doing some really good single target and AoE cleave damage. Now the downside, of course, of Breath of Cindergosa is that it's so strong that maintaining Breath of Cindergosa for as long as possible really becomes your top priority. And this can be, you know, this can be a big pain in the butt for a lot of players because, well, you do start to want to ignore mechanics and be just a generally unhelpful raid or party member, right? Because maintaining Breath of Cindergosa is such a big deal that you just want to prioritize that over doing things that are actually good for your team. But setting Breath of Syndragosa aside, at its core, Frost Death Knight to me, it's just a really fun spec with a great flow. It's kind of like a combination of an Arms Warrior and a Frost Mage, right? Respond to your procs, just smack dudes with these big, dirty crits. A Pillar of Frost gives you a cooldown to play around on a 1-minute CD. Then you've got bigger CDs to play around at 2 and 3 minutes, which are already fun to use. So, yeah, I mean, it's just badass, right? To go into Shadowlands as this Death Knight and be landing these massive crits with your big two-handed rune blade while slowing enemies down, pulling them back to you, summoning in your ghoul. Yeah, I just love the fantasy of this class. It's really fun. Definitely a spec that's worth picking up and playing for sure. Frost Death Knight, I think it's good. Would you like to talk about our Lord and Savior burst damage? Because if so, then I think Retribution Paladin is going to be a great spec for you in the Shadowlands. Much like the 2 Death Knight specs that we just talked about, Retribution has a lot of small changes that push the spec, I think, in a really, really good direction. Auras are now baseline for all Paladins, and I think this is actually a pretty big win for Retribution, especially with Holy Paladin not being the absolute gods that they were for the end of BFA. So bringing in a Retribution Paladin to provide Devotion Aura for your group is a very, very attractive thing. For some awesome rep-specific changes, Wake of Ashes is now a baseline ability again, absolutely fantastic news. And Hammer of Wrath giving you execute damage and even more damage in your wings, in your Avenging Wrath cooldown, is baseline as well. And obviously with those abilities going baseline, there's a lot of switch-ups happening in the talent tree for Ret Paladin to make it more exciting. My favorite change is the reworked Execution Sentence at level 15, plus the new Final Reckoning talent at level 50, right? So Execution Sentence is a 1-minute cooldown where you call a hammer down from the sky on a target, and after 8 seconds, they take a big chunk of holy damage, plus 20% of the damage you dealt to them in that time. Combo that with Final Reckoning, which is a 1-minute cooldown where you call down a blast of AoE holy damage and then increase the damage that targets hit take from your holy power spenders by 50% for 8 seconds. Put the 2 of those together and you can just absolutely blast some crazy damage. Stack them with Seraphim, which is going to give you 8% haste crit versatility for 15 seconds, so plus 12% mastery, and yeah, you can absolutely do some insane single target or AoE burst in that window. It's really, really good. The bad news, and this is actually probably the reason that when it came down to deciding the final positions of the specs on this list, that I moved Ret Paladin down a couple of spots. It could easily be placed higher than this, but they just nerfed Execution Sentence and Final Reckoning. They nerfed that combo a little bit, which was disappointing to me, so that's why I moved them down a little bit, just in case those talents, which are so much fun, aren't actually incredibly viable. That's a concern for me right now in terms of tuning. But if that stuff does get smoothed out, and if they are good, then again, you could easily move Ret Paladin much higher on this list. We have some other fun things in there as well. Imperium Power is one of my favorites in at level 25. This was formerly an Azerite trait. Now it's just a baseline talent, right? Where Crusader Strike has a 15% chance to make your next Divine Storm free and do 25% additional damage. It's just a fun little proc to spice up your rotation. I'm a pretty big fan. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I think Retribution Paladin, it says it, you know, loud and proud exactly what it does, right? It does incredible burst damage, both in single target and in AoE, brings incredible group utility as well. And then they have the weaknesses, where their sustained damage, the consistent damage they do, is obviously, you know, it's a little bit lower than some of the other specs. It's really when those cooldowns are up that you do work, and then you feel kind of weak, right? You feel a little bit weaker for sure than other specs when you don't have those. And then the other big weakness, of course, famously, you know, for a spec that literally pulls a warhorse out of its arse in the middle of a fight, they are the slowest and least mobile spec in the game. So that is always, you know, a significant downside. That makes Ret Paladin, for me, a very, very strong contender for a spec that you should play in the Shadowlands, especially because I think that they're also
come on.
be pretty damn solid for doing some good progress content. In 5th place, then, I'm placing the Windwalker Monk. So the old Touch of Death is a 2-minute cooldown, which works very much like the Execution Sentence.
That's gonna be my main. I have to get it up to.
Where you put a debuff on the target, will last for a few seconds, and then explode at the end of it, doing a big chunk of damage, and an extra chunk of damage based off of how much DPS you had pumped into that target during the window. Well, Touch of Death has returned to its old form, right? It's now a 3-minute cooldown, but it instantly kills an enemy that has less health than you. right? A weak enemy. Against elite enemies or bosses, it does an absolutely massive chunk of damage to them once they are in execute range. And to make up for this Touch of Death rework then, you have Invoke Swen the White Tiger arriving, slightly reworked, as your new baseline 2-minute cooldown. So Swen is going to stick around for 24 seconds, and he's going to be attacking your target. He's going to be cleaving around with Tiger Lightning, doing some AoE damage as well. And then, most importantly, every 4 seconds, Swen is going to do an Empowered Tiger Lightning, which is going to do 10% of all the damage you dealt to all of those targets you're fighting. Over the last 4 seconds, he's going to do that, 10% of that, as bonus damage. And super fun really is the name of the game for Windwalker Monk. With their unique mastery, where you never want to use the same ability twice in a row, you're always just sort of weaving your way through your rotation. It has this real flow to it. It has a real feel of martial arts fighting. This has been something that everyone has always said about Windwalker. They're always regarded as having one of the most fun gameplay styles in the entire game, and that remains even more true in Shadowlands. Now, of course, the biggest problem for Windwalker historically has been their viability, and that is still somewhat of an issue in Shadowlands as well, right? One good thing is that Havoc Demon Hunter has been nerfed, so I think that was always a problem, to be honest, for the Windwalker monks, was that you had Havoc that really did almost everything the Windwalker did too, right? They were super mobile, very survival, lots of defensive CDs, and really good sort of on-demand AoE damage. They both do kind of the same thing. Well, in Shadowlands, Havoc's survivability has been nerfed down a lot, so I think that then emphasizes the unique strength of Windwalker even more. That being said, of course, you know, melee DPS, as we've been talking about with the hybrid tax discussions, and there is something of that hybrid tax with the Windwalker too, where most of the utility that you bring, aside from Windwalking passive, which is very weak, just giving you 10% move speed to friendlies that are near you, most of that utility can be brought by Mistweavers or Brewmaster monks. So if those specs are strong, that can really start to squeeze Windwalker out of the raiding scene. However, Windwalker has always been and remains extremely potent in PvP and extremely good in dungeon and solo content as well. So yeah, that sort of sums up the Windwalker monk for me, right? It's an extremely fun spec to play. Super mobile, super survivable, got great damage, great rotation, just really, really fun. It's amazing for PvP, great for dungeon content. Could possibly, for sure, struggle to find, you know, a raid spot, struggle to be top tier for raid. That could definitely be a downside. You know, for me, what I can say is that, you know, I have the biggest focus on raiding, so that does push Windwalker a bit down my list. But this is absolutely a spec that I'm going to play at some stage during the expansion, and I can guarantee I'm going to have a bloody great time playing it. So there you go, guys. That's the Windwalker for me. It's number 5 for Shadowlands. Next up, let's talk about the 2 warrior specs. And first of all, in 4th place, I'm putting Arms. I think the gameplay of Arms really speaks for itself, right? When you go into a new pack in a dungeon, you see that pack and go, I am going to destroy you, right? You pop your sweeping strikes so that your single target abilities are going to cleave onto a second target for most of the damage. You charge in on top of that pack, throw down Ravager, which is a new top tier talent, replacing Bladestorm and becoming a 45-second cooldown. Ravager spinning on top of the enemies, doing massive AoE damage and funneling tons of rage into you to fuel your rotation. You do a big dirty Colossus smash, doing huge damage and also increasing the damage those targets take for you. And then you just start cleaving through those enemies with your Mortal Strike, your Overpowers, spinning to win with some Whirlwinds for good measure. And most satisfying of all, when they get into execute range, you just start tearing them apart with your executes. Even better if Sweeping Strikes is still up and you can cleave those executes between 2 targets at a time. Yeah, needless to say, Arms Warrior, you guys might have started to pick up some of the trends that I like for myself in my DPS classes. And Arms Warrior kind of has those in spades. Okay, so it has really short DPS cooldowns. And it also has cooldowns that feel impactful. Its strengths really pop out. So that's, you know, 2 target cleave with Sweeping Strikes, big burst AoE CDs. You can talent into Warbreaker, combo that with Ravager every 45 seconds. You know, you're always looking forward to being a badass. Being a badass is never far away. And then Execute. You are probably the best spec in the entire game at Execute. Just absolutely ripping fools apart. I love that. I really, really do. Another couple of really nice improvements for Arms in Shadowlands as well is that Spell Reflection has been unpruned. It's now a baseline ability, letting you reflect a spell on you, or reduce your magic damage taken by 20% for 5 seconds. Really nice. And then Die by the Sword has been reduced from a 3-minute to a 2-minute defensive CD as well. So yeah, they feel much more like the sturdy plate warriors that they ought to feel like now in Shadowlands. With Shattering Throw, letting you destroy things such as Ice Block or Paladin Defined Shield on a 3-minute cooldown, this also highlights one of the massive strengths of Arms Warrior, which is that they are going to be a monster in PvP content. Just an absolute terror, a spec that you need to always be frightened of. And one recent change coming in the last couple of weeks that is a huge deal for me personally, because this was one of my, if not my biggest criticism of Arms Warrior when I was looking at them over the course of the beta, is that the new version of Cleave, which is a talent, right, 6-second cooldown, where you cleave with physical damage in front of you, it's essentially, right, essentially Cleave is an AoE Mortal Strike, right? That's how it feels in your rotation. It's an AoE Mortal Strike. Well, that used to replace Sweeping Strikes, which was just so depressing because Sweeping Strikes is one of the best bits about Arms Warrior. Well, they changed that only about 1 week ago, so that Cleave no longer replaces Sweeping Strikes. You can take this and still have Sweeping Strikes as well. So yeah, the Arms Warrior, it's a spec that makes no apologies for how it plays, right? It can be slow and methodical at times, right? Especially when you don't have your cooldowns out. You're going to be rage starved, right? You're going to have empty GCDs just patiently generating rage. But when you move into those execute windows, when you move into your cooldown windows, which come up, as I said, very, very frequently, you become just this absolute monster and really start pumping that DPS out. You know, it's an age-old question, of course, with Warriors, is whether you prefer Arms or Fury. And I know that more people do lean towards Fury. For me, I lean a bit more towards Arms, but as we move into spot 3 here, well, you get to hear me talk about...
Guild has earned 400 gold. How much?
In third place, we have the Fury Warrior coming in just ahead of the Arms Warrior overall. And whereas Arms Warrior is a spec which is all about its big cooldowns and plays slowly and methodically outside of those, the Fury Warrior has, you know, it's got one purpose in this game, which is just to blast DPS all day, every day, never stopping, just always going at 100% speed, no breaks allowed. There's a couple of nice new tools. They turned around with the mini rework update, I guess you could call
subtly?
it. The sub-rogue that Blizzard has done here for Shadowlands. So much like a lot of the other top specs on this list, what we have for Sub-Rogue is a number of small changes that all combo together to really redefine how the spec feels to play. Much like all the rogue specs, poisons have returned for Sub-Rogue, so that's a really nice little bit of utility to bring. And on top of that, Shiv is also back as a baseline ability, which empowers your non-lethal poison, so doing a big slow with crippling poison, or doing a soothe effect with numbing poison. One absolutely phenomenal change is that Shadow Dance, the big CD for the Sub-Rogue, has been reworked a bit. So whereas in BFA this had 2 charges, but lasted for only 5 seconds, letting you use stealth abilities, in Shadowlands what it does now is give you 8 seconds of using stealth abilities with a 1-minute cooldown. And bear in mind as well that you get 1 second of cooldown reduction per combo point that you spend, thanks to the Deepening Shadows passive. And this new Shadow Dance actually has a much, much higher uptime than the old Shadow Dance did for Sub-Rogue, so this is a really, really nice buff. Speaking of finishing moves, there has been quite a shake-up here for the Sub-Rogue as well. Slice and Dice is back as a baseline maintenance buff, which is going to increase your attack speed. Kind of fun, I actually quite like that. Nightblade, which used to be your old dot finishing move, that used to last for 16 seconds, has been replaced with Rupture, which now lasts for 24 seconds and gets a big thumbs up for me for not being needlessly edgy. And then the final and probably most exciting new finishing move is Black Powder, an AoE damage finishing move. Right, spend your combo points, just do a flat burst of AoE damage to up to 8 nearby target. In a single target, you're going to go in, make sure your Slice and Dice is on, make sure your Rupture's on the target, and then Shadow Dance with this really short cooldown because it's reduced every time you do a finishing move. Shadow Dance is this awesome DPS cooldown because it replaces Backstab, your core rotational ability that generates 1 combo point, with Shadow Strike, which does way more damage and generates 2 combo points. So not only are you doing more damage with Shadow Dance, but it just speeds up your rotation.
Come on.
Rotation comes out way faster, and you just start spamming out these finishers in a way that's just incredibly, incredibly satisfying. Not to mention, of course, that Shadow Dance, because it lets you use stealth abilities, it also lets you start spamming around stuns with Cheap Shot and things like that. And AoE damage is also an incredible strength for the Sub-Rogue too, right? Because Shuriken Storm, your AoE builder, generates 1 combo point per target hit, right? So when you're fighting multiple targets, again, your rotation just speeds up. It gets faster and faster and faster because you just start generating more and more combo points, and then you can spend those on multi-dotting with Rupture, or you can just start spamming out your Black Powder finishing move, right? Going from Shuriken Storm into Black Powder to Shuriken Storm to Black Powder. You know, it's kind of like Assassination Rogue, but more, right? It's like Assassination Rogue. Rotation that speeds up as you add more targets, and you have that little bit of multi-dotting.
What?
But then you also have just upfront flat burst damage, which is just so much more versatile than what the other rogues can bring. And perhaps even more interesting than that, I mean, you can be creative here, right? So when you're outside of Shadow Dance and you're fighting an AoE, you can actually get some really good priority target damage out, right? You can use your Shuriken Storms to generate combo points, get 5 combo points if you hit 5 targets, but then instead of spending that on Black Powder and just doing some AoE damage, you could just start pumping in some eviscerates into your priority target and really get some awesome priority damage out. Not to mention, of course, that Sub-Rogue brings all of the utility and defensives that all of the different rogue specs bring. In other words, extremely good utility and defensives. They're absolute gods, of course, in PvP, having on-demand burst damage and tons of control. Control being definitely the key word here. And then another thing that they also do better than the other rogues is best mobility, right? Because they have 2 charges of Shadow Step, compared to Assassination, which is only 1 charge, or Outlaw Rogue, which has its grappling hook instead. In terms of downsides, because you know, it's only fair that we point out a few downsides for Sub-Rogue as well here. I mean, they are the burstiest rogue spec, but that means that their sustained damage, you know, in single target or 2 targets, it's going to be as good as Assassination. And their sustained damage in AoE is not going to be as good as Outlaw. But in terms of burst damage, they are the best out of all of the rogue specs. And perhaps a bigger downside is that the legendary choices for Sub-Rogue aren't all that interesting, actually. They're certainly underwhelming, quite basic. A lot of them are very passive. So yeah, that is not going to spice up your rotation and your gameplay as much as it will for other specs in the game. So there you are, guys. That's the Sub-Rogue. I mean, for me, talking about the entire history of World of Warcraft, the most fun I ever had with a spec was playing Sub-Rogue in raids at the start of Warlords of Draenor. I didn't play at the end of Warlords of Draenor, just the start. But I switched into Sub-Rogue during that expansion, and I absolutely adored it. And with this rework to Sub-Rogue here in Shadowlands, Blizzard has taken a big step back towards that Warlords of Draenor type of Sub-Rogue. So if you never got to play it back then, I really, really encourage you to pick it up and take it for a spin now, because it's awesome. It's not quite the same as it was back then. You know, there's a little less maintenance going on. It's a bit more streamlined, a bit more upfront, a bit more versatile. But yeah, I expect this to be a very strong spec for Shadowlands. I think it's looking really strong in dungeons, in raids, in PvP. Just across the board, very strong, on top of being just incredibly, incredibly fun to play. And that is what makes it, for me, without any question, the #1 DPS spec for Melee in Shadowlands. So there you are, guys, my ranking of all 13 Melee specs in Shadowlands. That was a lot to get through, and it really was difficult, I think, because when you get into that top 9 or so, I definitely feel like you've got a lot of really fun specs in there. So I'm curious to know what you guys think. How have you been finding your specs, certainly in the pre-patch so far, and experimenting with the class changes that have gone in? You know, what changes would you make? What would you move up the list? What would you move down the list? I'm curious to know. If you didn't check it out, I already have healer and tank rankings up on the channel, so make sure to go check those out if you're interested in those roles as well. And of course, ranged DPS will be coming out very, very shortly as well. Guys, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Should be.
Alright guys, so today on the show we're having Kib and Evade. Welcome guys. Thanks for taking the time to come in and chat about everybody's most favorite and controversial melee spec right now. If you guys want to just give a quick little intro to yourselves, who you are, what you do, etc., just so we're all on the same page. Of what's going on. Kib, why don't you go ahead?
I'm Kib. Well, on retail I play a Warlock now because, you know, but I've been always, I played Havoc all of Legion, and I still play it obviously as like a normal mostly. I do the Wowhead Havoc guide, and I co-created the Fellhammer Discord streams.
Where's World of Glory?
Evade, my man.
There you go.
I'm just a Demon Hunter player in Complexity Limit. I've been playing Demon Hunter since it came out. Used to play Wrestler Druid since then, but yeah, I've just been playing top end, Mythic Plus, and rating on Havoc for as long as I can imagine.
It's quite the change from Russo to melee Havoc Demon
Yeah.
Hunter, but curious to hear about that one later. All right, guys. Welcome, as I said. Thanks for hanging out.
No!
So, like we started the other shows, and we talked a bit about it pre-show as well, we'll start this in a similar fashion. Now, this one's a bit different because it was like the history of the class or spec and what changed, and going into Legion specifically and how they were before, and so on and so on. Havoc Demon Hunters obviously were introduced in Legion, so their history kind of started 4 years ago. But nonetheless, so instead of maybe the major changes or rehauls to systems that they got or resources, let's chat a bit about the initial implementation of Havoc Demon Hunter at the beginning of Legion, which I know is something you're both very fond of right now, or used to be fond of, and now things are a bit different. We'll get to that later. So why don't you take us down this road, Evade? Why don't you start us off and tell us what made Havoc Demon Hunter so good back in the day 4 years ago? What did they excel in? How did their general systems look? Were they much different from what they are today, etc.?
Well, the main thing is that the build that people played at the very start of Legion is a lot different than what's currently being played. And throughout Legion, Demon Hunter played like pretty much 3 different builds. But the build that people played at the start of Legion was the Momentum Bloodlet Spell Mastery build. And the reason that that's probably one of the best iterations of Demon Hunter is because you use so many different spells. Like, a lot of people make fun of Demon Hunter now for having only like 5 abilities, but back then with that build you had like 7 abilities, and there was movement involved, and you had burst damage where you could like control where your damage is, and you weren't tied to just always being in meta, and your damage wasn't always just in meta. And yeah, I mean, there weren't that many systems back then besides just legendaries. So I don't really think legendaries necessarily changed how the class would play, but
in Legion.
Anger of the in Legion.
Okay.
But yeah, just more rotational abilities, a lot of decision making in rotation, which, I mean, if you look at Demon Hunter now, has like no decision making. So yeah, there's just a lot going on.
Gabe, what do you think? What were some of the maybe strengths and weaknesses, I suppose, for lack of a better term, of Havoc back in the day with their initial design and implementation? Anything from, obviously, DPS type or niche.
Oh my god.
Support or lack of support, whatever it may be.
I think one of the biggest
So
strengths
annoying.
was the sustained damage that they expected, without really requiring a lot of we had burst, but we also had sustain. So I guess that's why people hate Havoc so much. But yeah, the way flowed back then as well, it was very I don't know a good word to put it, but it flowed nicely. Like playing it was satisfying, and like Aved was saying earlier, the different talents that we had back then that got nerfed along the way really added a lot to the spec. Like just spell mastery, for example.
2 minutes, really?
Generated fury when you used it, and Fel Rush was also used to proc your momentum. So there was this nice feedback loop there of you would proc your momentum with Fel Rush, and you'd gain some fury doing it to keep you going, and so on and so forth. There was just a lot of little things like that compounded onto each other and made the spec very nice to play.
Okay, so...
and to
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Just to mention also, it's not just that, like he said, there's a lot of little things. I think it's worth mentioning, even such as a little thing like Throwblade being rotational back then. Momentum puts you out of melee of your target pretty frequently, and having a meaningful global to spend when you're out of range, to then spend, walking in after you use that global, is huge. Right now, if you use Momentum and you try and use Blade Dance, which is kind of, the Demon Hunter staple ability. If you Fel Rush out and then you want to Blade Dance, you have to kind of Blade Dance out of range and then walk back in. And if there's AoE, you're going to kind of miss targets. So you're incentivized to maybe go a little bit further out or just not Fel Rush away. It just takes away from a lot of what made that spec work. On top of the fact that in Legion, you had a lot of burst abilities, like Fury of the Elidarian, old Fel Barrage. And so you can actually like use those burst abilities in momentum, and the window was so short that like it was like a big burst of damage. Nowadays, we don't really have a lot of
NPC.
burst ability. There's I-beam, and that's kind of it. I mean, there's Fel Barrage as well, but
This
Fel
is so
Barrage
much
plus
fun.
momentum, like current Fel
Like
Barrage
PvP.
plus momentum is like feels awful compared to demonic plus momentum, or excuse me, demonic plus Fel Barrage.
When you say current, sorry, do you mean BFA or what we're seeing in beta?
Both.
Both?
Well, they changed it, so never mind. In BFA. In
BFA.
beta now, demonic and Fel Barrage are on the same talent, so you can't actually do that, which is very awkward.
But they just buffed Fel Barrage, right? To be 8 targets now instead of 5. Yay.
Yeah.
Talk about that. Oh, we'll touch on that later. So were there any? So when did this kind of? Generally, what I'm understanding and what I see on Twitter from all sorts of people who play DH, including you, Lizelle, I see you in chat. Hello. Is generally that, and like I hear from Katsuki and people from all.
Alright, so
levels
you want
of
Cultist
content
left.
that play or played Havoc or whatever. Is that there's? I would say, is it safe to say that generally there's a dislike on the direction over the 4 years that Havoc has taken? Like it's kind of been a downhill battle. so
And
to
it
speak?
exploded.
Yeah,
Is that fair?
They've kind of been chipping at the spec every patch.
Okay.
They just, take a little bit away and take a little bit away.
So
I think it depends on who you ask as well, because I think there are a
Fair.
lot of players who started playing Demon Hunter in BFA, and so they're like, that's like their
Nope.
understanding of how the class works, and they like it how it is. But
So
in my opinion,
fucking riding one.
I think that the class
Ah!
is getting worse as time goes on.
I see. Yeah, fair. I think that's actually part of a more interesting meta topic. We don't have to spend too much time talking about it, but just generally that aspect of like BFA babies, for lack of a better term, people that had no idea what things were like. across the expansion, BFA,
I can make it.
and Legion maybe, but BFA definitely being one of the most pivotal ones. Things like the GCD change, people are like, what is that? And I'm like, oh my god, you don't know time before the GCD, right? So like it filters down to things like Havoc, where they just don't know what it was like playing Havoc in Legion. Nonetheless, that being said, is there any point in Legion then that these kind of bigger changes that led into, let's say, at least a more negative direction for the majority? Obviously, there's
Just let me get out of here.
it won't feel the same, but is it during Legion that we started to take more of a turn towards maybe a class that was more simplistic to play or not as fun to play, or was that like a start of BFA thing?
Well, I can't speak for everyone, but I know for myself it started right after Emerald Nightmare, when they
very
nerfed
soon.
the Demon Speed trait from the artifact weapon. Originally, the trait was making so that when you use Blur, it refunded your 2 charges of Fel Rush, and you would obviously just use that to increase your momentum of time. And they removed that, and that was the start. But I know a lot of people were happy about it because they liked their defensive ability or whatever. But I really enjoyed the weaving in the Blur in to reset
But
Fel Rush.
but were there any outside of just your personal kind of taste? Were there like major points at all, like a major, like 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, anything like that, where DH was just that was a big turning point kind of thing?
It's probably when I don't remember when the patch was, but when Nighthole came out, and they nerfed momentum a lot, and then the best talent for that row became like Nemesis, and I don't think a lot of people were big fans of Nemesis. That was a big one for the majority of
Oh!
What do you think of Aid?
Shift.
They specifically buffed Nemesis from 20 to 25%, and then buffed Blade Dance damage, and then they moved Fellblade and Chaos Cleave or whatever. So they really, going into the Nighthold, they really wanted you to play First Blood Nemesis. And it was so obvious because of how they buffed it. They're just like, okay, well, you look at how much we buff this, you have to play it now. And then they also nerfed Demon Speed, which is like actually a huge hit to momentum, which I don't disagree, or which I disagree with a lot actually, because I think using your defensive for mobility is actually very high skill cap gameplay. And so losing something like that was just like, you know, one of many things that you lose. And then going into later into Legion, some people didn't like Antorus because you became just a I-Beam, Chaos Strike, Demon Spike bot or whatever. So the amount of rotational abilities you used as Legion went on kind of went down, but you did get to play 3 different builds. So if you liked one kind of build in Legion, at least you got your time to shine, sort of thing.
Okay. So Legion had its ups and downs, it seems. It had its solid points. And then, happily, we reached BFA. Wink, wink, smiley face. We reached BFA. On the doorsteps of BFA, what major things happened for Havoc, guys?
The biggest one for me was the change from the Fury refund attached to Chaos Strike. All of Legion, it was attached to your critical strike. So as the expansion progressed, you know, the more crit you had, the more refunds you'd get, and the more Fury you'd have, and it created a feedback loop. And in BFA, they just made that a flat 40%, I think. And that was it. So there was no more like stat scaling anymore. That's when basically like
Cool.
it became a good idea to stack verse because none of the secondary stat did anything. And that again just took something away from the spec.
Vade? Started BFA, what do you think?
Yeah, pretty much right before BFA came out, they buffed First Blood and Blade Dance damage by like, I think it was something like 100+%, or something like that, because I think they had a good design of how, they had an idea of how it was going to be designed going to the expansion, and they realized it didn't really work out well, and they needed to go back to something that they knew worked. So they're just like, okay, like let's just buff these talents by like so much that people have to play them, because we know that this like at least functions, even though it's kind of boring.
Was that
Yeah,
that a substantial buff in order to force you into a gameplay style, or was they just legit undertuned? Like I remember in the Shaman show, spells were underperforming for so many months that they had to be buffed by like 150%. It didn't change their build or their loadout or anything like that. It was just generally they were so slow to get to buff spells that needed buffs. Is that what happened here? Or?
Well, I mean, your build is kind of determined by that rule, right? Because if you don't have First Blood, then you're just like, you have I-Beam, Chaos Strike, Demon Spite, and then Immolation, or if you select it. It's not really like a build. I don't know how else to say.
No, fair. Yeah, no, I get where you're going.
But yeah.
So that was it. That was the major change for BFA. Just the Fury refund.
They basically took part of the build in Tomb of Sargeras / Nighthold and part of the build in Antorus, and they're like, okay, let's just use this build and just have this be the build for the whole expansion. So you play Demonic First Blood, which is like takes part of the Demonic build from Antorus and part of like the First Blood from, you know, Tomb, and they made you play that build the entire expansion.
Okay.
As opposed to Legion, where in Emerald Nightmare you played Momentum, Tomb / Nighthold you play like Chaos Blade's Nemesis, First Blood / Chaos Cleave, and then in Antorus you played Demonic, Blind Fury, Demonic Appetite, you know, Chaos Cleave.
Okay, so BFA was the turning point where you went from like 3 kind of different builds into just filtered into one build for the entire expansion.
Yeah, a very very boring build, and I kind of expected at the beginning of BFA that they would change it and maybe experiment and be like, okay, let's see if people want to play Momentum now, but they never did, and it's a bit unfortunate, but I mean a lot of people do like Demonic. So.
The automatic answer to this question for most people is yes, but I'll ask it anyway because I just want to gauge relative value here. How badly was Havoc hit by artifacts going away? Like, how much of your build and fun
and then that's the thing. Like,
you want to insert in there, depending.
I think in the next expansion, Soulbind's Covenant abilities will just go away.
I mean,
I have a theory.
we lost a lot, but the biggest thing was mostly like the active. Everything else was just like just passive stuff that played well into talents that also got removed. And then yeah, I
15,
like
right?
the demon speed one that got nerfed after Emerald Nightmare was a big one. The artifact ability itself was a big one. And then everything else was just like
One,
when Balance
two.
Blade
was good.
happens, like it just does more damage. Yeah, Balance Blade was good, true. Yeah,
I
keep
also like
forgetting about
Deceiver's
that.
Fury, because that was fun to min max on like Hell yeah. Whenever
one?
the one where you dodge, you gain Fury.
Oh yeah.
I just remember like using Blur for like the little skeleton, like actually gave you quite a bit of Fury. That's just like a PvP slash like very minor thing. I would never like say that that was a reason, but Balance Blades, like you said, and Demon Speed going away is like very unfortunate. Although I think if Balance Blades existed right now, it'd be kind of OP.
Yes.
So what is it about the build that you were forced into BFA?
I didn't even get the
like
quest. What the hell am I doing?
What about it is so unfavorable? Like what makes it not fun? Because I know you're both kind of in the same boat on that, and that you just don't really like it as much as Legion. Like what is it about it that's just so eh?
There's not
this
really
play is-
any decision making. Go. Okay. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
It's literally like you just put your buttons on your bars, and if something is not on cooldown, you press it, and that's it. That's basically you're done.
So there's just not a lot of rotational interaction. Like you need to hit this before
Nope.
this, or this proc
There
means
is
this.
no rotational.
There's none at all.
Huh.
There's nothing like if you crit, you get more of this, or if like this, you get more of that. It's literally put the thing on your bar, and if it's not on cooldown, push that button next. There's obviously a priority of buttons. You want to like, you know, some buttons are better than others, but at the core, it's literally like, if it's not on cooldown, press it, and there's not much more thought to it.
Okay.
Even something as simple as like just a Warlock dot or something has more depth than like all of Demon Hunter, because you at least have to think, oh, is that target gonna live long enough for the dot to be worth? You know, is my dot strong enough that it is worth anyway? You know, do I need the resources from the dot? Those kind of questions are never asked when you're playing Demon Hunter. It's very simple, like, you know, can I hit all these targets with my I-beam, and then can I hit all these targets with my Blade Dance? I mean, that's it.
Check and check.
Yeah, there's literally no button that you do like, I'm gonna press this button on AoE and I'm gonna press this button on single target. Like, your rotation does not change at all. The only like quote unquote like skill
Where?
into it when there's like AoE is just like, am I gonna hit like all of these like, well now like it doesn't really matter because you can only hit 5 of them. But before it was like, am I gonna hit all of these targets that we pulled with my Blade Dance? No, okay, I'm gonna move like 3 yards to the right so I can hit that one, and that was it.
I mean, there must be, you know, not to go too crazy on negative here. There must be some redeeming qualities. Like you guys must enjoy some things about Havoc, mobility. Like what you know, is there anything shining bright for you, or are you just kind of holding on to the hope that SL is gonna address some things, which we'll get to in a bit, but.
Mobility is like certainly the most fun thing about the mods.
Yeah.
It's like the main reason I play it.
What about you, kid?
And I hope
sorry,
that
go
maybe one day it reverts back to Emerald Nightmare, you know?
Um,
But, yeah.
I just like looking at momentum and remembering the old days.
all right.
But yeah, mobility is basically the only like unique thing about BFA have compared to other classes. Beside that, it's just like any other class. You just press your buttons on cooldown, and you bring 5% damage to the caster.
So, okay, this is going to be a weird question because it'll segue into obviously a hot topic about, you know, how much Havoc brings and why everybody's so salty about them all the time, etc. Well, that'll be a beast to tackle in a bit. But that aside, is there anything that you think like Havoc was lacking throughout the expansion that they wouldn't have been brought into a raid if they didn't bring 5% physical or had their survivability? Like, do you think they were just kind of powerhouses the entire BFA?
Is it
Or
still
were they
up?
just kind of carried by their need to be present in raids?
Nope.
I think that's entirely dependent on how strong certain range teams are, and not actually how strong Havoc is. And it's not. I'm not talking about the 5%. I'm just talking about like, you know, how many warlocks or how many mages do we want to bring in on this fight? Obviously, Havoc is always brought because of the magic debuff. It's just a matter of whether or not you want to bring more. And I wouldn't necessarily say that like Havoc was necessary to bring, you know, for most fights, you know, to bring a second. But I don't think there's anything that really prevented them. I mean, it's safer to just compare them to other melee, and I mean, honestly, they have good survivability. They just do good damage. There's really not much to say. I mean, there weren't like soaking mechanics where you need rogues, feint, and cloak like Tomb or something like that in the entire expansion. It felt like, unless I'm forgetting about something.
Get the
No,
weapon
not really,
first.
but it's mostly that, but as well that we got like very strong Azerite trait and Furious Gaze that basically like carried the specs damage for the whole expansion. Every single proc that occurred in the expansion was like all a hasted RPPM proc, and Furious Gaze gave you like a gajillion haste. So, you know, that's why you see damage breakdown from Havoc being like all the procs at the top.
A gajillion. How about that?
Yeah.
Accurate number.
Well, that's how it feels like. Like it's a lot of haste.
So how dependent and how much did like essences and then after that corruption help for DH? Like to, you know, version 2 of you lose this massive board power going into SL, like is that gonna smack you guys pretty hard, or are you pretty well off at a core level without these things?
I mean,
Depends on how they tune it.
Yeah, it depends on tuning, but then again, like if you go Ventier, like you basically replace your essence damage by Sinful Brand, and nothing changed really. So.
How about that Infinite Stars going away though?
Well, that was another thing that was hasted RPPM that got boosted massively. Furious Gaze is a thing, and Furious Gaze is back now. So
I would say at the start of, you know, the corruption patch, because of how easy it was to fit like a tier 3 Infinite Stars into a budget, it made Havoc good, but you know, all the stat amp classes eventually like became better than it. I don't think Havoc losing corruption is going to be like massive. I think the only thing that carries their corruption is Furious Gaze, and I'm not a fan
This
of
is
Furious
Thomas
Gaze
Black
because
Car
it
Request.
creates all these scaling problems, and you
Yep.
know, all of your damage is sources that are not your own.
Alright.
So if they balance Demon Hunter the next expansion around having their actual abilities do damage, but then remove Furious
Like
Gaze,
a long way.
fine, it's perfect.
Okay. So let's open up a bit of the can of worms here with, I guess, you know, with other shows, a lot of the time the theme is, especially, you know, when you have things like Windwalker, Feral, Red, whatever, a lot of the theme often starts to become, you know, are you really that bad? Is it more like a community perception thing? You know, give us the actual details on these off-meta specs and how they're performing. Havoc, not an off-meta spec, but has an entirely different kind of community perception behind it, because in all the shows we have had and seeing everywhere, people are very angry towards Havoc Demon Hunters. Not the players, you guys are lovely people, some of you. But for the most part, the comparison is always, why bring me when you can bring a Havoc? Like every time, right? I mean, even Rogue said it, oddly enough, to a certain extent. Because you guys just bring a bit of everything, right? You have good survivability, you have great mobility, you have great utility. You have good damage.
You ever get that feeling like when you like bomb?
What do you guys like agree?
Even
like,
worse, it's when you
think
nail a
have too
pickup
much
line
for
and then you
like,
just
objectively speaking, you're obviously
you stall
it
after.
has to be
It's
open
like
and stuff, but
it's
do you
like
think you have too much? Does some of this power
going out of the gate
spread
first
out
and then
amongst
just like
melee,
stalling and
etc.?
falling in your face, then like
how do you view that?
your
kind
face
of
is bloody and then like you
perception
just
that, you know, you guys
you have to
are
get back
guys
up
are
and try to
like,
finish the race. That's what it kind of feels
because
like.
you have so much. seemingly on a class that's also just, as you guys are saying, very.
I hate it.
Right, like baseline.
It makes you better though.
Yeah, I mean, we have.
Well.
I mean, yeah. I was just waiting to see if Ave was gonna take that one, but I can
Oh, no,
go.
I mean, both of you guys, right? Like, I want to hear.
the-
I'm
the
curious to hear your
spec-
thoughts.
Can I
It's
just
a lot.
like
The spec-
fly out of here?
the spec does have
No.
like a lot of things,
Oh,
but
yeah, I can go this way, right?
I mean, there's no like denying that. I just don't
Where
know
is
if
it? Over here.
I just
think-
don't know if the issue is Havoc having
It's
I'm
like
not too much of
here.
everything, or
Yeah.
the other specs only
Think.
having one thing
Yep.
and not like a little
Right up here.
everything. You know what I mean?
This little pipe.
Because like like rogues back, I remember like in Siege, like rogue had like smoke bomb and that was taken away, and that could basically be like, you know, if you give smoke bomb back to rogue as a defensive ability for the raid, is that gonna be the new like staple? Because like they have cloak, they have feint, they could have like smoke bomb as like a raid cooldown, like it just, yes, Havoc has all these things, like you cannot like deny it, it's there, but is it because Havoc has all these things that it's like pointed towards, or because the other spec don't have enough, like don't have the same things that, you know, like is the solution removing stuff from Havoc or giving more to other specs?
Yeah, no, like
I don't really know.
I get it, and clearly, like, well, two things here, right? Do you think Havoc has more of this utility and survivability because baseline they're just made to be more simple to play, more of, you know, more of a like a lower skill floor for players to get accustomed to, and like, how do you think? What is your opinion? Like, how do you think Blizzard should approach
85.
that? Should a couple more classes get Magic Amp? Should, you know, should like more raid CDs come back to compete with Darkness? Like what do you think of Vade? Because for sure, right? Like Havoc gets a lot for whatever reason. I'm not really sure the design decision in that direction, but you guys have a lot compared to most other melee. Some of it is roster bloating too. I mean, you got how many melee specs for usually 3 to 5 spots in the game. But what do you think of it?
Sorry if I had a slow response on Discord's like lagging.
Yeah, no, I got you.
I think that, like Kib said, if other classes had raid cooldowns, for example, like Smoke Bomb, they'd have maybe a higher chance of being brought. But I think it's easy to make comparisons to Havoc because, like, you know, you could say, oh, Cloak has, or Rogue has Cloak and Demon Hunter has Netherwalk, but then they don't have Smoke Bomb. Or like a Ret Pally can say, well, I have Hodge and they have Fel Eruption, but they have Darkness and I don't, or something like that. So like, I think Havoc has one of like kind of everything that everybody wants. And actually, Havoc is kind of confused me going to BFA because I actually gained more stuff than other classes lost going to BFA. I think other classes just should
Bad,
be,
why are you hurting?
utility-wise, more like Demon Hunter, and that's how it should be. I don't think it should be, oh, you know, fuck Demon Hunter, you know, remove their Fel Eruption, remove their Darkness. Although I do think they should remove the 5% magic debuff, but
What the
I
hell
think
would the
other
next
classes need
expansion
those
after this
things, and
one
you
be?
can see in
Would be.
Shadowlands,
I have no idea.
AMZ, and that's like huge for them, right? In fact, I think a lot of classes got a lot of different things. I mean, I couldn't even begin to name all of them, but I think when this expansion starts, people aren't going to be making that comparison anymore. Because going into Shadowlands, Demon Hunter's utility
Fine.
and everything is kind of just stayed the same. So,
How would you guys like to see Blizzard approach, like, from a bigger picture here, not just a Havoc issue? How would you like to see them approach the fact that so many classes and specs have, like, special snowflake kind of things, lack of a better term? You know, they have, you know, Havoc or Demon Hunters, only ones that bring 5% magic camp, you know, monks only ones that bring 5% physical. Now that scrolls are gone, only warriors for 5% AP, only priests for 5% fort, only mages for AI. What else? They nerfed the drums to make. They nerfed drums recently to make Bloodlust / Heroism even more important for the base classes. Engineering res is gone, so now all of a sudden your only res things, and plus especially are the classes that bring reses. It seems like they're almost doubling down on the unique stuff to try to make people feel special. I'm of the opinion that they need to kind of homogenize a bit, like more than one class should have 5% magic amp, things like that. That's the direction I'd like to see it going, but I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts on this kind of very restrictive design in terms of comp building.
I would have
Yeah,
liked to see. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go. No, you go. I started
Okay.
the last one.
You guys are so nice.
I would have liked to see a scroll for like magic debuff going into the next expansion, and then they just were like, okay, no scrolls at all. I think Blizzard looks at 5% int, 5% attack power, and then 5% magic damage, and they're like, oh, it's all 5. They must be the same, right? But it's absolutely not like that at all. And that's just a huge misunderstanding. Same thing with battle res. They're like, oh, okay, 3 of the 12 classes have battle res. That's fair. Mage has bloodlust.
Holy!
Battle res is
Switch
insane
on.
in
Yeah,
Midwest. Extremely
2,
powerful,
1.
extremely needed, but they think it's like the equivalent. And so yeah, I think
They
do
killed
need
him.
to homogenize a lot of these
Yep.
different things. Add engineering theories back so that
I know.
other classes can do part of what other classes can do, but maybe
What?
not as good because of how powerful these
Okay.
are. So
Would you
I
like-
think if right now in BFA there was a scroll for magic damage, I mean, you would greatly consider bringing maybe something else instead of a demon hunter, to maybe even a progression bite or something like that.
But
Just
like,
depends on like what classes do damage.
but outside of profession things where you get like 60 to 80%
Alright.
effectiveness of the base thing, do you think they should just
That's
give
fine, I'll
classes
just
that
take the,
power, like give, I don't know, like a red paladin or like paladin's magic debuff or like that kind of thing? Like should more than one class have access to that unique strength? Give everything.
Well, all the 5%, ideally
like
for
that.
me, they would just remove them, because then the problem is solved. You just take them out of the game. But if they really want to keep them, then yeah, I'd give them to like, 2 or 3
Wrecked.
classes, so that you could like,
Get wrecked.
you'd want to have that buff in your raid, but you wouldn't have to work too hard to get it at the same time. That's what I would do, but ideally I would just axe them out of the game completely.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't do anything. It's just like, this guy's in the raid and you do that, or you do a little bit more damage. It doesn't provide any gameplay. It does, it's just like it's not even a maintenance buff. It's just a thing. It doesn't do anything.
It's always interesting to hear like these thoughts from more veteran players or more experienced players or higher end players, because actually before I say what I'm about to say, Ave, do you agree with that? Like, what are your thoughts on how they should handle that kind of thing?
I agree. I don't think it needs to be in the game. It serves no purpose. In fact, I don't even know why they added it to begin with. Maybe in BFA they thought Havoc wasn't going to have a place in a raid, so they're like, okay, let's give them this so that people want to bring at least one or something like that. I just no idea why they actually did that, but I don't think that sort of stuff is good for the game. And I think if you're going to have something like that in the game, you should probably give it to the spec that is the worst, so that it can at least be not the worst. I don't know. That's about it.
Yeah. So what I was going to say, my thought was that it's really interesting to hear thoughts on, and to a certain extent, it's part of the same meta issue or concept with the whole Covenant choice thing, right? Is that there are players that put emphasis and interest in, like, lore and decision making and feeling unique and powerful versus, a different type of crowd, more present here at least, that just sees numbers, right? And it doesn't affect, like, this doesn't help gameplay, this doesn't whatever, it's not even about like an elitist 1% thing. But I mean, there are people that like, there are people out there that like to be like, oh yeah, I'm the warrior, I'm the guy that brings 5% AP, like I feel good about it, versus, well, what you guys were saying, which is like just shit it all away, like just get rid of it. Yeah, I was pretty disappointed when I didn't see that more classes are getting these buffs. It's a really jarring experience, right? For like,
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, like, would that same guy be happier as a player if his class was like altered in some way that made it satisfying to play, instead of his satisfaction coming from the fact that just by being present he makes the boss take 5% more physical damage? Like, it's way more satisfying, to use the warrior example, to be like, okay, now I'm gonna press my shout, and the whole raid, because of my shout, will survive this mechanic that would otherwise kill the raid. That to me is way more satisfying than being like, hey guys, look, I hit the boss, now I can jump up the platform, but he takes 5% more damage for the whole fight now.
Not gonna lie, this past week we did like a sale, and our sale guy was a Havoc Demon Hunter, and then I didn't have to play like Vengeance on a couple fights because the guy would just tag the boss and died. I was like, all right, the debuff's up, we're good. I don't need to bring my Vengeance. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I mean, they're not mutually exclusive though, right? You can still have a nice core design, but then still provide something for the raid. But I just think they've gone too far, and often players
There's a
like
pipe
you guys,
over
myself, a lot of people, right? You don't feel like it starts to go the opposite way,
What
right?
the
You don't
fuck?
feel in a 5-man that if you bring a Havoc Demon Hunter, it's a great boost for the group, the 5% damage.
Pipe
Rather, you
somewhere
feel like,
around
oh,
here.
I'm still missing all these other things. I don't feel optimal. I don't feel like I'm doing my maximum potential. I don't know. Well, Evade
Some
actually.
people like to
Isn't it
capitalize
over?
on there being a magic debuff because
Yeah.
they're like, oh, cool, I get an automatic raid spot.
That's it.
And I don't know. That's just like, it's just another thing that I think is bad for the game if you think that way. It's just like, because I'm sure there are a lot of people who are like, who feel great because they're just like, okay, I'm always gonna be brought to every single raid fight, no questions asked, easy. Whereas like people actually had to like, I mean this is a bit disingenuous, but like people actually had to like compete for the raid spots. I'm sure like that still happens, obviously, but
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I can only see that's the only reason somebody would want something like that to stay in the game. There's no other reason, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's just weird, right? Because as objective as you try to be, ultimately you're still subjective towards topics, right? Like it is genuinely hard for you guys and even for me to like put your shoes in a very casual player, put yourself in a very casual player's shoes, right? Somebody that doesn't care about like almost any form of M+, doesn't really raid, is just there for like the fun of it, maybe very minor.
Guild.
It's very polarizing viewpoints, and I think that's honestly where a lot of the unknown comes from like a more veteran community being like, why are you guys doing this, Blizzard? Like, what's going on? Versus that they like benefit of the doubt. They probably have some data to show that people like this.
The fuck?
It's just those
How
people
do you even get over here?
don't do what you guys do.
How do I get back out?
I mean, I can safely say that, I mean, I've played this game casually at some point, so like
back
I
out again.
kind of do understand what it's like to be in that kind of person's shoes, and I don't know, like getting the satisfaction, like Kib said, of just putting up the buff doesn't actually do anything.
Fair.
Pressing Rallying Cry, for example, does, and I promise you, no matter what play you are, like that's an obvious feeling to have, and it's not like.
Yeah, an active
know.
versus a passive is what you're saying. Like something
Yeah.
that requires some skillful input, albeit small.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I think that's very fair. Let's get this train back on the track for more Havoc specifically. So, we've chatted a bit, or a lot rather, about all of its essential history leading up to SL, and what I've gathered here, and feel free to jump in a second and tell me if I'm wrong here, is in your guys' opinions, the main issue currently, end of BFA right now, with Havoc, outside of any community perception or whatever, is that they're just bland as fuck to play, right? They're just boring and simplistic, and not a lot of button interactions, baseline, etc. Is that accurate? Is that fair to say?
Yep.
Is there anything you want to add to that as an issue you see in terms of the core specs design?
I mean that's what it is right now. You have Furious Gaze and you go like and you go fast, and that's basically it. Like that's the whole like appeal to the spec, beside like the mobility that you have. But obviously on a raid encounter, like you need your mobility when you need it, but most of the time you're just standing next to the boss, hitting it like every other melee.
What do you think of it? Anything else lacking in the Havoc department, or is it just the simplistic nature of the class that is not appealing?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the simplistic nature of like not having that many rotational abilities, having some of them tied to just talent, and then also just not having complexity in the rotation. Like, like Kib has said before, spell hooks, interesting like thought decisions that you have to make, you know, on the fly in the rotation rather than it just being a binary. Okay, is this on cooldown? Is it not? Sort of thing.
Or
That
just
is like the
reacting
biggest. That is the biggest thing. Oh yeah, sure. Procs as well.
Just that would add a lot.
So then, obviously, my next question will be, how do we fix this? Generically, you guys just said it, but do you have any more specific things in mind on what they could do with the way it is currently now at the end of BFA that would make it more appealing to play? Maybe even like returning it to some kind of Legion interaction or something new. Like, have you guys given that any thought outside of just, oh, like it just needs more depth in terms of procs and interactions?
Well, it's.
Go ahead.
Sorry. One of the more like I can't think of anything that's more interesting than momentum was in Legion, and the thing is, you could have something as simple like it was back then of having Demon Blades be your generator, having Chaos Strike be your spender, and having Throw Glaive be like your used on cooldown ability, and it was still 10 times more interesting, 10 times more difficult to play, but also was really simple to understand from like a basic level, which is like perfect, right? You want people who are new to the class to understand it, and you want people who are really good at the class to be able to like min-max it. There isn't really anything else like momentum, and current momentum isn't even the same, that gives Demon Hunter some sort of mechanic to play around. I don't think, like, I think adding like First Blood baseline would kind of fix some problems. I also think adding Throw Glaive / Bloodlet baseline would fix some problems. But the class would still feel like it doesn't have like some sort of like cool thing that it can play around, like momentum. I feel like momentum is just spoiled, in my opinion of the class, to be completely honest. But current momentum is not even close to being the same as it used to be, because it's just designed differently. But
just for noob purposes, like myself, for not being very familiar with Havoc, what was old momentum versus current momentum?
Yeah, so current momentum, say, Foul Rush increases your damage for 6 seconds for 15% damage, and then Vengeful Retreat gives you Fury. Old momentum was Foul Rush and Vengeful Retreat both activate momentum for 4 seconds, and is a 20% damage increase, so it's a shorter but bigger damage increase, and Vengeful Retreat actually procs momentum. Additionally, if you like Foul Rush back to back with old momentum, you would actually overlap the buff, but now it actually adds to it. So if you Foul Rush twice with new momentum, you'll have 6 + 6 seconds of momentum, so you can't fuck it up. So it kind of makes it a lot easier to play, and the older version is like tighter window,
higher skill cap.
Feels like you have a lot more control. Yeah, exactly.
Good.
Also, I know for a fact that Blizzard wants you to like Vengeful into Foul Rush, and so they put that's why they took Vengeful away from being momentum. And like, to be completely honest, like, you would think like when you first start playing a Demon Hunter, you Vengeful into Foul Rush, you're like, oh man, that's so cool, I landed right where I started. But it's just actually awful, because you have to hit the target with Vengeful Retreat to get the Fury. So you can't like go out of melee, Vengeful, and then, Foul Rush back, or whatever. Or just, I don't know. It's not even optimal to be Vengefuling into Foul Rush, because they're both, like, using Vengeful puts Foul Rush on a full global, whereas using Foul Rush puts everything else on a half global except Vengeful, so...
Keep using the wrong damn one.
It's more optimal to not be doing that, but you're kind of forced to do it, because you put yourself out of melee. It's like, okay, well, what's the most efficient way of getting back? Foul Rush.
So what is it like? Because I'm seeing some pretty polarizing opinions in chat as well. And now that I think about it over the months and years and whatever, every time we talk about Havoc and Havoc theory, not that it happens too often on my channel, but just generally, there's a lot of either fuck momentum or I love the momentum. Like, what is it about momentum for you to, let's say old momentum, that you enjoyed so much? Because I think the people that hate it, it seems to be just the type of gameplay, like kind of jumping all over the place and zooming all over the place constantly, is unappealing for some. But like, what made it so attractive for you guys?
Well, it's just that thing that the spec missing, the proc that a lot of spec have in the rotational abilities, using they get a proc and then they
okay, use the wrong one.
Or
there you go.
Anything like special like that. That's basically what momentum brings to Havoc. is the only difference is that it's not an RNG proc. You decide when it happens, so you can synchronize it with like raid events or whatever you need to, and just that increased amount of like you need to know what's going to come next in the boss to make sure you use momentum at the right time to get the buff for that ad, or like stuff like that. And just that increase that little bit of awareness that you need kind of like engages you into a spec that's otherwise extremely simple.
But do you agree with that, Avid? Actually, before I ask my question.
Yep.
Yeah, and I wanted to add that
Go for it.
I think that if I see a lot of people sometimes say, "Oh, I don't like momentum because then I have no power charges and I die because I can't fell rush on something." Number one,
Noobs, am I right?
all raid
Well-
mechanics are designed with not fell rush in mind. So if you don't have fell rush available and you die to a raid mechanic, it's because you didn't move out of it. Also, you have glide, which moves you at like 180% movement speed or something like that. So you have like almost no excuse for that. Secondly, you may think, oh well, I'm going to use my mobility for damage and then I won't have it for mobility. And it's like, well, why don't you use your mobility for damage and mobility by instead of just running away from the pack, fell rushing to the next pack, and then getting there and having your momentum buff expire, how about you fell rush from one pack, spend like a throw glaive or something, spend like your 2 range globals, pull up your double throw glaive charges, spend those during the proc to make the most of it. There's so many things that you can do with something like that are just anybody who's saying like oh, you wasted mobility and I don't have it, it's just an excuse. It's almost like they aren't actually playing it, and they're just thinking of like, oh, how could this be bad? Oh, this is how it could be bad. Therefore, I don't like it or whatever.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's just so much easier to complain.
Yeah.
Go on.
The thing I can totally understand is the most frustrating thing I can say is like if you're playing momentum and you're fighting a really small hitbox mob, that feels really awkward. But then again, it's also solved by Bloodlet Throw Glaive to some extent. Back then. I promise you, if you've never played Momentum back in Emerald Nightmare and you try and play it now, it's so bad. Like, I completely agree that it's bad because you just don't have burst abilities, you don't have meaningful ranged globals to spend when you're out of melee. It just feels really bad. It feels like a consistent buff rather than a burst buff, and it also, you just don't, I don't know, there's not much to it, to be completely honest, like right now. And I think it would be hard, like if they just took momentum and reverted it, I don't think that would solve the problem. I think Demon Hunter needs a couple more burst abilities. I think Glaive Tempest is a good burst ability to have, but I don't know if it would be enough. I really think Bloodlet.
I'm definitely gonna queue for dungeons in VG Satellite a little up because there's a level cap for the dungeons, kind of like how they do in yours too.
But I don't think there's anybody who would really disagree with Bloodlet being baseline or in the talent tree or something.
So a couple of things here based on what you just said. Oh, based on what you both just said, actually. One is, you said if they just brought back the old momentum, it would be better, but it still would have some flaws. So what about momentum? If you were to design momentum your way, Evade and Kib, what would you do? And then part 2 to this question is, it seems like one of the things you love so much about momentum is that it adds depth to the class. Albeit unfortunately from a talent, but nonetheless it adds depth to the class. Is there somewhere else rotationally that you think you can add this kind of depth or interaction with that doesn't force players to kind of, jump all over the place and rush all over the place, or is that mobility really what makes it extra fun for you guys?
Well, I don't really think I need to redesign momentum. I would just go to the bigger damage increase, shorter duration type thing. And one other thing that they could change, and it's something that we've been tossing around as well, is just take Essence Break and make this a permanent ability, like a baseline ability of the spec, and then you can design a talent rule around it, and that would like help a lot with a lot of things, because basically Essence Break would just promote a kind of like a pooling gameplay, like a pooling and spending gameplay, and if you have a talent rule built surrounding that new baseline ability,
Humanoid.
you could have some ideas that could be, I don't know, you could bring some old talents back into this as like while Essence Break is up, that is now a baseline ability. Your Chaos Strike just hits every enemy around you, and that's like an old talent. Or you could just have one that makes it do, well, your Blade Dance does a dot, and that's like Trail of Ruin, that's a current talent. You could also have one that's simply your Essence Break now has 2 charges, so you can play around with the charges on it and you know, spread out the buff to have more uptime and stuff like that. So if like one thing baseline, I would go for Essence Break and design a talent row around it, and that would add some depth to the class without forcing momentum to some degree on people.
Okay. Evade, what are your thoughts on those 2 questions?
I personally don't really know of, like, I haven't really thought of a way to add depth to the class, because it's just, I mean, you just can do so many different little things that it would be exhausting to think about all those things, but I just think if Blizzard gave more rotational spells baseline, so for example, First Blood, or, you know, just Blade Dance being rotational single target, same as Throw Glaive, then they give themselves the opportunity to then add things to those abilities. And then from there, they can get more creative and come up with more complex things. So right now, Throw Glaive isn't rotational. You use it with like a legendary every so often, but you don't use it on cooldown or anything like that. They could do more with that. I don't know. It just could be anything. It could be after you throw Glaive, and if it hits 3 targets, you know, your X-Blade Dance does more damage. Just made that up off the top of my head, but
Higher than
just
man.
with Demon Hunter baseline right now, it's I-Beam, Chaos Strike, Demon's Bite, and Immolation. That's it. That's not really much to work with. And so you have, like, right now you have to pick talents that, like, give you more. So like First Blood, for example, you have to, it almost feels like you have to play First Blood, because imagine playing Demon Hunter without it. It's just, it's nothing. It's just a builder, spender, single target. I don't even know what to say.
You sound like
The
you're
only
gonna-
thing that is
like you're gonna
interesting,
explode.
yeah, the only thing that is interesting is Unbound Chaos. I'm so glad that that exists, because that is like, it's a great in between for people who like foul rushing but don't feel like want to be foul rushing on cooldown or something like that. Gives you burst damage. You can use it when you want. You can save the charges. You know, if you're not playing Memento, of course, you would be able to save the charges and use them whenever you want. So you can go like 2 back-to-back Unbound Chaoses. Also requires you to be positioned well, but yeah.
What for well, you specifically, Evade mentioned momentum. Now you'd want like the old Legion model to come back, but it's still.
Right, only.
What would be your ideal momentum implementation for Shadowlands?
It's honestly too much for me to say. I would honestly just bore everybody, but my honest
literally
opinion
why
is
we're
that
here.
I think, well, it can be just boiled down to, for like, if the class just went back to the way it was in Emerald Nightmare and then they went from there, that's how I would like Demon Hunter to be. I don't think it was perfect back then. I think there were some things I didn't like I didn't like Demon Blades being 75% chance to work sort of thing. But I just, yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's it.
Okay.
As simple as that for me.
Well, that wasn't as long as you said it was. I feel cheated.
Well, yeah, I condensed it a lot.
Okay. What do you think about the concept that, because Demon Hunter, and we'll move momentarily here to Shadowlands stuff, but Demon Hunter definitely got some things changed in Shadowlands. Like I said, we'll talk about it in a bit, but we keep talking about Havoc being, you know, simplistic and low skill floor, entry to the class, etc. I mean, it, you know, at what point do we just say that it's by design that's the point, right? In the world of tanking, you know, in my world, Guardian, right? Guardian fills that role. A lot of people find it boring, it's simplistic, but at a certain extent, you know, I think we just need to realize that Blizzard on purpose probably designed some classes to be way more simplistic, lower barrier to entry, you know, more noob friendly, however you want to call it, with lower interaction for players to more easily grasp. Do you think Havoc falls in that category, or have they just like not been listening to feedback? Like, at what point do you think Blizzard's just like, well, yeah, thanks for all this feedback, you know, Evade and Kib know how to make the class more complex, but like we just don't want it to be complex, right? We want it to be noob friendly.
That's exactly what it is. And I mean, Demon Hunter right now starts at the highest possible level. You know, this is the hero class. So I guarantee you, people who buy the expansion are like, oh look, I can skip the level 98 or whatever. And so they're just playing Demon Hunter, and so they want it to be like the easiest class, so that everybody is okay with it and doesn't like get screwed over by having complex mechanics. And I don't mean this to be insulting, but I say this a lot, and it's actually not meant to be insulting at all, but I actually think Demon Hunter as a class would work like really, really well as like a League of Legends champion, because it just it's not to be flame at all. I actually think it would be an amazing League of Legends champion. You know, you have your meta for your R, you have your I-beam, your blade dance, your Fel Rush for mobility. It would just be excellent. Right. And that's exactly, I think, why they designed Demon Hunter how they have, because that's the kind of person that is coming to WoW, like a new player that's coming to WoW is gonna like love that, because I mean they're used to that kind of stuff. They, you know, they're not used to like momentum or just like keeping up buffs or anything like that.
I don't really think it's bad that they might like design that spec to be kind of like the intro like melee DPS class if you want, but at the same time like you could still like have like complex talents in the talent tree like that's I mean if that's not the reason why the talent tree is there, I don't know why it's there in the first place, but you know like it's fine if they want to give like, you know, like this is like the more passive like talents, and it works for like someone that's starting the game that doesn't want to get too overwhelmed with other things. But then when you pick this and this and that, then there's like you introduce like this proc, and you introduce like this maintenance buff that you need to keep up, and you introduce this, and you know, just tuning that so that yes, the guy that's just starting the game can have a thing that he can play and not have to worry about anything other than just like pressing like a handful of buttons. But the guy that's experienced and wants to like min-max everything has also the opportunity to do so by choosing other talents, which right now it's not there.
Okay.
The closest thing to that is momentum and unbound chaos.
Okay.
Really.
Yeah, but my follow-up was going to be, so then in the BFA talent tree, do you guys feel like there's not enough potential depth you can voluntarily spec into, I guess? You kind of answer my question. I assume, Vade, you agree with that then?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so good segue to, now that we've kind of accumulated all of the thoughts, let's say, about Havoc, leading into Shadowlands. They did receive some changes, as at least I saw in the community.
I don't know if I'll make it.
A handful of unfavorable changes to a certain extent. But let's talk about what changed for Havoc, and if any of these problems, the bigger one being the simplicity of the class, was addressed at a baseline in any way. So whoever wants to tackle this, just run us through the changes from alpha to where we are in beta right now for Havoc that players can expect. Kib or Evade, whoever wants to tackle.
Kib can grab that one.
I mean, I don't remember every change off the top of my head, but the TLDR is everything that people complain that Havoc had that they don't got nerfed, and then they added a couple talents. That's the TLDR of it.
Except
Come on! No!
Yeah.
What about words?
They basically nerf for defensive tools
Fuck!
entirely, and they swapped a couple talents.
Oh, so close. Oh, like one more second of it.
10 in BFA, 10 now.
Oh, okay.
I expected them to make it lower, but then like not
6
push
minutes
Blur
away.
as much. I expected them. I think that they should have nerfed Blur, and they did. I think they actually did it too much, and then they left Demonic Wards. I'm like, okay, well, it'd be really nice if Demonic Wards was a little less, and then our active ability that we get to choose when we want to use it was a little stronger, so that we're, you know, passively weaker but actively stronger if used correctly, sort of thing. It just adds to skill cap.
What did they nerf about Blur?
It used to be 35% DR, and now it's 20.
Oh, I see.
And then they nerfed the middle talent row. Soul Ending is 30%, down from like, well, it's base 5, and then it's up to 30, I think. Like when you're in meta. Whereas in BFA, you have 20% Legion meta no matter what, even if you don't have that talented. And then with that, you have 40%.
Oh, I see.
Desperate Instinct got nerfed, even though it was like barely ever picked, from 15% to 10. And then Netherwalk is now a 3-minute cooldown, still on the global cooldown for some reason. I don't mind Netherwalk actually getting nerfed, but that thing needs to be taken off the global. It doesn't make any sense. But they just hard nerf Demon Hunter's defensive like by a huge amount by doing that.
Is it? I was literally just taken aback for a second. Is this actually the Havoc spec page? 5 things? Like, okay. I thought I was bugged for a second. I was like,
there's
oh, I'm
gotta
on
be
page 2.
something missing there. Oh, you don't have. You have all the left side talents.
I didn't. I just spec'd in, right? Like, I didn't actually choose stuff, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you took some of the.
No,
You
I
know,
mean, if you pick the cookie cutter, it doesn't add anything to that page.
It doesn't add Fell Eruption if he picks Fell Eruption.
Oh, yeah, that's true. There's only Fell Eruption
What?
that gets
oh,
that.
there you go.
There you go.
So okay, so moving into Shadowlands, nothing like substantial, right? No revamp in like resource or redesign rotationally on how you build and spend. Most of the stuff more or less the same. You got nerfed in a few areas defensively, it seems, but baseline, nothing really added for the spec, right? No interactions.
Well,
nothing.
they added Immolation Aura baseline, but
Oh,
they
true,
made
that's
a
right.
talent that gave you what the old Immolation Aura gave, so it's basically a neutral, but now you can glyph the color of your Immolation Aura since it's baseline, so whoop-de-doo.
The color. To what color?
I don't know, I
Red?
think there's a glyph to make it red or
That's kind of sick.
purple
actually.
or maybe, I don't know. But I know there's a red one for sure.
No, I don't know what you guys are complaining about. That seems awesome. That's all you need.
The biggest thing is that's gonna ever change Demon Hunter playstyle isn't necessarily like what they did going into Shadowlands, but it'll be like how they tune the talents. So for example, if they really want you to play Essence Break, they can just do that by just being like, okay, Essence Break is now a 200% damage increase for 8 seconds or some crazy number. And then now your playstyle changes like a lot because you're no longer blade dancing on cooldown, you're just building and spending. And then pooling for the damage window and then spending in the damage window.
But I mean, just from like an outsider perspective on enjoyability of what I like, playing in this game and the buttons I enjoy pressing, it seems rather frustrating. Correct me if I'm wrong. That you have to rely on talent tuning for that, rather than the core of the class has that built in, and then the talents, embellish that one way or another. I don't know. It seems a bit restrictive.
Where's the
Yep.
key? Don't have one.
I mean, that's exactly how it is, but have you ran around Orbos double jumping and fell rushing on the center instead of running in a circle on your mount?
I haven't, because I don't log in on Havoc. But that sounds super fun.
True.
Okay, one thing I didn't poke at, and you guys didn't mention, I'm not sure if it's a big deal, but I know at least like Infa bitches about it a lot. Only class to have like a 4-minute CD. I think the only spec to have a 4-minute CD, right? Your major CD. Any thoughts on that, or it just kind of is what it is? Like, not a big deal, but it's kind of irritating.
They are bigger. What's the expression? There are more important battles to fight, I guess.
Okay.
But that is definitely a battle that I want to fight at some point.
Any thoughts of it, or just me?
I'm actually a little opposite, but again, like I don't care
Okay.
that much.
Sure.
Like if Demon Hunter is a 2-minute cooldown, like whatever, meta. But I actually like there being something unique. There is no 4-minute cooldown in the game. The only problem I have with it is that, with IBM being such a short cooldown and Demonic being so like, played all the time, you're in your 4-minute cooldown a lot. And so it kind of devalues your 4-minute cooldown and how it would feel.
Yeah,
So like when you press that 4-minute cooldown and that 30-second cooldown when you're not playing Demonic, you kind of feel like a god. You're just like, okay, this is like my time to do as much damage as possible in this 30-second window. and then I'm not gonna have it for like another 3.5 minutes. But
But that's not so
I
much
feel like it
peace.
gets a little bit. It definitely got watered down with the BFA version of Demon Hunter and having demonic be the meta talent, having demonic appetite plus Eyes of Rage be a thing, and having I-beam every like 23 seconds, and being in meta for 10 seconds, so you're having like a massive uptime.
Okay.
But I know a lot of people want it to be 2 minutes so that it's more flexible and stuff like that. I don't really care too much, but I do think it's cool to have a unique 4-minute cooldown. And I think it's good when your meta feels impactful when you press it, but you know, demonic kind of takes away from that. But I think that's mainly because I-beam's a 30-second cooldown instead of like, you know, a longer cooldown.
Right.
But, yeah.
Alright, fair. So okay, let's dive then. Let's start to deep dive a bit here into the talent tree, the SL talent tree, the Slams talent tree. Gotta hate that term. The SL talent tree here. Some things I know changed. We can kind of hammer this row by row a bit. I know you've already mentioned, for instance, the middle row, Glaive Tempest, recent edition. Although, well, recent edition, that was your active in Legion, if I'm not mistaken, right? More or less.
Yeah.
So some new things / old things added as talents. A lot of talent reshuffling, some retuning. We know that Fel Barrage is now 8 target recently instead of 5, etc. Why don't we dive into this and so we can pick your guys' brains on how the talent tree for Shadowlands is looking relative to BFA, relative to how it's been, and if it's if it looks like it's going in a good direction. Whoever wants to tackle. I mean, we could just talk about it row by row as well. But who wants to start?
So, I mean, you just want us to talk about the different talents? And you want to start?
We could just go row by row, right? Like just go 15,
Okay.
25, 30. And if there's
Sure.
not much to say for that row, no problem. We don't have to spend like an hour on each row or anything. But like a bunch of them did change. I know. I remember actually reading through the patch notes in general. Like there was a lot of reshuffling in here. So shoot it off.
Well, the first row, everything's pretty much the same. The difference, though, is that Demonic Appetite doesn't... Demonic
More beer.
Appetite's kind of the same, but it doesn't have... Like, there's no other class mechanic that reduces your cooldown of your I-beam, so that kind of went away. I know a lot of people like that kind of mechanic. I personally, I respect that. I did not like that mechanic, because you're de-incentivized to actually Chaos Strike while moving, because you may, run away from a soul and then feel bad that you just left it behind, and they're like, oh, should I go get it and then come back, or it's like, oh, fuck it, just leave him to die. So don't like that mechanic. Some people did like it. It's a bit unfortunate that the people who did like it don't have the option to play it anymore, because I like I've said it about Legion, I think, if you liked one build, at least you got to play it. People don't get to play that build anymore, so I don't know how they would really change or fix that, but... And then Fellblade's the same. Nothing changed, really, as far as I'm concerned.
Useful or not useful? Is Fellblade ever taken for Havoc or anything?
Fellblade is pretty much only ever taken if you play Demon Blades because of the synergy. I don't think you would ever really pick Fellblade otherwise, unless it's just they tune it up or something like that.
Okay.
Kib would know more about that.
What do you think, Kib?
No, Fellblade is like, if you pick Demon Blades, then you pick Fellblade. But you don't pick Demon's Blade because you pick Fellblade, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But, yeah, Demon's Blade is the decider of if you use Fellblade.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's just a math equation between Blind Fury and Demon and everything else.
Right.
Oh, and like people have
Is he dead?
Fellblade is actually
Yep.
an excellent ability in PvP. I think it's great, but in PvE it's kind of just an empowered demon's bite. So I actually find that the dash kills you more than it helps you, like 99% of the time.
That's
It's very inconsistent when you're gonna dash or not. Like sometimes you're in melee range,
Yeah.
you press it and you move forward, and sometimes you're in melee range and you press it and you don't move at all, and that inconsistency makes it like very awkward to use.
Okay. Any other notables for the 15, or let's hammer 25?
That's pretty much it.
Alright, hit me with the 25 of it.
Which one's the 25?
Insatiable
Oh.
Hunger. Burning Hatred
Oh, okay.
and Demon Blades.
They
What's my
buffed
class?
Insatiable. Well, I just
No, we have to
I'm
use
used
it.
to the other numbers from BFA, so I just
Yeah, no, I'm using
Get
it last
lost.
season. So Insatiable, Burning, and Demon Blades.
yeah, they buffed Insatiable to be more useful now that it buffs Demon's Bite damage. Although, ideally, you're not pressing Demon's Bite, so it's kind of weird. The Immolation Aura or Burning Hatred being there, it actually devalues that talent slot, even though if
that's
you
not
were to
that,
select it, it would
actually.
be like the exact same as if you selected Immolation Aura last expansion. So the other two options become slightly more valuable. It pretty much just comes down to just tuning single target sort of thing. I don't think Kib would definitely know more about this road than me when it comes to like whether or not it's good in AoE or single target, but to me it just seems like how do you want to generate your Fury? Passively over time, actively with a button that you don't actually want to press, which I'm sure is going to get outscaled at some point, and then or do you want it to be with, you know, just passive auto attacks?
Insatiable Hunger is decent at the start, but right now it's looking like you'll just pick Burning Hatred, which is the old Immolation Aura, and Demon Blades is a thing that you pick whenever you scale enough, and you basically get more Fury out of Demon's Blade plus Fell Blade than you would get from Immolation Aura and Mind Fury, basically.
Is that just like a later in
So-
the expansion scaling thing?
Either that or just from a pure single target perspective as well, because the Fellblade Demon's Blade is more like patchwork kind of oriented versus the other ones. Like Blind Fury is great on Cleave, obviously, because you know it buffs Scribeam and stuff like that. And now that Emo's baseline Burning Hatred is, like Avade said, kind of like lost some value, because you can still get the Immolation or AoE without having the talent. But yeah, that's basically it for that row. It's just a Burning Hatred versus Demon's Blade Fury generation type question.
Okay. So is this like a good row? Like it seems like there's actually at least some consideration to different talents as opposed to just, oh yeah, this is the one talent and that's it, end of story. Like everything else is dead.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's an okay row. None of these things do anything very exciting. Demon's Blade is nice when it is like a viable option, because like Kochi said in chat, it frees up some globals, because you don't need to press Demon's Bite, you know, so that global can go towards another ability. But then you run into the occasional, like, you have no Fury to use, and the only thing you can press is Throwgrave, and you might as well just, you know, AFK until your next global.
Sounds fun.
The theme of the first two rows has always just been like, how do you want to generate Fury sort of thing.
Okay. Row 30 then Evade. Trial of Ruin, Unbound Chaos, Glaive Tempest. Actually new stuff here. We'll talk about
Yeah, I actually really like every one of these talents. I like Trail of Ruin because it gives you like that sort of confirmation that your Blade Dance hit a target and that you're dealing damage to it. I like Glaive Tempest because it's like gives you like a bursty AoE but frequently used ability. And then I really like Unbound Chaos because it ties mobility into damage. Unfortunately, because of target capping, Trail of Ruin, you know, and Glaive Tempest become a lot worse as like, you know, numerical options and feel worse to play, right? So like if you're Blade Dancing in an AoE pack, like I said, you don't get that same confirmation like, okay, I hit every target with Blade Dance, like, because I see Trail of Ruin on everything, because you're only going to see it on 5 targets. So unfortunately, target capping kind of hurts this row's fun, but Unbound Chaos actually a lot of
Why I'm losing faith in Twitch.
When you're thinking about creating a brand, or you're thinking about creating a business, or you're thinking about creating something that is going to like have something more than just like a temporary or ephemeral value, Twitch does not make sense to me anymore. And I don't think that I don't think that I'm going to put more resources into Twitch for those reasons. Okay, so there's a weird thing going on Twitch right now. I don't allow clips to be created right now.
GS Tropang
So if a clip
1232
can't be created,
said, Wanna become famous?
No,
Try
don't. Shut
followers,
up.
primes, and viewers on https://clck.ru/r9gqv.
The
Bigfollows.com.
problem is that it gets stored on Twitch's server without my permission or ability to remove it. So if I allow the clip to be created, it gets stored and then it gets crawled by the RIAA and I get fucked. Or it's just there anyway and I don't want it to be there. So I have no choice but to disable clips completely with the current state of the website. And as it stands, dude, I think people that have been watching me for a while or people that have been watching the content or watching what happens as a result of the website, maybe you vibe with me when I say I think that more and more I just can't be
Oh!
on this platform.
What the fuck happened?
Sense of being live
What?
and running the show for you guys, which I genuinely enjoy. But I don't think I want to keep anything here.
What?
Because it's just suffering. Like I
Oh,
totally
man, fuck.
acknowledge that there's a
What
marketing
the fuck
aspect of
was
it, and
that?
I
I've
regret
never
that I
done
can't
that before.
utilize it. I know that better than anybody. That's a fucking full-time job, right? But when creating clips and VODs is being used against you, either by Twitch itself or Reddit, like for
Wow.
misclipping you, right? When Twitch is
The
being
more
used
you
against
know.
why live here as a platform? We've already had a bunch of instances where if we had been clipped on certain things, we would have been top of Reddit. And like other people got that clout or whatever as a result of us not having those disabled. Or as a result of us having those disabled. But I think it's just a price that I'm willing to pay. I think at this point, Twitch hasn't proved itself as a platform where we should keep anything here. Now, maybe in the future, I might upload targeted videos here, particularly the ones that we do. I've been taking a couple weeks off from our deep dives because there's been a lot of stuff going on. But what we usually do is, like, let's say we do a deep dive with a broadcaster, right? Then we would presumably delete that, then re-upload that. And also, I think that people are also overestimating, like, how valuable VODs are and highlights are, especially on website. And I think that clips, to some extent, can provide external marketing. I mean, there's definitely been people that have been made from like clips on Reddit and things like that. But I think it's something that I like at my current state of being. I guess it's like a price I'm willing to pay. How did I make it onto the Verge front page? How did I make it on?
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, that's right. It's Twitter because Twitter is a
Don't
place
kill
where you
me.
can live. Twitter is a place where sharing is a real thing. Twitch is not that place. I'm never gonna get on Philip DeFranco because somebody scrolls through my VOD, and like even though, case in point, like I said some really crazy, I had a lot of content out about that concept, but it was the tweet that did it because it's just a very shareable thing, and also it's something that media automatically pays attention to because like if Twitter gets like 3K retweets and like 10K likes, and then somebody goes and checks that out, like the media says, okay, this is something that I might want to pay attention to. So. Why should I spend any time trying to invest in like creating VODs for YouTube for Twitch when I can just invest that time into making a really good tweet, or I can just invest in putting that onto YouTube and there it lives. Yeah. So that's my thinking right now. Because I think that this concept comes up enough that like as it is right now, this channel effectively lives on Devin Nash archives, right? So there's youtube.com/DevinNash, which is like the best of the best stuff that I put out. Then there's the other channel page, which is Devin Nash Archives, which is if you want to watch full VODs, that's where they live. And if you want to go to twitch.tv/DevinNash, like, dead serious, this is just a page now. Like, what is this page outside of this live stream, when this stream is live? There's nothing going on here, right? There's no clips, there's no uploads, there's no VODs, there's no highlights. But right now, it just doesn't feel like a platform that we should live on. It doesn't feel reliable. I don't feel like Twitch
It is not
has
reliable at all.
I don't think it's good for discoverability.
It isn't. You said that a lot.
I think it is way better. Like, if you look at Twitter and we go check, just going into my profile over the course of the last few tweets. So this one got 3.6K retweets, 11K likes, 10.8K likes, 2.1K.
Control.
Right? And this is me just putting in like maybe 30 minutes of time into like really thinking about good tweets and how they add value. And actually, I think we can pull up the analytics for this, right? I think we can pull up how many impressions those tweets actually got. And if we can, funny enough, we can actually do some math. This will be fun. So over the course of the last 30 days, we had 162,000 hours watched. Let's call it 163,000 because it's very close, that number. Okay, easier to work with. 163,000.
There's the threat one.
And on average, we get about a live view. It's funny how at TwitchCon they said that, or BlitchCon they said that 5-minute plays.
Come on. Nope.
Yeah, we can't see it. So in terms of live views, I'm just looking around. It looks like it hovers between 20 and 30,000. We'll say 20 to 30,000. 20,000 to 30,000 live views. Okay, so it's people that come in and actually watch the stream. That would be equivalent to like an impression. Okay. Now let's talk about on my Twitter analytics what I got off of the last 28 days. I gained 3,280,000 impressions off of 8 tweets. The amount of time it took me to do 8 tweets versus 98 hours stream. Okay. 100,000 people went to my profile directly with 4,231 mentions and 4,243 new followers. This is pretty competitive. The amount, but like, what isn't actually mentioned in this is the amount of earned media that came from Philip DeFranco, The Verge, The Certo, people retweeting it, right? That's not in here. And it's just, it's an insanely crazy amount of value. And I don't know if I'm like, my point is that the amount of work that I put in to 8 tweets versus 98 hours, which, I mean, isn't as much as other streamers put into, but that makes it even worse, right? If we do 98 hours over, let's say, we'll call it 100 hours, divided by 4, it's 25 hours a month, right? Wait, is that right? Hang on.
Oh, man.
100 hours
I can do it.
days.
Land hands. Ah.
So it's a little bit more than a part-time job. And that's just including live time. That's just time that we're live.
Yeah,
right?
they're fucking up.
Versus Twitter, I made 8 tweets that took me a total of maybe 1.5 hours, maybe. And it was competitive with what I'm doing on Twitch, and I didn't even index on Twitch. And the amount of earned media that we got as a result of Twitter is Philip DeFranco, The Certo, multiple articles in The Verge, articles in Wired, right? So what exactly are we doing here, right? And we can go over the same thing with like YouTube and things like that. But like the point is that like law, right? Of course, yeah. So like lots of different places. So when I look at my Twitch channel, I see right now, from a brand perspective, a very cool place that I'm blessed enough to have some people check out when they do.
8,
Mostly, by
7,
the way,
9.
calls to action from Discord.
Fuck.
For the most part,
And I'm dead.
most people come check us out because we do Discord announcements. So the idea that we can have this like really cool community and like group of people that are here and like want to start a dialogue and we have these conversations, this is a super cool thing. And I don't want to downplay it, but when you're thinking about creating a brand, or you're thinking about creating a business, or you're thinking about creating something that is going to like have something more than just like a temporary or ephemeral value, Twitch does not make sense to me anymore. And I don't think that I am going to invest in it in the future. I don't think that I'm going to put more resources into Twitch for those reasons. Additionally, just from a pure value statement, right? I don't feel like Twitch has my vested interest as a content creator in mind. I don't think that they are interested in supporting long-term video. I think they're interested in live moments, right? And that's how they monetize. And I don't think they really are invested in VOD, and I don't think that they're
What
really
the fuck?
invested in like highlights and like clips.
God, they hit like a truck. What the fuck? Hit like a truck.
They're like below the top tier.
They hit like a truck. What the fuck? Hit like
So,
a truck. What the fuck?
by that virtue, and like obviously like when that changes,
That's a good song. Sample.
then I change, right? Like I'm totally open to Twitch introducing some like new discoverability features, which then like makes it more viable as a platform. But until then, I think living on YouTube and LinkedIn and Twitter makes a lot more sense. I think having a
LinkedIn and Twitter?
makes a lot more sense. And I'm
LinkedIn,
trying to get
what?
into the head of like the executives at Twitch, like what they want for the platform long term. I'm forced to.
Oh yeah, for him,
they don't have
LinkedIn
any
definitely
communication
because of
with us as to
marketing.
what that is. It's if we learn from GlitchCon, the thing that's important for them is 5-minute plays. So it's like they want someone to come to a channel, follow it, subscribe to it, and watch it for at least 5 minutes. But I have no idea like what their long-term plan for like do they like what is the long-term plan for a content creator on this platform? Like what lives here? Is it just the live streams? Is it
Oh my god.
Is it more than that? Is there some plan to make it realistic to have like VODs and stuff here? I don't know. So you can only work on the information that you have right now.
Oh my god.
That's why I have an empty channel. I acknowledge that clips and highlights are things that could potentially grow your channel, predominantly through Reddit. I ask a question that I think
Okay.
is reasonable, which is like, given the state of something like Livestream Fail, do I really want those viewers anyway? If the sacrifice I have to make by turning off clips, which we've done for the past few weeks, is, oh, I don't
we did it. We did it. We did.
Is that like really like wow? That's a tough
We
one. Like,
did
I
it.
don't get anybody telling me
We
to
did
die
it.
in a fire this week. Like right? Like that's a trade-off that I think I can make in exchange for putting more time and more energy into like where this stuff will live.
No.
You know? And that's where
yet.
I think I'm at with it. So maybe this is like insightful to people that are thinking about like where their stuff should live and like how it should live, because I think about this a lot. And like my Twitch channel isn't doing bad. In fact, these are freaking absurd numbers. It's so crazy that this is like this. Like I'm in the top 0.001% of Twitch, but it doesn't matter like how you're doing now. You have to always look at trends, and you have to always look at like what is what's making sense to do. And it doesn't mean that I'm going to stop streaming. It doesn't mean that I'm like, well, I mean, eventually it means that, but that's always been in the cards. Nobody should stream forever. This means that I have to like really consider my relationship with the platform in lieu of what the platform is doing. And I think that makes sense to everybody. Like if your full-time income for a lot of these streamers, right, is Twitch, and they're like making these kind of choices with your content, and like they're doing things like, okay, we're gonna show a shitload of ads and mid-rolls to people, and we're not gonna give them the ability to skip.
Yeah, if I keep showing people mid-rolls, they'll just leave. I would rather do that whenever I'm leaving or I have no agency.
Or malevolence, right? We are willing to make the
'Cause
user
I'm
experience of
away
this
from the
website
keyboard.
substantially worse in exchange to get what we want. That to me is a little bit troubling. Enough so that I say, maybe I'm going to invest
I need
in
a disguise.
platforms that don't feel that way. Maybe, right? That's my take on that. Does that make sense? It's the idea like you invest in me, I invest in you, right? Like you give, I give, type of thing. And if I see the behavior and the actions of a website, and like you expect like some great keynote during a time when like the struggle of the website is
Okay, that doesn't work.
You have Emmett Shear come on for GlitchCon, show you his dog, basically tell you to go fuck yourself, and then leave, right? Like it's just, when I look at the actions of the people that are running the company, I don't feel like I'm a Twitch.
What is that?
In the
That was a
literal
dungeon,
sense of
right?
the word. I don't feel like I don't feel like Twitch has a vested interest in my success.
No.
And I did feel that.
They should have follow rate.
Which is why I put
Yep,
all
that's
my effort
him.
into this, and I never started a YouTube channel. Good God,
There he is.
If I had a hot tub time machine, I would go back in time, and I would say,
Man, those Lich King,
make a YouTube channel
the
instead.
ICC dungeons are awesome.
And then I'd say invest in Amazon. But
They're really hard.
that's my take on it right now. So for now, stuff won't live on this channel. I don't know when it will. I don't know when this becomes a viable platform for discovery again. But for now, it's just
It won't. Was it ever a viable platform for discoverability? Maybe when it started. You need to have it scale to the amount of people that stream it on it, because you just need that. You need an algorithm that will recommend people videos based on what they like or what streamers they like. No politics, please. Shift 12. Okay.
This video is brought
More
to you by
guitar.
Keeps. Stick around to hear more about the discount that they're providing for the entire
Corroborators
community.
rows.
Also, before diving in, the video is available ad-free in an audio podcast form on locals.com. It's basically Patreon but better with merch discounts and video topic feedback.
Where'd it go?
And also, my entire content library for the whole channel is up on Odyssey, which is a YouTube platform alternative. If you'd like to check out some alt-tech options for free. Okay, here we go with the official Godfall review. And right off the bat, I want to make one thing crystal clear. This game is not Anthem. This game is not even like Anthem beyond the passing resemblance, purely visual by the way, between plates and javelins, and maybe the concept of loot, but that is also a common thread between any other title in this entire genre. In reality, the games are not similar. They merely look a bit alike, kind of, sort of, and anyone who has played them both through to endgame will immediately know this. That being said, Godfall has problems. Not Anthem-level problems, not by any stretch, but it certainly has problems, and my first, most critical, and most aggressively rehashed point for this entire review right now is that the game
don't kill me!
To deserving its price tag.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! You won't do what you... I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you! I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you!
It is an absolute embarrassment of a title at that price. Totally and completely undeserving of being purchased. With, in my opinion, little to no viable option for overcoming that barrier with what it can do. What you see is what you get. Godfall.
Oh, I missed my TV. I don't know why they didn't bring it back. It's been
hours-ish of fun while playing, but with a campaign that
6 years, I think.
I don't know, 6-ish hours.
When did Madden TV go off air? Was it like 2014? It's like the 2010s, right?
I can't sit here and tell you that it is even
because they, I heard that was because it just got too expensive to produce, so they canned it. But I mean, it was like the R-rated counterpart to Saturday Night Live, so that was like a really good niche to do. I'll be honest, because like there's a lot of stuff that Saturday Night Live would not be able to get away with on that.
But on the other, almost every single supporting structure is either inadequate, broken, or experiencing the loot becomes a chore. But when
I got credit.
In depth, I need to pivot over and talk about today's video sponsor because millennials are going bald from too much stress.
I know.
Godfall, absolutely, very easily, may end up contributing to that stress. Keeps can help prevent hair.
Sweet baby Jesus.
2 out of 3 men above the age of 35 suffer from.
Sweet baby Jesus.
Who watches this channel is men ages 25 to 45. So
I would definitely love to be sponsored by them.
Keeps can be delivered right to your home. No doctor's
it got me in a porter.
Keeps.com/UEG. You can get 50% off your first purchase. Some men even experience
Jesus.
So if you have any interest at all, make sure to use the link down below for 50% off your first purchase. Again, that's keeps.com/UEG. More 5-star reviews than any of its competitors. Big thank you to them for sponsoring the channel.
Are you serious? Did they actually have the cat meme?
Godfall has a very high skill ceiling, and the combat loop is incredibly fun in short.
That's the good thing about marketing for memes is that you could always like
the way I play it, honestly,
know that they're.
But in reality, can be experienced as something much more.
You can know that they exist.
Just a guard bar.
You remember them.
Stamina bar that many games have. If you complete that breach bar, you open the enemy to a finisher or
baby Jesus.
And in a lot of fights, this will be happening.
Baby Jesus.
Then there is the parry system, and keep in mind pretty much all of these individual systems have stats associated with them, so if you want to power them up and play off of that specific mechanic, it is somewhat...
Sweet baby Jesus.
The parry system is, again, fairly standard. Proper timing can deflect ranged attacks or stagger enemies, and I found myself dodging more frequently than anything else.
Sweet Jesus.
And this is older footage, by the way, in the background, but when I started to grasp the rhythm of parrying, combat began to flow much more smoothly. Then there are a number of moves and attack mechanics from the skill tree. Not all of them appear to be useful in endgame, but you can get northern and southern weapon techniques, weapon timing attacks, petrifying slams, life drains, weak points, shield abilities, and much
Guitar
more.
Center
This is more
officially
of a
files for
choose what
Chapter
you like
11
situation
bankruptcy, but is
because
not
it's
going
going
out
to
of
take
business.
probably 18-ish, if I had to guess, hours to fill in.
Damn.
And like I said before, not everything is viable in endgame. From what I've seen so far, really just critical hit builds and weak point builds have any real future at the moment. But
That is
that's on
stupid.
pro,
There's no
so
haste,
they
there's
can't,
no,
so we'll talk on
um,
that later. After all that is the soul shatter mechanic and the weapon polarity
There's
system. Soul shatter
no
is just
cooldown
bonus
reduction,
damage
there's
slowly
no,
removing the enemy using light attacks to build it and a heavy attack or a shield attack to detonate. It's useful, scalable, and fairly interesting, with the explosions adding to the power fantasy of visceral godlike combat. And lastly, the weapon polarity, where you just use one to slowly charge up the other, and
the
then
guys
switch
first.
for a damage boost and an explosion attack. All in all, the combat does have depth. It doesn't seem like it does necessarily at first.
It
and you
does
can
look like
play
it
in a
does.
one-dimensional way. I played in a very one-dimensional way for like maybe 6 full hours before really expanding my arsenal and grasping the combat much better. But when you begin to take advantage of the different mechanics and grow towards that skill ceiling, the combat is good. And I would overall state that the fundamental combat loop lands squarely in the pro category. Now on to loot and customization. Loot in any loot-based game is essential, obviously. It's in the name, and I am hesitant to call the loot in this game pro, per se, mostly because a lot of the attributes are worthless, especially at endgame, and I even had some where it would say things like,
I want
"You
my
get a bonus
guy's
of 0
pet."
for every 20 adjacent vitality. So basically the augment was totally worthless and gave a bonus of 0 no matter what I did, but in general, at least for the first 12 or so hours, give or take, attributes are very fun to stack, and there is a decent amount of customization. The basic foundation of loot in this game is not actually broken, hence my strong disassociation.
He's so little.
Give them where the loot
Oh
is
my
just
god,
so
he's
botched
tiny.
it's literally unplayable. In Godfall, you have scaling
He's so
rarities from
little.
gray to yellow, upgradable and enchantable with various resources, which are engaging and fun to farm, for the most part, at least in the beginning. With options here
He
and
is
there
so
of stats to
adorable.
enhance or choose for the final
He's so
masterwork
much
and
tinier than the real
all of it
ones.
meshes together with the augment system to create something that does have a future,
Wow.
I believe, even if it's just not there yet. There are 2 weapons
so
for each build
tiny.
and then some gear slots like amulets, rings,
such a
lifesteps, and
baby.
mana. These each have a number of different stats, but
He's
those
just
stats are
a
restricted
baby.
somewhat based on the slot. Not sure on the specifics here.
Oh,
sure
I can't
someone will
really find
eventually
anywhere
create a
here,
spreadsheet
so.
online, but it does matter
Come
what
on,
you roll
baby.
where, because if it's too restrictive, which it doesn't feel like it is, but maybe it is, I'm not sure, the game will have far less longevity. Less than it does already, which is a really, really bad thing. Then there are the augments, with a power consumption mechanic similar to what you might see in Warframe. And again, there's a comparison between this and Warframe. I really don't find them to be all that similar, that's why I'm not really focusing on that. And the bonuses here are certainly fun to play with, the augment bonuses that is, but it's not anything that I would proclaim as revolutionary for the industry, not by any stretch. All in all, from what I played, Critical Hit rapidly became one of the 2 clearly viable endgame builds, the other being weak point damage as far as
Crit is always
I enjoyed
best.
combat,
Crit will hit.
customization,
Our
and
crit
farming for
is a
upwards of 10
crit is a
12
shit.
hours at least. But
Crit is a
now
shit.
we move on to the cons, and brace yourself for these. First up is length and repetition. The campaign is fun-ish, but it's extremely short, and there is very little
Crit is
mechanical
a shit.
diversity here. You'll be fighting repeated enemies constantly, and as is true with any loot-based game, the endgame loop is very obviously where the entire experience truly is supposed to start. This is facilitated by the level-based loot. So up to level 50, which is the character's maximum, you'll be replacing the gear that you find with every couple of missions. Like, every time you go up a few levels, it's very important to replace your gear. It's like in WoW, in World of Warcraft, when you're going to level 20,
wrong one.
level 25,
Oh well.
most of your gear is going to be drastically different in power scaling. So all the way through the campaign up to max level 50, it's very clear that that's just prepping for the end game. This is when the game is at its most fun, when you're actually in the beginning, in the prep phase, before you get to what is supposed to be the most fun. When you are scaling quickly and climbing through the levels, it's great, but when you hit endgame, it all falls apart. There is effectively 2 systems for endgame, which are the Dreamstones and then the procedurally generated tower climb with 4 stops or whatever it is. Now, I say procedurally generated, but that's a lie. The false depth here is just so incredibly obvious I can't do anything other than criticize it. Universally, like, it's just bad. It might have a future, but as it stands, it is purely bad. It purely deserves to be criticized as vitriolically as possible. You have time trials and survival trials. That's it. If there's more, I haven't seen any of it a single time. And it's just so lazy.
I've been hitting the speed bag. Like,
Just a few times going
it's the thing about the speed bag is like you don't think you do it at your own pace, and then you slowly start increasing your pace. Like that's just how life is, you know. You start sucky, and then you slowly start getting better and better.
Probably the most exciting part
Gives
of
you a lot
all
about
of the
life.
endgame content period. But mostly the doors are not distinctive
So,
enough, not
like,
meaningful
I was
enough.
afraid
And yeah,
that
you
I
get
would
little
suck at
bonuses
it, but
after
I've gotten
some
better.
rooms, and maybe that's what the symbols mean.
Not like
But I just
Maniac
didn't
level,
care enough
but
to memorize or learn them, or look up a spreadsheet or whatever.
probably a
because
lot better.
it gets
I mean,
so
I remember
boring
having
and
one
so
in
repetitive so quickly. I just couldn't do it anymore.
I lived
That's
in
just the
Davidson
tower. The other
in
part
middle
is the
school.
dream
My dad
zones.
got me
The
one,
problem is the
but I
dream
never really
zones
used it
mostly
because I was
exist as a
just
bridge
so
between a
frustrated.
tiny little campaign
I was a
and
frustrated
max
kid,
level of 50. Most
so
of
I
them
just
can't even
gave up
drop
on
the
it.
best
But
gear, which makes them
I
obsolete
really should
for
have stuck
any
with
area
it
of
because I
resource
would
swap.
have
And the dream stones are just random
learned a lot
segments
about
of the
life
campaign
and
you just played. Now,
worked
that
out,
might be
worked
okay if
myself
there was
out
sufficient
doing that.
modification
So
to these, but there
I would,
isn't.
I really
It
would
is so
need
lazy
that.
and so
then.
rehashed. I kid you
But
not. When you play the dream
oh
stones
well.
from the first few missions in the game, in the original
If I have a kid,
you have
you'll
to do the tutorial
try to
stuff
get him
again.
to
You
get
have to
into it.
unlock a
'Cause it's
spirit
really,
chest one by one,
really
like
fun.
in the beginning, and learn how to like climb or whatever. Because
Where's
they
the
didn't
suit?
even bother to remove the tutorial from endgame Dreamstone missions. They literally just copy and pasted them and said, "Here, go. Now get to 50," playing the exact same content you played in the original campaign with no modifications. Even oh my god, seriously, you have to go through and do like the little tutorial steps every time you play that.
Are you
Worse
fucking?
yet, even though some of the
Play-
bosses are pretty cool the first time, you're fighting them over and over and over and over, so they get extremely boring. Not only that, but a few of them have like really absurd moves. They stagger you and chain stun you, and maybe if you're much more technically skilled than I am, you can navigate the gauntlet of
More beer. Challenge time, man. I am at 2. Do you ever get horny when you're drunk? I kind of do. Yeah, I don't understand it. It's like there's gotta be science behind it. All right. Where are the robes? Nope. 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 What? Definitely gonna be in Pally because they have multi. I think the Demon Hunter should be healers. Should have a healing spec. like a some kind of like mark, almost like a holy pally, except call it like fell blood or fell magic. Fell. It's gonna be a good name for it. Just call it Fell. Why am I not? Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. I'm a good guy now. With a. I like the horn tips. They're pretty cool looking. All my jewelry's yellow and gold. Go away from me. Where's my mount? Oh, there it is. Blessing of final reckoning. Okay. Submit to darkness. Submit to darkness. I see what voice actor. I wonder who that voice actor is. Harold Delora. Voice actor. Shit. I don't. So it is Michael McConaughey. He does the Lich King.
All right, Cosmos. Oh, my poor little Cosmos.
He did Transformers too? Holy shit!
I was asked to do a bad Peter Lorre impression. So I said, okay, I can do a bad Peter Lorre impression. But it's interesting because innately Cosmos is to me so incredibly sweet and innocent. Of all the Transformers in the cast, I think spiritually, personality-wise, Cosmos and Bumblebee have a lot in common. So I tried to borrow a little of the sweetness from Gilvezan's Bumblebee, who is not a muscle car.
The guy from Crackdown. Hell yeah.
But there's an innocence and an ingenuousness to Cosmos that I really like and enjoy.
God, that guy is so
He's got
iconic.
this physical mass, so
That's his natural
to get
voice
into the
too.
character, a lot of guys have distinct physical cues to trigger their voice, and with Cosmos, it's a matter of getting down and just hanging very low to get that. But remembering that if I'm down here, I still have to be sweet. Aww.
I love that when you actually meet the voice actors. Okay, Godfall, the disappointment. I really thought that Godfall was actually going to be good again, but no.
I got staggered and knocked down so often in certain ones of these fights, I couldn't even stand them. To make things worse, it feels like the currency scaling is just broken. When you start out, it's fun. It is. It's balanced fine and starts out fun. And upgrades can be bought or spammed out frequently to try and get a new piece of gear with solid attributes, but it's obsolete after 15 more minutes. But as you get to endgame, which is where the game is supposed to truly start and shine, The high level stuff, 50, 49, whatever, takes tens of thousands of materials to upgrade a single time. And if you are attempting to roll the dice a bunch of times on similar items to get like one usable piece of gear for a
Reminds me of
build,
Too
you
Human.
need to grind out an
Oh, I want to see a video on it.
from the bosses.
Too Human. Cause, yeah, what happened? Exactly what I want to know. It was like in development hell for like 10 years, I heard.
Welcome to another disastrous episode of What Happened, a show where we right the wrongs of Father Time, who tries to gloss over embarrassing failures with the passing of the ages. That's not our style, though. Oh no. Here we focus a giant spotlight of shame on bumbling video game buffoonery. And when you think of bumbling, a state where you constantly shoot yourself in the foot, miss golden opportunities, make the wrong
I like the
decisions,
combat in the
and
game.
generally screw
It
everything
felt
up,
very
no
Devil May
story does
Cry-ish.
that better than the one about Silicon Knights and Too Human. Like many episodes of What Happened, we have to look deeper into the past to understand why the hell things went down the way they did in the future. Bearing that in mind, we need to travel back to the romantic Baroque-like time period of 1996. Silicon Knights had just released the game that would spawn the entire universe of Kain, Raziel, and the realm of Nosgoth with the seminal entry Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen, where it was published by Crystal Dynamics of Gex fame for the original PlayStation. Things already get really bad really fast, as a dispute soon arose between Crystal D and Silicon K, both alleging that they controlled the IP and disagreed on what to do with it. Crystal eventually just pushed forward with their own sequel, cutting Silicon Knights out of the deal, even though the original Blood Omen had been a moneymaker. Not taking that line down, Silicon Knights fired back and sued their one-time partner to try to block the release of the forthcoming sequel, Soul Reaver, claiming Crystal had stolen one of their unused storyline ideas. This is important because it's a great example of how salty these Silicon Knights can really get.
But I had no idea she was motivated by such petty revenge.
They eventually decided to settle out of court, and the publisher of Soul Reaver, Eidos Interactive, quickly bought up Crystal Dynamics, who went on to be the superstar studio we know today. Silicon Knights, however, moved on to a new concept, one that was about futuristic cybernetic deities, and it was called Too Human, and hoped to release it in 1999 on no less than 4 PlayStation compact discs. That, however, clearly never coalesced, which is something of a running theme with SK projects. They instead focused on their new IP, Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem, a title revolving around old gods and interstellar horror. But with both Eidos and Crystal D out of the picture, who would publish this mature-themed action-adventure? Why, Nintendo!
What?
Of course! Both companies struck a deal, and they planned to release the darkness at the tail end of the N64's life cycle. This, however, was not meant to be, as Sanity's Requiem was cancelled for the aging hardware before being moved over to the GameCube, where it finally saw release in 2002. Nintendo certainly needed as many mature-rated games as it could grab for its purple lunchbox, and Eternal Darkness wound up selling fairly well and reviewing better with critics and fans.
Yeah, there's not really,
Things
no good mature
even got
Nintendo
to work
games
on the
other than
legendary
maybe Doom
Metal Gear
Eternal.
Solid franchise, a deal that was only possible due to their close association with Nintendo, the mouthpiece and founder of the St. Catherine's.
Okay, switch. Mark for Dragon. I guess Among Us is kind of... Yeah, that's good. Bayonet Catherine. Yeah, Mortal Kombat, Bioshock, Witcher, Borderlands, definitely. Mortal Kombat, Assassin's Creed, M. Why? Outer Worlds is M, but yeah. Saints Row 4, Assassin's Creed, Ghost of the Sun. Do. Clicking freaking whatever this is. This is right in front of ICC. Huh. There we go. Oh, huge the pauldrons are on this set. Oh my god. You going down, bitch? You going down, bitch?
When the time is right, signal our allies and we shall bring this monster down together.
Taranja! Where'd you go? Wait. Holy shit, so it's every single it's like assortment of different. Yeah, just kill them. 10, 9, 11, 12. Control 1. Control 2. Control 3. Control 2. Control 2. Thank you. Control 3. Control 9. scooch over. Scoochy, scoochy, scoochy. Scoochy, 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 scoochy. Kill. Die. Death. Burn. Hell. Okay. So now I just go turn in. I want a blue halberd. I don't have any artifacts that are polearm. No. No. Yeah. Thralis. That looks good. Old year. That's actually best. Yellow one. Toll the Gore. I think. Probably sell it. That actually looks the best. Oh, I like that. I like. Toll the Gore M0. See, how about Legion? Legion. Main hand. No. What? Nope. Nothing. Main hand? Nope. Oh, because it's fucking... Oh my god, I forgot. Yeah, they have artifacts, so you have to get your artifact. I gotta pee. It's probably gonna be DMCA. I don't know. I'll take the risk. They probably don't want to fuck around, or they are friendly. How did I die? Anyway. Nope. I'll just take the risk. I don't know if I can fucking care anymore. There you go. I can see what they done to you. I feel the way, feel the way. I can see what they done to you. I feel the way. Of course I want to see the video. Yeah. This time, things will go just fine. I will let you live away. Hell yeah, that's my favorite video. I can see what the world has done to you. I can feel the way, feel the way. I can see what you've done to you. Feel the way, feel the way. This time, things will go just fine. I won't let you slip away. This time, things will go just fine. I won't let you slip away. If you want, you can have it. You can have it. Love right here in your head. I can see what's goodness done to you. I feel the way, feel the way. I can feel the way. This time, things will go just fine. I'll let you live away. This time, things will go just fine. We will let you live away. If you want, you can have it. You just right here in your hand. What is that? Oh, god damn it. Oh, I got credit. Yeah, I got credit. Fuck. Things will go just fine. I won't let you slip away. This time. Things will go just fine. I'll let you slip away. Damn, that song's good. That's probably the best Macedonian song ever made. Call me a bird. Is there a video for this song? Yep. Rock Band 2 vibes. This forest is going faster than I can sail. Massive swell. I need the circumstance. The door, there's a door, lions I saw. Run, we're dead. Run, we're dead. What faces, going faster with every step. Happenstance. To the sheep sectors. Oh Lord, what are these from the dragon? We're dead. We're dead. Go away, my go away, take it away, my go, take it in. Then we're dead, run, we're dead. Wait, is there a daily here? Go away, my heart, go away, take it away, my heart, go away, take it. I'm so happy after not watching political videos for a few days. don't want to deal with it right now. I think metal is like tier 2, right? So, plague bear. Wake me up. Keep me awake. Oh, hell yeah. Yo, dungeons. These are the wordless plans. God, this is my favorite riff. One of them. Turn that up, turn it up, turn it up. Oh, there you go. Goes well with this zone. Oh, there we go. Imagine how many hours it would take to play something like this. Probably a lot. And he's gone. Blasphemian! I can't do the guitar sound. ding, 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 ding. This is probably level 2 too. Hopefully. We'll see. Oh. Where could it be? Where could it be? Where could it be? Oh, I know what to play. I highly doubt any. Headless, I'm on the ocean. I spit like I really don't spin. I don't from Mars and on I'm more torn in the cockpit, don't interrupt. My turbulence slaps my path, massive, demands panoramic. Massive. shit.
You're down to lick sub-zero sweat dripping. My hand got cracked, ripped eyes like Jet City. Stand up through lowlands, eerie silencing.
Fight.
Fresh meat of magnetic slap.
Serving auto like of uncertainty to zipper. Run.
Spike. I can't help yourself, let's get it down. I'm dealt with yourself, I tricked you loud. I'm all help to skelter, I'm on that bounce. Then I'm in left, but reflex getting out. Goes in my chest, feel like it's fixed into pounds. Pounds, bitch, I can't even roll. Crashing in the planes, I crash and roll. Max out my own, don't blame me, I'm the soul. My skin's wet by the next Asian orange.
I feel like I do.
My head can expand like I choose to. I've been all black and has my tragic ends to a means I can't establish. Noise of nomads or sapphire spikes. Humanist in both hands can kill myself twice. Horns tremble like dildos. Wielded by dummies. Traumatized the facade. Broke your eyes like devils. I'm too fast to go. These days ain't close. Control is old. Smash on my skin. My muscles thrown like slack at the wind. I'm thoroughly astronaut. Rub my skin.
What next? Bee Poison. It's another every song on the album. I think only I have my oh baby poison, oh baby poison, oh baby poison, oh baby poison. I think only I have my oh baby poison, oh baby poison, oh.
I'm not surprised, check your thermostat. No digits, I drop it down. You can have that. Collect your chip, go buy a round. I bring my cash back. You broke that bitch. I think up on me, I set my shock, my body through. Oh, man, poison. Now go to the open while you're at it. Double my inhibitor, I can't hack it. Be my buffer, my habit. Hunger, oh, hunger. I digress, I can't live in this contagion. I trade it to incisions, all the cages, heavily stricken, witness stated. Only one wall, where I lost up any and all serious.
Trust me, you know as well. We purge herds of stunted cells. We nurse the worm until it swells. First to nail, cursed to fail. Trust me, trust us, we know you will. Tide comes crashing in like steel. Makes your passions taste so stale. Cobwebs turn your insides pale.
Significant reason to steal. Look, Kino, worn out my gills.
Oh, there you go.
Perhaps I'll swear my growth mainly, but can't conceal. Word, deal, you know the drill. Two last right up on a lonesome tail. Till last drop went to my like scales. Compromise your position, become theirs.
Hanging out with Linda, I heard she's in fucking custody.
Nathan to escape or a trained magician. I was just a Uranian griffin. ribbons where your thoughts stay hidden. Fair for a square, made soft for digging. Word, yeah.
Perfect's tame and Cashmere go together. Cashmere makes perfect better. John and Shelly, my people would never. Don't it feel good to drive a bus? People need to get picked up. Ride your uniform and stunt. You do what my people would grunt. Don't it feel right to sell a tent? People like to tell you're sent. Pause the bus, put off your yell. You yell or my people would say, hey, it's a party going early. If you're lonely, say, hey, kids, say, hey, don't you only say, hey, don't you only come play dead? Say, hey, don't you only come play dead? Say, hey, kid, say, hey, kid, say, hey, kid, say, kid, don't play dead. Say, hey, kid, say, hey, kid, say, hey, kid, don't play, come play dead. Hey. Because my people would, only if my people could. I would if my people would. I do what my people would. Because my people would, only if my people could. I would if my people would. I do what my people would. Because my people would, only if my people could. I would if my people would. Need more support, gravity, my people would. Support, gravity, my people would. But what are my people for? Your wife has a lovely neck, but what would my people suck? If they would, I could, I guess her next to best. Her next just the best. Hello there, I'm perfect now and then. John and Shelly are my friend. They know what my people for. They know your wife's sex my cure. No question, I'm sure. Hey, it's a party, come early if you're lonely. Say, hey, kids, say, hey, don't you only say, hey, don't you only come play dead. Say, hey, don't you OD, come play dead. Say, hey kid, say, hey kid, say, hey kid, hey kid, come play dead. Say, hey kid, say, hey kid, say, hey kid, come play dead. Say, hey kid, say, hey kid, say, hey kid, come play dead. Say, hey kid, say, hey kid, say, hey kid, come play dead.
South come, baby. I'm busy.
Hurry up!
Brandon Pearl said, "Hi, bro."
Hey, bro. Where'd you find me from? I think we can take it. We're not gonna go take it, are we? Are you excited for,
said, "I was clicking random streamers."
Oh yeah, I love people who do that. Hopefully, I am to your satisfaction. Because I'm really drunk right now, by the way. And we're gonna lose. Are you excited for Shadowlands?
Brandon Pearl said, "Bro, you are cool."
Thank you. The song was on Rock Band Network for a while, but then they shut it down, Rock Band Network, and I can't. My old 360 died on me, so I can't actually get the song back. But it was really fun. It didn't have double bass though. Oh, it did actually. Yeah, it did. No one is going to do this.
Brandon Pearl said, "Do you play Apex?" Cobalt 12,321.
Shut up, Rogue
said,
Fly.
"Wanna become
No, I haven't played Apex in a while. I do like it, but I don't. I need to get into a pre-bait.
/R9GQV bigfollows.com.
Yeah, I haven't played Apex in a while. I haven't got a good squad to play with. The song is called Selkie's The Endless Obsession by Between the Buried and Me. I'll show you. Right there. This is them. This is human life at its best. We will transgress this event. You can learn how to live free. Before we die.
Brandon Pearl said,
Wait.
"Nice playlist."
Thank you. Yeah, I have a metal playlist that's like 1,300 songs. I just keep adding it over time. I've had it for like at least 10 years now. So sick of the DMCA shit. Like, it's
Brandon
just...
Pearl said, 1,300.
Yep. I'll prove it. It's 1,651. See? 1,651, 9 hours of songs. So I would have to... Yeah, it's been a while. I think first song I added was
Pearl
like...
said, "Wow."
Yeah. And then I have like a playlist for every song, for every genre. I have alt, which is 1,100 covers, cryptocurrency. I don't know why I did that. Metal, and I'm gonna die. Careful. There's not enough people to play to do.
Brandon Pearl said, "Amazing."
Yeah. Yeah, I love YouTube music. It's just a lot more fair. Less bullshit, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, right? See, hardcore is 77.
Brandon Pearl said, "Yeah?"
Yeah. This is a drum cutter playlist. Like, I stream drums Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. I suck, but I just want to get better, so I might as well just stream getting better. That's my view of it. You know. You got it, yeah. Goddamn 100 is goddamn it. Goddamn. Goddamn.
Brandon Pearl said, "I have to eat, bye."
Okay. Thanks for coming in. I'll be on again at 11 a.m. tomorrow with more alt leveling and all that.
Brandon Pearl said, "Hope you get more viewers."
Me too, man. I recommend Sweet Baby Jesus, by the way. It's really good beer. Yeah, that. Brewed in Baltimore, Maryland. The Hershey Yodeling got me on Porter, but they don't sell them anymore, so...
Brandon Pearl said, "Is it good?"
Oh yeah, it's chocolate peanut butter porter. They like the flavors mixed together really well. It's really great. Oh yeah, and the Youngling Hershey porter is also really good, but it was only limited time, so they don't sell anymore. But they will. I'm sure they will, but next year for Halloween. True. Only of Warcraft. Oh, real world is fucked. Just fuck it. There you go. Oh, there it is. I never really use the in-app one. I just feel lazy and don't want to just deal with all that shit. Okay, click that. Okay, well, access. I never really used it. Maybe it did work in Lich King. Can you hear me?
Brandon Pearl said, "Yeah?
Yeah. Three sound waves by the chat. Click the headphone button on party."
Brandon Pearl said, "Do you have YouTube?"
Yeah, I do. It's the same name, Vanguard Reviewer. Actually, I'll just link it. Hopefully this works. Because I can only...
Vanguard_reviewer said, https://www.youtube.com/channel/UCG5S13BR1Ru9EZ_score NBC8W?view_as equals Vanguard reviewer
Can you hear me?
said,
Can you hear me?
https://www.youtube.com/channel/UCG5S13BR1Ru9EZ_score NBC8W?view_as equals Brandon Pearl said, "I am gonna sub."
Oh shit, thank you. That would be really helpful. I need more emotes anyway. Part of the game is
Brandon Pearl said, "I subbed."
Oh, thanks, man. Thanks so much, man. You are a saint and a good person. The world works in mysterious ways, in a good way, and I love it.
Brandon Pearl said, "You're welcome, bro."
Thanks, man. Are you do you stream? Are you
Brandon Pearl said, "No."
Well, what I've learned is that do it for the fun of it and don't do it expecting any money, because I've been streaming 2 years and I haven't even had a single payout. But also, you get what you work. The way things are right now is you have to make like short form clips on Instagram and Twitter in order to get a following. Like, I'll give you an example. There's this girl, Rotten Poppy, on Twitter, and she made this viral video of comparing herself to the girl from Scott Pilgrim, and it was actually really well done because it'll flip. Like she would recreate the poses that actress did, and then it would just like flip. So
Brandon Pearl said, "Do you have TikTok?"
yeah, I do, but I don't use it. I'll link that to you. I haven't even posted a single thing on it, actually. Regrettably. Give me a minute, I'll link it right now. I've only
Brandon
added
Pearl
a music.
said, "Can I follow you?"
Of course you can, man. That's it.
Vanguard_reviewer said, https://www.tiktok.com/@vanguardreviewer?lang=n. Vanguard reviewer said, https://www.tiktok.com/@vanguardreviewer?lang=n.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Holy crap, I just fucking dismounted myself. Jesus Christ. How do I change the talk button?
Oh, key bindings. It should be under chat. It should say push to talk. I have it set to equals.
Brandon Pearl said, "Bro, I followed you."
That's kind of cool. What's your name, bro?
Steven, man. What's up? What's your name?
Hi, Steven. No, my name is Jonathan, but everyone calls me Johnny.
Cool. I'll call you Johnny too.
That's cool. I always know when someone's a dick when they say, "I'll call you Jonathan." It's like, okay, cool. I'm not offended by that. But yeah, really, I respond to Johnny.
That's cool.
Where are you from?
Florida.
Brandon Pearl said, "My TikTok username is Luna3417.
Sure. Sure, I'll follow you back. Right now.
I don't want to move to Florida. I live in Japan.
Oh shit, are you white?
Yes, I'm white. I've been accused of being Mexican, but I'm white.
I heard that Japan is pretty racist. Like they treat.
Brandon Pearl said, "Okay, bro, thanks."
Well, no, I've been accused of being Mexican on the internet. In Japan, they all hate me because I'm white.
Yeah, I heard they're pretty racist. They treat like foreigners as second class citizens.
Yeah, they do. That's cool. So how long you been playing this game?
Chicken wing, hot.
I've actually I've had it since launch, but I quit right before Firelands. Then I resubbed right at the end of BFA.
You quit for Firelands? I fucking hated that expansion. Wait, Firelands is Cataclysm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, no. Cataclysm was the first expansion that I ever tanked, like current content, the max boss. I tanked Deathwing. So yeah, I'm a little bit proud of Firelands.
Yeah, it was definitely harder. I think the main reason I quit is just I didn't like the grind, and then Guild Wars 2 was coming out, so I just figured I'd just quit and then just wait until Guild Wars 2 came out.
Spine was so fucking hard because you had to have, like, if you were in a 10-man, you had to have 10 people who weren't retarded. And by not retarded, I mean super smart. Like, it was really hard.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Did you do Spine ever? Like, have you gone back to it?
Yeah, I did. I soloed it on this character, and it was pretty. Seems like it was a fun fight.
You soloed Spine?
Yeah.
Yeah, soloing spine is hard too. I mean, those tentacles that hold you, and then you gotta kill them, but you gotta also make sure they hold you if you make him spin. How did you solo
Brandon
him?
Pearl
That's so
said,
hard to solo
"Bro,
him
can you
because
check your
you have
phone?"
to either stay in the middle or spin him, and then he held. Wow, that must have been hard.
Sure, I'll check my phone. I don't actually have TikTok on my phone, so if you
This is actually kind of cool. It's the first time I've ever talked on Blizzard's chat feature.
I remember doing it in Lich King for a guild, but since Discord's a thing, I don't think anyone uses it anymore. I just figured it'll be faster because we could just click a button.
Wait, what? What'd you do in Lich King?
Like, I remember using it in Lich King for like to talk with guild members who are in my party and stuff, because it's so much just easier to just click a button.
I think this until after, I think. This chat feature existed in Lich King?
Yeah, I think that was pretty much the time when they came out with it.
Brandon Pearl said, "Bye, bro."
See ya, Brandon Pearl. Did you what did you send me? Did you send me something through the phone? Oh, did you?
That was Florida.
Hold on.
Brandon Pearl said, "Yeah."
It's pretty good. Not too terrible.
I actually grew up in Hawaii, and I
Dog
got a
and
crush on a
bologna.
chick who was there for like 2 years because her dad was in the military, but she was from Florida. So this chick. And the Florida dudes deal with the gorgeousness of your woman.
Sorry, what was that last sentence?
No, I was making a joke. So the hottest chick I ever met in my life was from Florida. So my joke slash retort was, how do you Florida men deal with the hotness of your women?
Well,
can you hear me all right? 'Cause, damn it, I'm on my computer. Normally I talk on my phone, like for all my chat and shit.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good. Basically, like if you're not like a fucking supermodel, don't even worry about it.
Well, I'm definitely not a supermodel.
So then don't worry about it.
So I guess we're just trying to hook up with Florida grandmas now.
Yeah, that's probably your best shot. Because those Instagram hoes don't really fuck with people who are not in the top 10%, if you know what I mean.
Anyway, what are we doing out here? You want to come kill some of these bosses? Did you already kill, what's his name, Elder Nadox? Did you kill him?
I couldn't find enough people to kill.
Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah, usually it's pretty easy to find people. Now it's just it's like it's 4:12, 4 a.m. where I am, so I don't think that many people are actually awake.
Well, right. It's like evening.
I always wanted to travel to Japan. Where'd you go? There he is.
Well, if you ever come here, give me a call. Where are you flying? Where are you going out there? Oh shit, you're flying.
Yeah.
I was pointing towards the ball. Recovering my corpse.
Good to see you.
that. There he is.
Patchwork's up.
I'll let you know.
So what's your plan for Shadowlands? So what is your plan for Shadowlands?
What are you there, High Mountain? This is so annoying. I hate hitting this button. Do you want to go on Skype or something?
Sure.
Do you have a Skype account?
Yeah, I do.
Look up Johnny Chimpo. See, because I keep hitting my goddamn, like, I have my, this button is queued for, oh shit, I gotta kill this. I guess you're gonna help me, thank you. Anyway, let's jump on our horses and fly upwards.
Yeah.
We're long, weird-looking snakes. Oh shit! God damn it! I'm gonna die. See, this is why I hate this fucking speech.
Oh, you have your mount and your...
Yeah. The speech queue is also queued to, like, to dismount like that.
Oh my god. That's not good.
Anyway, that's why I wanted to talk to you on a different voice chat.
I actually have my mount button to control eagles.
I'm sure I could figure it out and make it work out, but I'm not super to doing this.
Alright, I'll find you on Skype. What's your name again?
Actually, I had to fly back down to tell you. My name is Johnny Chimpo 515. JOHNNYCHIMPO 515. I gotta get off this chat too. How do I sign out of this chat? Is another thing I want to know.
You double click the headphone icon on the party. Let's see. Alright. No chat. There you go. Yep. There we go.
Yo, what up? Hold on a second. Let me find my headphones. Where are my goddamn headphones?
I'm actually streaming right now.
No, never mind. I'll put you on speaker for now.
Okay.
You in camera?
Yep.
Did you initiate that or did I? Never mind. We'll turn that off. Sorry.
Guess it does that automatically.
Yeah, how do I do that? Derp. You gonna do camera? That's me.
I'm actually streaming right now on Streamlabs as using my camera.
That's cool. Oh, so you can't do Skype. Let me turn my camera off. How do I? No, there we go. Yeah, okay, cool.
Cool.
Nice. Let me find where are my headphones? I actually have a nice pair of headphones. Now I got you on my iPods Pro Plus 32.7 level 32. And then next week a new model's coming out and these will be cheap and shitty. Fuck Apple.
Alright.
Yeah. I gave him my money.
Yeah, the surprising thing is that like Apple announced like
streaming, really?
Yeah.
On Twitch?
Twitch,
What are you streaming on?
Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and DLive.
Let me be one of your YouTube watchers. I'm gonna go watch you on YouTube. Hold on a second. Let me finish pissing.
Alright.
And yeah, us dudes can say that to each other. By the way, if you're a female, I would not have said that to you. But yeah. Female privilege. You don't get to hear about the time your buddy was pissing. Anyway. Cool. I'm gonna go on YouTube and I'm gonna be one of your. Where do you want me? Because, like, where do you want? You know what? Fuck it. I'm doing YouTube. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, YouTube's good. It's actually like my less.
Let me open YouTube, and then how do I search you?
I'll just give you the link. Or yeah, I can do that on YouTube. That's right.
Send it on Skype. Send it on Skype. Don't send it on YouTube. I won't get it. I'm not like logged into YouTube that way. Send it on Skype. Send me a link on Skype for YouTube, and then that'll put me onto YouTube. Zado producer.
There you go.
Jean-Louis. Vanguard. I got no secret purpose. I love your picture.
Yeah, I just found that on the Google Images, and then friend edited it.
Yeah,
for
I
me.
just found a Lando Calrissian as he is. This is kind of cool. I get to watch you playing.
Yeah, my YouTube needs a lot. Only have 23 followers, and I think I have 423 on Twitch. So
That's cool. You kick a lot of ass, I would assume, if you have that many followers.
yeah, I mean you have to make. Most of it is from the Ninja Monkey stream support. They're kind of like
I'm sure you know it's hard to make a Tauren look cool. You should be playing one of those crackhead elves. What do they call them? The ones who need crack all the time.
Blood elves.
No, not blood elves. the ones you can unlock. What are they called?
Nightborn.
Nightborn. Yeah, the crackhead elves, as me and my friends affectionately call them. Oh, you're a crackhead elf. And he's like, oh yeah, I'm trying to unlock this crackhead elf. And he's like, oh yeah.
What is it? What is that download with all those green little shits on there?
So what?
By the way, where are you right now?
Oh,
I have them.
I'm right by the
I
tournament.
have them out. Okay, you're up there by the tournament. I wonder if I could come up and I don't know, shit, we're in a group. I'm stupid. Like, I wonder if we could actually play together. It's like, oh yeah, no shit, we're in a group together. You might have kicked me by now.
Looks like you're still
What are you
in.
doing? What are you doing? Yeah, I'm still in group with you. Kind of cool.
I was gonna go over to Merheim, that way I could actually
Want me to come and suck at whatever I'm not good at not sucking at? I have bonfire, yeah, I guess, and then bonfire, there's another one here. Is bonfire still a thing for you? Or is there something you can do to make not need bonfire, like to make the cold winds not happen anymore? Is there something they made that...
I don't think so. I think you still have to worry about it. But
that's kind of cool. Where are you going, though?
I'm going to Merheim. Let's see how I do this.
Well, there's 4 bosses up, and they're all not in the direction you're going. What are you doing, though? What are you getting into?
I'm just going to the middle of the map and farming until people will actually like form up and then do a
Yeah, you don't want to Campbell boss all night waiting for people to give a shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. No.
And this place is in the middle of the map, so I figured that'd be the best place to go. That way I could just have an equidistant.
What guild are you in?
That Lich Curl Baskin. See.
Wait, did you say that Lich Carol Baskin?
Yep. See.
Not that bitch, that Lich Carol Baskin. That is a fucking hilarious name. I love that. That is fucking hilarious, and you win, sir. Who made that?
Guild leader is
that is really funny. That Lich Carol Baskin.
I know. I mean,
there's some. Yeah, that's pretty good. I love it.
I was sold.
I love it. I love it. Claps, and herpes to everyone who thought of that now. That's a STD joke, in case you didn't miss it. Holy shit. That Lich Carol Baskin, that is a good... Alright, that's pretty good. It's super specific, though, and I don't think time will be kind to it.
True.
Although I do think that Tiger King is going to be part of everyone's history now. It's like, oh yeah, I remember that. It's going to be like disco or something. Like, it was like, oh yeah, I remember when we used to watch Tiger King.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of a kind. Like, it's probably one of the most...
I will never financially recover from this. Damn it. What's his name does a really good impression of him. He does like the slur and everything. It's like, show as a tiger. Show a tiger. He needs to know, like, I can't do it. I can't do it like he does. But like everyone who does a Tiger King impersonation, they're like, tigers, redneck, blah. But there's this one dude, Ryan Katsu Rivera, and he does a really good impression of it. He's like, show a tiger. I can't do it. I can't do it. He has it like down. Like he has all the nuances and shit. It's kind of pretty cool to listen to. Yeah.
Yeah, I love impression comedy. It's just something like special. My favorite is Nick Mullen.
Mick Mullen? How do you spell it? Nick or Mick? N-I-C-K or M-I-C-K?
N-I-C-K.
He did. Is that N or M? Okay, Anna, Emma.
In
And no, okay. Nick McMullen? I'm gonna look it up right now.
Nick Mullen. M-U-L-L-E-N.
Oh, Nick Mullen.
Look up Nick Mullen, Bill Cosby. It's the funniest shit ever.
M-U-L-L-E-N?
Yeah. Where is it?
Nick Mullen, comedian. Nick Mullen, Bill Cosby. Bill Maher? He does a Bill Maher?
He does pretty much everyone. Look up. Alright, I'll just link the video.
Please tell me no Bill Cosby.
I linked the video.
That's so weird because thank you. Yeah, we're on
most fucked up things.
The most fucked up shit.
Yeah. Kids say a bunch of fucked up
see
shit.
Nick Mullen.
He has a podcast called Cumtown.
Wow, sir.
Oh shit, this kind of looks like fun.
He said the Holocaust didn't happen. Did you heard him say it, folks? These Holocaust.
I want to play.
What
Jesus Christing asshole. Just Bill Cosby, like, lifting his knee up, talking to a kid with a bunch of YouTubers, zig heiling. Is that it? Is that what's funny?
Yeah, that's it. It's the audio.
Audio. Oh shit. Okay, never mind. Let me turn it up.
Yeah, they kind of do like a slideshow thing.
Fuck, my audio is all fucked because of All right, never mind. Because I just. Oh shit! World of Warcraft hijacked my audio. Jesus Christ. I knew there was a reason I never signed up for this. Oi. Aussie. You know what? I'm signing out of the game.
Really? I mean, I'm literally playing.
Because I can't hear fucking YouTube because my audio has been hijacked.
Why don't you go to the volume mixer and turn WoW down and turn Chrome or your browser up?
Because I'm not as smart as you.
Okay,
fine. Alright, volume mixer. System sounds way down. Oh shit, no. I never mind. I was plugged into my headphones. Okay, I hear it now. Okay.
Cool. Where are the graves? There ain't he said there's not any graves. You can't find a single one of them. All they have is the museum. Seems like there's more museums than Jews even.
They're so good at improv. They're like the best comedy
If
improv
anybody's gonna
podcast.
pull off a big conspiracy like that, it's probably the
He's
people
all
who control
cost
the
of
media and
mission.
entertainment.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Hold on, I'm getting a call from my agent. He said he dropped me, and now I'm being accused of rape by 57 women.
There's a longer version there. I'm trying to find it.
What are you doing? You fighting something?
Is this longer? A little bit longer. This was a longer version.
You kissed the two of you have kissed.
Wow, that's like a long feedback of what I say to you and you say to me now.
They became gay sex partners together.
Oh, wait, is it echoing?
Let me ask you this. we've got Ricky here. How old are you, Ricky? I'm 6. Ricky, what do you know about homosexuals?
Yes, but it's in a weird way.
Oh, we said that they're bad.
They're going to hell.
They're what?
Huh.
Holy shit, it's like a 10-second delay.
Really? Oh yeah, because you're in Japan. That's why.
No, normally I got about a 2.5-second delay.
Huh.
Like it's I think it's fucking Blizzard. I think it's Blizzard. What are we on?
Could be.
No, because I shut down Blizzard.
No one's killing the bosses. Everyone's asleep.
Like, I hear you in real time on Skype, but I hear, like, just echoes of everything. Like, are you making a song out of my voice?
Nah.
Are you making a song? Are you making a song?
It's just simple that. Probably can from the screen.
Oh, I just hear a whole bunch of clicking, and I trust you not.
Hear that?
Click, 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 click. Yeah. No.
No one is fucking doing the bosses. I want to get to like our level 100 before our showing starts, but no, I'm only 98.
I just want to get to level like.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's weird to hear the echo. It's probably because I'm on the stupid Blizzard voice chat somehow still.
Oh, go to the chat channels menu on. Wait, are you even logged into WoW?
No, I'm not.
Go to the Battle.net app.
This is. I gotta turn this shit off somehow. Okay. Battle.net app. And then what do I do in the Battle.net app?
Double click the. I don't know, actually.
World of Warcraft?
No, I mean, my guess was that you're somehow assigned to voice chat on the Battle.net app, but I don't know how to actually get there. I'm here.
Why is the delay like 10 seconds though? That's so weird. Like, I'm hearing what you said 10 seconds ago every 10 seconds. And I'm hearing me say it too.
What all do you have running? Like, do you have like the video, right?
You know what I'm gonna do? Since we're still on Skype, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm on Skype with you on my phone. I'm gonna restart my computer and see if that helps. So yeah.
Okay. Got you on Skype.
But I'm not leaving because I'm on Skype with you on my phone. I'm restarting my computer. That's the one I'm hearing echoes on.
Huh.
But yeah, I'm still on my phone on Skype on my phone with you. So yeah. Derp, derp,
technology.
Derp, derp. Fucking, I hear a song. Derp, 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 derp. You know what? That would have sounded awesome in the echo I just shut down.
Yeah. You can put a
What are you doing?
I'm just going around.
Oh, just
killing
killing
shit.
stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, I've been missing out. Derp, 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 derp. That's the first time in the history of my history that I've ever been able to get onto the Blizzard chat. And now it's like haunting me. It like won't shut up. It's echoing and shit. That sucks.
Yeah, that's weird. It's not doing that for me. I don't know if
Yeah,
it's
at
an
first
issue.
I thought it was your computer echoing it back, but then I realized no, it's just I gotta figure out how to sign out of Blizzard.
Are you watching my stream?
No, my computer's restarting right now.
Okay.
I was watching it.
Do you think the echo could be my stream though?
Oh shit, it might be. Can you hear me on your stream?
I'm actually not watching my own stream right now, but that could be an issue. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So if my okay, yeah, that would make sense. Never mind. Funny thing is, it's only 6:40 p.m. here, which is awesome because if I drink this much, I need to go to sleep early in order to sleep it off before work tomorrow. But
Yeah, I don't have a job. I'm trying to get into a call center that I don't have to risk my life.
Yeah,
being an
well,
essential worker.
I was about to congratulate you on not having a job, but since you have a wife, I'm gonna not congratulate you on that.
Oh, I don't have a wife.
Oh, well, fucking double congratulations, because I have a job and a wife, and god damn it, you are doing good, sir. Fuck jobs and fuck wives. They are annoying. Basically, don't let you do what you want to do. It's like some kind of conspiracy. Oh, yeah. You're supposed to, like, give a girl all your money and, go to this shitty place every fucking day. Like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, pretty much everyone feels that way. It's like
No, I'm kidding. My wife is actually pretty cool. She's a little Japanese girl. I mean, she's old. By my standards. To me, young is 19. But,
yeah.
Oh shit, my computer's restarted.
I mean, if you could get them, why not? Right?
Yeah. That's just, you know what? I wanna turn her in. She's super into recycling, so I think she'll understand why when I trade her in for a newer model. That was a fucking good joke. Holy shit.
Yeah, it was.
That was good. No, that was a good joke. Yeah.
You should go to the local comedy club and then make a set.
I should. I actually wrote a set. Where the fuck is it? Yeah. I gotta find that. I wrote it down somewhere. I actually, one night I wrote a really good set, what I think is a good set, but I gotta do it in front of a crowd. think about it.
Yeah,
I can't think of it now.
I've been working on like comedy YouTube videos, and then I just kind of get like writer's block and forget what to do after.
Well, yeah, that's the thing too. Like me and my brother Jesse, he's way funnier than me, but I think we both decided like, maybe you're more of a sketch comedy artist than a stand-up comedian, because he is really good at coming up with scenarios where this funny thing happens.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. Anyway,
I believe that's the future. Anyway, I mean, like a lot of like Tim Dillon is a comedian who's like really popping off on sketch comedy.
yeah, I didn't even go into him. Do you know who? What the fuck is his name? Oh, what is his name? God damn it, I can't think of his name. I'm gonna look up Tim Dillon, and I'm gonna tell you what is his name. Holy crap, I can't think of it. It's Kyle Dunnigan. Kyle Dunnigan. Do you know who that is?
Oh yeah, he played Kip in Napoleon Dynamite.
No.
That's him. Yeah, that's the guy.
No, Kyle Dunnigan. No, bullshit. Kip and Napoleon Dynamite, he's doing comedy now?
Yep, it's the same guy.
No, dude. Kyle Dunnigan. You swear?
I swear it's the exact same guy.
Right, if you are right, I am gonna fucking flip my goddamn... My balls are gonna my ball sack is gonna fold over my face, and I'm just gonna have to tongue punch my own ball sack. Really? There is no fucking way Kip is Kyle Dunnigan. Really? No fucking way.
Never mind, I'm an idiot. It was actually Aaron Rule.
Jesus Christ! You almost made me pull my own ballsack over my own face, you asshole.
It looks a lot like him though.
No, Kyle Dunnigan is he's kind of... What happened was he was kind of coming up as a star on YouTube, and then Amy Schumer hired him to write on her show because she sucks at everything and he's really funny. So he wrote a bunch of jokes for her, and then like now he's kind of released back into the wild. I fucking love Kyle Dunnigan. He's so funny.
Yeah, he is.
But Kip from Napoleon Dynamite, I assume is a funny motherfucker. I mean, he got that part for a reason. Does he do anything now? Now you got me interested in him, but I'm going to find you the best of Kyle Dunnigan. I love his Craig character. Craig's Nest! Yay! Animals on animals. He does this bit on his show where he's like, okay, now it's time for animals on animals. So in this segment, we have animals on animals, and he just shows a picture of like a monkey sitting on top of a dog, and he's like, okay, that was animals on animals.
What the fuck?
He's fucking hilarious. He does a great Bill Maher. He does a great Donald Trump. He used to make Instagram videos. I gotta find you the one. I gotta send you this one. Where is it? Kyle Dunnigan. Kyle Dunnigan. This is he made this one when what's her name? What's her big fat ass name? Kim Kardashian went to meet Donald Trump at the Oval Office, and he made this video, and it was fucking hilarious. And he just makes hundreds. Kyle Dunnigan. I'm gonna find the video and send it to you. Kim Kardashian. Yeah, baby. He does this awesome impression of Kyle Jenner. Kris Jenner. What the fuck is his name? The guy who turned into a girl.
Caitlyn Jenner.
Caitlyn Jenner, yeah. Kim Kardashian. But you have to watch this. Kim Kardashian. Donald Trump.
I just sent my favorite Tim Dillon skit. He did an impression of Meghan McCain.
Oh shit, Tim Dillon. I know him. He's been on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck, I know who you're talking about. But you have to. Kyle Dunnigan has also been on Joe Rogan, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna watch that, and then you have to watch this too.
Okay.
Craig answers your questions. All right, so you watch this while I watch that.
Did you send your video on Skype?
No, I haven't sent it yet, but I saw you sent yours, so we're your Vanguard viewer. So,
gotcha.
Holy shit, you sent me a lot of videos.
Yeah,
gotta watch them all.
There was the.
I'm gonna watch the most recent. I'm gonna watch the most recent one right now.
Okay.
This big fat hairy shoulders.
When the door's closed. Yeah, you gotta push it. It's locked. Yeah, wait until I buzz you. Okay, push it. Why did you open it? There was a weird buzzing noise. Yeah, that means open the door. It's locked. You have to wait until I buzz you. Jesus Christ.
I love Tim Dillon. Yeah, no, I've seen him on. Joe Rogan had him on recently, like right before the election bullshit happened.
Yeah, with Alex Jones. That was hilarious.
Yeah, Meghan McCain does not like him doing an impression of her. He's wearing a white dress with his chest hair hanging out the top. Oh, this is fucking hilarious.
I'll be raised in captivity, be the greatest politician that ever lived.
That is a fucking... As the only gal on this panel who held up a Boston Market last weekend, I'm going to talk about guns. Yeah, he's funny. He's fucking funny.
Yeah, the Beverly Hills Antifa one was a good one, too. Did you see that one?
My gun's not for sale, but my pussy is.
Yeah. He's brutal.
You don't tell me what guns I can own or what people I can own. That's kind of funny.
You can tell he's been in sales because he just has that like charismatic aura, I guess. Shit. I live.
It is nice to meet you, sir. How many people are in your guild?
407.
Will you invite Jesus Christ, I'm drunk and retarded. Will you invite my my paladin?
Sure. What's his name?
No, her name. Yeah. By the way, you're gonna want to have a look at this chick. She's pretty hot. Hold on, let me open the game.
Got here.
As one
No,
would
go
do
in the
when one is
door.
playing the game.
But I can't go in the door. It's a solid. Holy shit.
No offense, but this would have been a lot funnier if I
I
was in
like
it.
you.
Yeah, baby.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's what Jesus would say. I do. I like you.
What are you watching now?
I'm not watching shit. I'm trying to log into the game so I can leave the guild I'm in. But I have 2 characters in this guild. I'm not leaving my guild. I'm just getting my. The thing about my paladin has been my main and my alt through like 9 expansions. I don't know. It's probably more like 3, but you know what I mean. So like, yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't want to say my paladin's name until you see it. You might be a little bit impressed by it. It is a female blood elf paladin, and her name is hold on. Let me G-quit real quick. God damn! I should have never signed into that. I should have never signed into that.
Sorry.
It's so annoying. They want you to sign into the voice chat, and you're like, for what? Like, yeah, okay. But at least, you know what, to be honest, thank you, because I've never been able to sign into the voice chat.
It's there, people just don't use it.
Yeah, and finally, I did.
I think there's like a little special alert whenever someone actually uses that thing.
Okay, so I want you to whisper Paladame. 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 Whisper me, and then I'll know you can invite me.
Says it's not currently playing.
Okay, see, what server are you on? Are you on Terralion?
I'm on Kel'Thuzad.
Yeah, crap. So yeah, okay. Good thing I didn't G-quit. All right, cool. Yeah, no, I can't join your guild because I am on a different server than you're on. Kel'Thuzad.
Yeah.
I love that name because it always reminds me of The Little Mermaid, and I always sing it this way: Kel'Thuzad, what a loss! Here we go in the sauce. Now some flour, I think, just a dash. I guess you've never seen The Little Mermaid.
Been a while.
Fuck you.
I'm sure if I saw it again, I would know the reference completely.
I'm so glad I didn't quit, though. Yeah, so you're on a different server than me. Okay. Now, I want to do right now is what I want to do is I think I have some players on Kel'Thuzad. Let me check. Let me log out. 20 minutes. Well, what the hell am I doing out here? Alright, so you're on a different server than me. Do you have anything on Terralion?
Nope.
I was wondering why your guild had so many players. This fucking server is dead. I need to leave. Kel'Thuzad, what a loss.
It's actually famous for being the server that Asmongold is on.
As girl. Say that again in clear English.
It's the server that Asmon Gold is on.
Asmon Gold, is that a guild or a player?
He's like a famous streamer. He gets like 40 to 50,000 viewers a stream.
Oh. Nice. I've never been on this server. Son of a bitch. I might end up paying the $25 to leave. I hate Terrellion, to be honest. Terrellion sucks.
Yeah, they should allow you to transfer for free on dead servers. And they consolidate them or something like that.
Well, the thing about Terrellion, it's not dead. It's just nobody that I like is on it.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, that should be enough. Emerald Dream. I love Emerald Dream.
Yeah, that's the server my friends are on. I just picked Kel'Thuzad because I had a few streamer friends who are on this, and then my...
What's it called? Kel'Thuzad?
Yeah.
What is it? Kel'Thuzad. How do you... Let me find it.
He's the boss, the end boss in Naxxramas.
Yeah, but how do you spell it? That's what I meant. Kel or Cole?
I'll type it.
Into what? I'm not in the game right now. I'm looking at
Skype.
Oh, K-E-L. Okay. Why is Kel'Thuzad? Kel'Thuzad.
Where's my damn mailbox?
Where is your goddamn mailbox? I was looking for it earlier.
Yeah.
HijakLMNP. Calicos, Kilrog, Kiran Tor, Cool Taras. See, but you passed Kel. I don't even see your server here. Kel Taras. Oh, there it is. It's Cool Taras, you idiot.
No.
It's K-U-L-T-I. It's Cool Taras.
No.
And I'm gonna prove it to you right now. It's K-U-L Taras.
That's a different one. That's a different one. I swear to God. Oh my God.
You swear to God. What is your?
I'm in A.
And you're Horde, of course, right?
Yeah, I'm in North America. Are you in North American server?
Yes.
Okay.
If I end up being right, I'm gonna be so not angry. I'm gonna be so fucking happy that I won this argument. Yeah. All right, so my name will be Sniffs. SNIFFS. Not Mechanica Sniff. Fuck you. What is that shit? Sniffs. All right, so what is your tune name on that server?
I'll type it.
Onto Skype. Well, I'm gonna have to sit through this this thing I never sat through before, so I'm gonna have to watch it. So give me a second. Let's talk about stuff. Let's talk about sex, baby.
I'm gonna get another beer. Right back.
All I heard was, only here I want a beer.
I'm gonna get a beer. Be right back.
All right, cool. You know what? I will do the same.
Cool. All right, back.
All right. What is your name?
I texted it on
Your
Skype.
true name. Oh yeah, you did. Never mind. Let me look at that. God damn, I'm dumb. Never mind. Kamad Holy.
Yeah.
Kamad Holy. You know what? Right now, here's the test. /W space. That's whisper. How do you whisper?
/W space name space message.
Kamad. How do I know you weren't lying to me about your name?
Because if I did, then we wouldn't be able to find each other.
No player named Kamad Holy.
Oh, God damn it.
You know what? I want you to invite a guy named 4Js, JJJJOHNNY. 1384. Hold on, let me check. What is my goddamn name? How do I find my name? I think it's 1384. Just try 4Js Johnny, JOHNNY with 4Js JJJJJ, and then try 1384. Johnny 1384, but with 4Js.
Okay.
And then invite me. How do I find out what my name is?
It should be on the chat for Battle.net.
I got it right. It's it's 4Js. J1234Js OHNNY. And then hashtag 1384. Yep, that would be my name. Holy shit, I got it right.
Nice.
Invite me.
Got bass.
Punk Lives. Punky J? No.
There we go.
Got bass. Got bass. Nigga, you know I got bass. Kamad Holy. I am Kamad Holy. Well, that's cool. Now we're friends. We're Skype friends and internet friends and other such places.
Hell yeah. Have you ever heard of the comedian Mark Normand?
Yes, I have heard his name, but I can't think of what he does right now. I'm going to go ahead and look him up.
Well, he kind of does like similes and what's that other thing called?
You know, I'm looking him up right now. Normand, Normand.
He's moving on up there, man. He's getting.
Oh yeah,
big.
him. I don't think he's. All right, cool. He's not that funny.
Yeah, he has like a very particular style. It's very.
It's almost like he's like fighting through the thing to be funny, but he's not. Okay, yeah, I'm a guy. I should be funny, but I'm really not. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I like him. He made me laugh a couple times, but yeah.
Yeah, he kind of rapid fires a lot. Like he's he'll make like a simple punchline or a simple setup, simple punchline, then
I gotta make
yeah.
an example. Like, I'm just listening to him now. He's like, I think I'm autistic, but just the bad parts of it. And then like the crowd goes, and I'm like, yeah, that wasn't funny. And I'm like, okay, so another thing about me is sometimes I wear my jacket inside out, and everyone laughs. And it's like, everyone in the crowd laughed, but I haven't laughed at you yet, dude. Come on, man. like, I'm sorry, Mark Normand, but I mean, he seems like he should be funny, but he's not.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to shit on you for listening to him.
Right. Yeah, I know.
All right, I'm listening to him now. So I'm on a plane. I don't care. Obese Nazi with a service dog. Swipe left. But I haven't laughed yet. I mean, she is not a talker. It's like,
yeah, it's kind of like.
I wish he.
It's kind of like the whole alt comedy thing where everything is just different.
Anyway, I feel like an asshole because I'm like, yeah. I remember when I first saw Mark Normand, I was like, oh, cool. This guy's cool. I like him. And then after I listened to him for a while, I was just like, fucking, he hasn't made me laugh yet. This is bullshit, man. like, yeah. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, have you heard of Sam Hyde?
Hey, I want to make it clear. This is the first of the two comedians that you have put to me that I didn't like. Like, I liked the first two. I want you to know that.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's yeah. You sound defeated. I'm like, no, dude. I laughed. I'm sorry. I heard of them before, but yeah, no. Those first two comedians were funny, and they win. But dude, Mark Normand, I don't know, dude. He's just not funny. Like he's like numbers funny. Like it's like, all right, cool, but you have to say something clever. Come on, motherfucker. Anyway, but yeah, the other two comedians you mentioned, I like them. So just to make that clear. So who's your new guy? The next guy?
Sam Hyde.
So far, Sam Hyde.
I'll give you my favorite. Let's see.
Go ahead and send it to me. Yeah, go ahead. Calthazad, what a loss. Here we go. I think I like stupid more than smart. That might be might be. I'm watching this last video I sent you, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is so stupid. Yeah. Yeah, let's open the door.
Hello?
That's a
At
lot.
the side door.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
I'll
need
push you
stupid
in.
comedy.
The door.
The world's just too fucked up.
Yeah,
we
you
just
gotta
need
push it.
we need to be more stupid.
locked.
Forget about
Yeah,
it.
wait until I buzz you.
All right, let me.
Okay, push
let me
it.
first turn off. But I can go. And the door.
Oh, there you go. It's a little bit long, but this is.
I'm watching the last one you just sent me. What the fuck is he wearing?
Notes here. Did I just drop the mic pack? Oh, good. Okay. Keep that on me. Otherwise, you guys can't hear me.
He's a gladiator, man.
25 seconds here.
Yeah, all right. He's doing all right so far. No, he
Give me like
looks
10 more seconds.
okay. So the joke is, I'm not a real gladiator. I'm out of breath because I had to run up some stairs.
Up a
I
little
get
bit
it.
so
I
I
get
don't
it.
have to like turn my head into it. Can you like, how about now? Test. Hey, there you go.
And then more water drink, and then now, come on, now, be fucking clever. You better be fucking
Can
clever.
we reset the clock so I have another?
Okay, so you're still doing the I'm such a lazy fat
There we go.
dumb
Okay.
piece
Hey.
of shit. Okay,
I wanted to
come
start
on.
sitting down anyway.
Let's reset the clock. Okay, let's.
Pat yourselves on the back
okay,
right
we
now,
get
okay?
it. We
Let's do
get
it.
it.
Come on.
You're a pathetic
Everybody, I'm
nerd.
not gonna
Now
I'm
say
not gonna let you
something
stop
smart.
until I see everybody
Come
doing
on.
it. Let's pat ourselves on the back.
Now show us why.
You two.
we should
You're patting
listen
each
to
other.
you.
That's cheating. You couldn't keep your hands off her, could you? Yeah. Hey, I don't blame you. She is a cutie.
And so
Hey,
we
guys.
pat ourselves
That
on
pat
the
on the back right there is for saving the world.
Oh, that's cheating.
World. I'm looking at young minds right now. You
better
guys
say
are all
something really
intelligent. I know
fucking
that you
smart.
did good in school. I didn't do that. You especially.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a slow burn, but it gets good.
Look at us. We're the machine that keeps the world going.
Dude, you got fooled, dude.
I'd like to start this talk off with a parable.
Dude, what'd he do? He just ran up some stairs and pretended to be winded after running up 6 stairs. It's like, oh, look what a nerd! What a silly nerd I am! And now we're gonna save the world. But he hasn't said anything smart yet.
He's making fun of TED Talks.
It was something about how women's rights are not
He
legitimate.
better be.
Something that everybody
He
knew
is.
was false. But if anybody had spoken up, he would have taken extreme joy in failing them. Okay, nobody.
Okay, I get it.
One person raised his voice. One person started talking. The teacher couldn't believe it. The classroom.
Okay, if he's making fun of TED Talks, then he wins because
They deserve it.
because I thought he was serious.
Albert Einstein. And that same sense of
Now it's funny. God
that
damn
same
it.
sense of childlike
Making fun of
and
TED Talks.
innocence that we know from Albert Einstein. I can sense it in this room today. TEDx, Drexel University, Drexel University, Next X.
All right, you win.
So
you
gotta be
win.
thinking to
I
yourselves right
lost. I thought he was like a
22-year-old kid
real.
up on stage with a
He
chip on
did
his
such a
shoulder,
good job of making
his
fun
heart
of
on
TED
his
Talks. I thought he was really doing a TED Talk.
Well, it's a tough question to ask somebody to define who they are.
He's walking down the stairs trying to step through those goddamn letters. Oh, that's funny.
What inspires you? I want an answer. What inspires you?
He had a show on Adult Swim.
You better find something, man.
$1 Million Extreme presents World Peace. It was canceled.
Holy
though.
shit, he's awesome.
What inspires me?
Don't worry about it. All right, never mind. I'm dumb.
What inspires me is finding out how to use maglev trains to get resources to the moon. These are the challenges that tomorrow's going to face. Okay? How are we going to get clean
inspires me
to
is
2 billion
teaching
Chinese
African refugees how to program JavaScript. All right, never mind. You win. You win. I'm dumb.
The second thing that
damn it.
inspires me are ideas. Ideas are amazing. Ideas are like currency. Ideas are what drives the world. Ideas are what we need to get to the next stage. And not just great inventions like a train, little things like this microphone that enables me to speak to the unwashed masses. TED Talks.
Holy shit, this is fucking hilarious. Oh my god, I'm sorry I doubted you, sir.
And we have to talk about it because great ideas don't come in all shapes and sizes. 9/11, September 11th.
Holy fucking shit, this is
We're gonna
genius.
use reverence here and not be silly about this, but
He's wearing, oh my god, I love you, dude. I'm sorry I doubted you.
11 guys who didn't even
I forgive you.
English. And that proves that
I,
sometimes
I love you, so you should forgive me. Holy shit.
I'm Sam Hyde.
God damn, this guy is a genius. What's his name? Sam Hyde.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah. Yeah, I'm
above all
gonna.
else, I'm a
You
passionate,
win. You win,
childlike
sir.
innovator.
Thank you for exposing me to this
all around the
genius.
globe.
Holy shit! This is. He fucking trolled TED Talks. Wow, this is goddamn genius. Wow, wow, wow.
Where are we? We've got all this great technology. We've got 7 billion people in the world. And according to
Well,
UN
he just
projections,
turned around, looked up, and like he was looking. Oh my god, he's funny. Holy
so we better
shit.
start coming up with some
Yeah,
robots
he wins.
to bridge that
Wow.
gap.
Holy crap, Sam Hyde.
The West's sick
I love how the audience is in on the joke.
to make this planet uninhabitable for the future
He has a
generations.
little chart of U.S. population
You
growth.
know what I'm talking about.
Oh my god.
An inconvenient truth.
Oh god.
It's essentially what's going on is we're too selfish and we're driving our cars too much. And that's getting nature out of the picture. Now, we looked at the data.
Crap.
We
This
looked
guy
at the
is a
data.
genius.
And what we found
Oh my
surprised
god.
us. What we found, right there, what we found was that culture is a sewer. We've got lewd
Wow, this is
We've got
fucking
some
awesome.
nasty bedroom things on TV. And they're sexualizing young girls, and it's getting
You
to
should
the
see,
point where I have a problem with it.
Right there. Right
It
there.
shouldn't be that way.
There's a picture of some
world citizens.
people watching TV. He's like, right there, right there,
world
right there.
There we go. We're all
Oh
world
god,
citizens.
this guy is
living
funny
together
as shit.
with one social contract, one economic future. We're all
Yeah,
tied
he's
together.
covered his
There's no more
face.
individual
He's starting to
anymore.
laugh.
It's just the hive.
Oh my god.
We have to
Okay,
stick
you win,
together.
dude. Thank you for exposing me to this comedy. Holy shit, this
Now,
is
studies show that we work hard.
this is goddamn genius. Wow.
Yeah, his Adult Swim show is called $1 Million Extreme Presents World Peace, and it's like sketch comedy, but like there's multiple interpretations of it. It's really cool, really unique.
Well, I haven't been in America long enough. I started to think that all you were just dipshits who just like accepted what fucking the news told you. But thank you for exposing me to real like my kind of people. God damn, this is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
He fucking trolled TED Talks. God damn, this is awesome. I love it so much.
Yeah,
What
this
year
is
did this happen?
2014. Alright. I'll send you another a skit from the Adult Swim TV show.
Alright, I'll watch it too.
It's my favorite one.
Roger Cheeto here. Worried parents, bullied children, school support.
Wow.
When News 17 caught wind of this developing story, we
Are
knew
you
we had
allowed
dig
to
deep
do this
and
kind
get
of
the
shit
developing story.
anymore?
You like golf? Yeah.
Yep.
You're all
Well, the thing is that they only allow one season of World Peace. It's kind of ironic saying that out loud. But basically, a lot of the writers from the other shows of Adult Swim didn't like Sam Hyde, so they kind of basically just
Sorry,
fired
I
him.
gotta pause this so I can listen to you. Go ahead.
So basically, World Peace, the Adult Swim TV show that he made, only lasted one season. A lot of the writers, there's like internal politics. They just didn't like him, so they
Yeah,
pressured the
makes
executives to fire him, to basically cancel him, and they succeeded. But he's doing his own thing now. He doesn't have to worry about executives or whatnot. Yeah, he's still making stuff. He's still making skits like that.
I know, it's so annoying.
Vice Principal Dono. Principal Dono. So what you're saying is bullies function.
I guess
as a
they're
sort of
just
social
hijacking
watchdog.
what
Exactly.
happens
We found
to
that bullies tend to
America's
sniff out the
ears.
trouble.
I know it sounds like the dumbest way to say it, but it's like, oh yeah, no, we'll tell you. It's
Yeah.
No.
I mean,
tell you.
I have to say that Americans are getting tired of it. They're realizing that basically nowadays anyone can make a TV show as long as you have the experience, you know.
The internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They basically don't put up with it. Like, especially on like social media, they'll like there's a meme going on where like they say NDE Never Dies, which is the name of the show that was canceled on Adult Swim. That show that Sam Hyde
What's
had.
NDE?
It's $1 Million Extreme.
What does it stand for, though?
$1 Million
Oh,
Extreme.
MDE.
Yeah.
I can't hear the difference between your M's and your N's. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm too drunk.
Yeah. Are you drunk? That's cool. 'Cause I like being drunk. What are we doing now, anyway? We're gonna do something online.
Sure.
That's kind of cool that you're drunk, because I love being drunk. And like whenever I make new friends online, I'm usually drunk with them, so I really love it when they are drunk too. Like, hey, either of us ought not be embarrassed.
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
Because we are both drunk. I mean, what else the fuck are you gonna do online other than be drunk and play World of Warcraft?
I know. Grinding games and drinking go well together.
Although one thing I know to be true is if I ever wish to tank current content, I need to not be drunk for that, because you know it's like driving drunk. Tanking is hard. You tanked before, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I tanked all the way from Lich King.
Yeah. Tanking, really? All the way through Lich King?
Yeah.
I never tanked Lich King, but I tanked, or I killed all the way, like my guild. I killed all the way to get, what's his name? Deathwing. And then I tanked the second string of our guild. And I tanked Spine. Spine was the last boss I killed, tanking. But I killed Deathwing. I killed Deathwing on my rogue, but tanking, I never got second string, whatever raid group, because I was the main tank for the second string of our guild. And we never got past Spine. But we never mind. We got past Spine. We never killed anything after that. So
yeah. I
actually no. In memory, I don't think we killed Spine. I know I killed Spine when I wasn't tanking it, but yeah, no, I don't think our second string. Anyway, blah blah. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I only actually got halfway into Lich King because, like, vanilla Lich King was just insanely powerful. They actually had to give a bonus to attack power just for people to, in order to down him at all. That's how OP he was.
Well, no, I never killed Lich King as current content.
Yeah.
I never killed Lich King current content. One thing, though, I did kill Deathwing as current content. He was the next. Oh, wait, no. Who was the next one? Pandaria was after. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I killed Deathwing. Deathwing was next, right?
Deathwing was after Lich King.
I killed Deathwing. I tanked Deathwing. Spine. Dude, Spine was a fucking great fight. It was a little too hard, in my opinion, but it was a great fight. I mean, Because I remember thinking when Deathwing was the big bad guy, I was like, how in the fuck are a bunch of 2-inch little assholes supposed to defeat this giant fucking dragon? And then when they came up with the idea of picking the fucking plates off his back while he was in the air, I was just like, holy shit, this is good writing. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I was really impressed with Spine. That's why I love Spine. Even though Spine was the most annoying fight that ever existed in the history of this game, just the concept behind it, I was just like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You're on his back, and you gotta pick his plates off, and yeah, that made perfect sense to me, and it sounded awesome. What are you doing right now?
I'm just
doing something. Are you doing something I should be a part of?
I'm just flying around, waiting on. I'm trying to communicate and see like
What
who.
I'm gonna do since I restarted my computer. I'm going into the game.
Literally every box is up right now, so we're trying to communicate and figure out which one to do because
Holy fuck! I fucked this all up.
we didn't have enough people to actually down any of the bosses, so they've accumulated.
Whatever. What should I get on my rogue or my tank? My tank has really low gear, and my rogue is really low DPS. You know what? I'm gonna get on my tank.
Yeah.
And then invite me to group. Invite me to group because worst case scenario, I just will last a little longer. So hold on to rolling on. Okay. God damn, how do I stop this from popping up? Alright, so invite Paladame.
Okay.
To your group. Hold on, I'm still loading in.
Alright. I felt better.
That sounds pretty good to me. Alright, cool. Where am I? Why am I so far from... Holy shit, how do I get there quickly as possible? Guess I'm gonna... Hearth? I'm gonna Hearth. Wait, where am I right now?
Are you? I don't see you in the game.
You don't see me? Invite me. I am Paladame. What you?
There you are. I
Just
see you.
invite me as a friend. You know. There you go.
Gotcha.
Are you okay? So I need to go to Argamar first, so I can turn on stinky fart or whatever you call.
Yeah, that's it.
I gotta go turn on stinky fart.
Yeah, start on stinky fart.
It's isn't that hilarious that you know exactly what stinky fart means?
Yeah, I do. I completely understand. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have a little red stinky fart on my crown. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the worst thing, but you know you have to do it in order to progress your character. So, for the good of your character.
It's trust me, a lot of pussies think that if they wash their panties and they don't have stinky fart on, then they'll do better. But the fact is, you gotta have stinky fart on, dude.
You really do.
You gotta have stinky fart on. You really have to have stinky fart on.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, your panties will stay clean, but you're just never actually gonna. You're just never gonna get anything done if your panties don't get dirty. That's why you need stinky fart.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that so much that you know what stinky fart is.
Totally do, yeah.
Oh my god. And you know, don't you fucking dare tell me what stinky fart is right now. I think we just both need to know what stinky fart is right now without telling each other. Don't tell me what stinky fart is. You know what stinky fart is.
I do.
You know why I gotta go to Orgrimmar and turn on stinky fart. And don't you fucking dare say what stinky fart is because we just know it. Just together.
I'm on the level, okay? I'm on the level. I got it. I got it.
Yeah. All right. By the way, one of my favorite guild names that back on when there used to be goddamn stinky fart servers, our main guild, like the main stinky fart guild, was named Warsong Battalion, and they had like 700,000, like they had like 700,000, and I fucking love that name, Warsong Battalion.
Yeah, that's
Oh god, is that the best name for a fucking PvP guild that there ever was? Warsong Battalion.
Definitely.
And I used to make jokes about it, like not jokes, but I would praise them. I'd be like, yeah, we love our song of war, an entire battalion singing the song of war. I was like, I used to just make jokes about it. But yeah, you know, stinky farts are great. Fucking Warsong Battalion.
So,
God damn, what a great guild name. What a great guild name. Warsong Battalion. Oh my god.
Better than
Anyway,
Guardians.
go ahead. What were you saying?
I had a guild when I was in high school called, or I joined a guild called Guardians of the Undead. That was pretty sick name, too.
That's a good guild name.
Yeah, the guy was toxic as fuck, though. He called him, like, the thing is that, like, I was like a new tank. Like, that's how I learned to tank, from his guild. And then they started getting tired of me, and then one thing led to another, and that guy was like not having it at all. Like he got really fucked. He started like getting really into it. Like
he started becoming a stinky fart.
Yes, he did. He was like, it was horrible. Like it was like high school.
Where are you? I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find you right now.
I'm in Argent tournament grounds right now.
Yeah, I gotta go up there. Okay, shit, I gotta go. Fucking holy crap! What am I doing down here? I gotta go fucking jump on a fucking Zeppelin. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Well, so basically, like I was the core tank, as in like raid 1.
Yeah, main tank, core tank, main tank. I get it. I've been playing a while. Yeah.
And
so you're the main tank, and then what? How'd they shut you out if you were the core tank?
Like I kept making mistakes. Like at a time, like I was so addicted to WoW that I would play like 17, 18 hours a day.
Yeah, but how did they kick you out if you were the core tank?
Like
it seems
it's because
like
I was
impossible.
I was literally grinding so hard that I was not in the mental state to actually do good. Because I was just
so you must have been in a super progression based guild if you were that into it and they still kicked you. It must have been a fucking super progression based guild.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, like, I would grind alts, like, 16, 15, like, quite a while before I even started raiding, so, like, I would burn myself out, and then...
That's one thing I will never do, is get kicked out of a progression guild. Like, I'm gonna say, you know what, dude, I'm sorry guys. I wish you all the best, but I'm sick of this shit.
I know,
That's
right?
kind of what I. Yeah.
Yeah, they were definitely Guardians of the Undead was definitely a progression guild. Like he was, I think he was like one of the top 5 people who cleared Naxxramas back in the day. So he definitely knew his stuff. But like,
Where are you? Wait! Help me come to where you are.
I'm in
Where are
the
you?
Syndragos's Fall by the Archer
Syndragos's
tournament.
Fall. Oh shit! Yeah, no. How do I get there?
Did you do the pre-patch quest line yet?
Yeah, I did.
There should be a portal
right. You know what? I guess I'm gonna do it the hard way.
There should be a portal by the Orgrimmar.
God damn it, you're right. But I'm on the. You know what? I'm flying off this. Fuck it. No. Oh, never mind. I lost it.
Yeah, you're in
lost it. I want to come on. Come on back. It goes fast. All right, yeah, you're right. Let me go down to the.
You're close. You got to go down to the Valley of Strength.
I was goddamn close, wasn't I? To getting back on that goddamn.
Shit.
It's fun, man. It's fun to be silly. That's the fun part of it. Is like a lot of people get really mad at you when you just fuck around and you fuck things up. But part of me is like, no, dude. The whole point of this game is we are having fun, kid. Like, like we are seeing if you get it. Like, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I'll be right back, man. Just one second.
Yeah. Go ahead. Crystal Sun Forest. Hey, buddy. What are you fucking doing, nigga? Opening a mousetrap? Jesus Christ.
What?
That was a joke. I said, what are you doing, motherfucker? Opening a mousetrap? What in the fuck was all that noise? Quack, 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 quack. Alright, okay. Jesus Christ. Gotta slam your can on the tables? I don't know what the hell was going on with that.
Alright, so, did you find the, poofy butthole?
The poofy butthole. No, I have not found yet the poofy butthole. What are we doing here?
The portal ice crown?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm on my way to the poofy butthole. Yeah. I'll be there soon.
So what part of Japan do you live in?
Near Yokosuka or near, no, not Yokosuka. Near, I live about an hour and a half out of Tokyo. There, I'll say that. I'm not gonna say anything else other than that.
Yeah, it's fine.
What are we doing?
Like, I am trying to get a group set up to do the world bosses, but I have trouble finding anyone.
You know,
still
fuck that.
online.
This says portal to Orgrimmar. Fuck that. I'm not going back to Orgrimmar. I'm gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go up to the what do you call it? Ardent transference of manliness to the compliance of completion. Never mind. Yeah, I'm going to the Ardent tournament. What do you call it? The Argent
tournament grounds.
Argent. Yeah, not Ardent. Yeah, I'll be on my way there. Cool.
Phosphorus. Oh. I'll invite him. There you go.
You got really, like, your voice got manlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a little bit. I swear to God, when I was first talking to you, you were like, just so, I can't even think about what so. I'm like, now you sound like a dude. Like, what in the shit just happened?
I got another beer. I got another beer. I had to re-up.
It's the beer. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Right. Maybe the beer is the thing. It's like Macbeth.
I agree.
Or the beer's the thing, not the play's the thing.
The beer is the thing.
Holy fuck, you sound sexy, boys. What in the shit just happened? I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings.
Okay.
Yeah, you got sexy voice now. What in the shit just happened?
Thank
you. You're like, and then now you're like, hey guy, my name is whatever the fuck my name is that you forgot because you're drunk and you forgot it.
All right, finding more people.
No. You can't go back to silly voice.
Finding more
It's
people.
too late, man. It's too late to apologize.
It's too late.
You can sing now too? Jesus Christ. I knew you were bullshitting me the whole time. I'm falling on the rope, got me 10 feet off the ground. Hey.
Not bad. I don't know that song, but I think you're doing good.
I think I am too. Yeah, silliness is happy. Holy shit, that's a good band name. Silliness is happy. I know, that's a good album name for a band named Silliness.
Yeah.
Falling off the rope got me 10 feet off the ground. I'm gonna play a couple songs.
Yeah.
We should play some music, right? What do you got? Music is the thing.
All of everything. From Infinite Annihilator all the way down to Volcano Choir.
Yep, all those things.
Alright. I'm gonna show you something.
You know what? I hate this song, but it's a good one. What are you showing me?
I'll show you. You'll see. That's all I have to say.
Alright, let's hear
It's
where
a
are
perfect
you now, though?
it's a
Where are
perfect
you?
drunk song.
Falling on the road, got me 10 feet off the ground.
Alright, don't get that.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna stop pretending.
What?
Right here. You're gonna hear it.
Alright. Oh god. Copyright deadlock. Play 3 or 4 songs at the same
Not so
time.
into that, huh? Not so into that, right? Alright, go ahead.
I linked you the best drunk song in the world, by the way.
Alright, well, I will now play it. This is the best drunk song in the world?
Yes.
Alright, let's see how it holds up. In Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, you won't. You'll see.
I don't like the starting note. So far, it sounds like Metallica got drunk. I mean, I like it. Doesn't it get better?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You have no idea.
I like it. Not bad so far. Oh my god, that was awesome. Wow. Oh my god, that's so funny. I'm sorry this is the lyrics of that episode. Yeah, I get a breath fuzz. That
See?
was fucking hilarious.
Wasn't that a good drunk song?
No, but when they lined it up, when that little egg with the legs fell off the cliff, and the song stops just as that happened, that was fucking really good editing. That was fucking hilarious. That's what made me laugh so hard for 10 minutes or however long I laughed. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good drunk song. I don't know. Hey, man. Do you want to hear another good drunk song?
Sure.
All right. So hold on. Just give me a second. I'm gonna I'm gonna sing a drunk song. Now, just remember, as fun as evil is, good is so hard is fun, and then soft is fun.
Yeah.
Now, in the same way I enjoy that disgustingly hard, ridiculous shit, I enjoy that. Now, I also enjoy like the soft, warm wetness of a vagina that is this right here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So just please, just open your mind.
Oh well.
Just open your mind.
It's open.
Okay.
Ready for you.
All right. Just remember, in the same way I embrace what you just posted to me.
Hello?
No.
I can't push you in.
I can't push you in.
Yeah, you gotta push it. It's a law.
It's a log.
Is this part of the song?
No, that was something else that happened when I fucked everything up. But no, I want you, as horrified as you thought I was gonna be when you played that song for me. Please be just as horrified for this.
I'll try.
Alright, just be just as horrified. Now I want to just hear. Now you have to watch it all the way through, just as I did yours.
Okay. All right.
It's like the devil. It's like the devil herself grew cowboy boots and glam rock.
Oh.
Yeah. Isn't it horrifying?
I know, right? It's spooky.
It's the most terrible spooky thing you've ever heard in your life.
It really is.
You know what? I think at the end of the day you're gonna love it.
I like it.
Yeah.
It goes in my playlist. Highest honor of all.
There you go.
Metal.
It's glam rock.
Same place that Blasphemian song.
Or another glam metal. They call it that.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. Same place.
It's kind of beautiful, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like everyone who hates their dad is gonna be like, "Fuck you, no, this bullshit sucks." But it's actually kind of pretty. Like this man with woman hair seems to be able to sing a gorgeous ballad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I think so.
You can sing.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
Tiny little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I love saying a little bit. When something is like over the top awesome, I love saying a little bit. Say it in like a lesbian accent. Oh yeah, a little bit.
How about we do some MeGs?
Yeah, let's do that. What are those? Oh, I'm dead. Stuff. What am I doing? I thought I was dying.
I see
Are
you.
you there?
I see you on the map. I'll head over to you.
Hey man, whatever you do, try your best not to fall. love with my avatar. she is quite sexy.
Do you like Avenged Sevenfold?
Oh, fucking, I love them.
Yeah,
that
they
guy
kind.
went to jail. He killed his wife or something, or tried to.
I think that was as I lay
Damn,
dying.
oh yeah, that is. Okay, never mind. Yeah.
Yeah, he attempted a hit on his wife, I think.
God damn it! I want more of this. Avenged Sevenfold.
Yeah, Avenged Sevenfold.
You know, do you mind if I just play some for us?
Sure. Alright, don't mind. What's it called? What was that ballad that he made? God, what's it called?
I don't know.
Fold. So far. Dear God, I think that's the song.
Never feared for anything.
This is like new shit.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Avenged Sevenfold song? Tell me.
I tried to heal the broken heart with all that I
could. What's a song you love of theirs?
Afterlife.
My brother is super into. Oh, there we go. Afterlife. All right, let's type that in.
Yeah, it's kind of like glam metal, but like heavier, I guess, or modernized. Yeah.
That. Yeah, dude, no bullshit. My little brother is super into Avenged Sevenfold.
Yeah, they're.
Holy shit! This is awesome.
Cause they've been waiting for you. Getting you something.
Into it. So now that we're listening to this, what do we do on World of Warcraft?
Yeah, this is like back in the Lich King days when like the song came out like 2007, I think.
Where are you?
I'm in Argent Tournament Grounds.
Fuck! I gotta go back to goddamn Orgrimmar. God damn it. Never mind. Son of a pot. Your mother is a
found this
I already turned on Sticky Part. I already turned on Sticky Part.
Anyway.
Sticky Part turned on.
Say, I made up my mind.
Holy fuck! It's like psychomelodic.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Psychomelodic.
Psychomelodic.
I understand why everyone loved him so much.
Yeah, it's kind of like modernized glam metal.
No, it's like a muscle and a fucking titty had a baby together.
Or that.
Yeah.
Both.
Oh shit, I forgot. Yeah, I used to really like this band. Holy crap, I forgot about. fuck, yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's pretty fucking psycho-melodic. Did I just make that up? Psycho-melodic? Kitty biceps. It's like a man's arm and a woman's breast mixed together into. Sorry. Yeah, there's something kind of special about this. I know I got popular. Yeah.
Yeah, they're huge.
Holy fucking shit. Yeah, I was emotionally moved by that. God damn you for emotionally moving me. Now, please move my ass off this couch. I'm kidding. I jog every day. I'm really not a fat fuck.
Yeah,
that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool to see. Guns N' Roses. Yeah. You're too young for Guns N' Roses, aren't you? Yeah, you forgot about that.
I mean, they did do the sound. They did do the advertisement for Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
I know you heard of them, but you forgot about Guns N' Roses. You're too young for Guns N' Roses.
I know, but they did.
And that's why you don't get that joke when I say, like, you don't get that joke because you're a little too young for Guns N' Roses.
I know.
Like, I think they're like maybe even only 3 years too young for you. Too old for you, too young for you. I don't know.
I was born in 91.
You know what? I'm gonna link to you why. Yeah, is a thing. I'm gonna have to send this to you.
I'm curious. You got me hooked, man. I'm anticipating it.
It's well, you have to watch the whole goddamn. You have to watch the 8-minute video to get it. Don't cry. Here we go. So I'm gonna click on that. And I'm gonna Lickleby Dickleby. I'm gonna link it to you. I swear to God, you acted like a nerd like 7 minutes ago, and then now you're like fucking manly voice. That's kind of funny. So,
Fear brings out the best in me.
Well, best of you, nerd. Oh, yeah, well, so look at me, I'm just such a nerd. Watch that video.
Alright.
And then, but you can't, you have to watch the whole video in order to know what. I've been there before. Something is changing inside you. Don't you know? Don't you cry tonight. Don't you cry tonight.
Oh, did you ever see the Motley Crue biopic on Netflix.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
What do you think?
I said, yeah, I saw that shit. But here's the thing you need to see. You know what? Never mind. Fuck. This is the Motley Crue song that anyone who isn't a Motley Crue fan needs to see. And I'm sending it to you now. Don't go away now. This is my favorite Motley Crue song, and everyone needs to know this song. I'm sorry, could you please watch it? Hold on a second. Don't go away, man. Don't go away, man. This is the best Motley Crue song that ever was Motley Crue song ever in the history of Motley Crue songs. Like, now, before I send you this song, you need to understand, like, I know you've heard the name Motley Crue, but you've never actually heard a song of theirs. This is the song you need to hear.
I did
Right
hear
here.
Kickstart My Heart.
Yeah, oh, you did. No. This song explains Motley Crue better than ever. And how do we do it? How do I send that here?
Stream it.
No, I gotta copy. I'm gonna paste it to you on. There we go. There, watch it. You know what? I'm stopping it. You play that song and play it that I could hear it.
I'm playing through headphones, so.
Well, just play it. I want you to hear this song. We could sail away or catch a freight train or a rocket ship into outer space. Nothing left to do. Too many things been said to ever make it feel like yesterday did. Come on, man. Play it on speakers or whatever the fuck you want to.
I only have headphones. You watch my stream.
That is my favorite Motley Crue song ever in the history of Motley Crue songs. Girl, get the fuck out of my goddamn hair. I will sit here in silence and let you listen to that song. It's such a beautiful song, and you know you love it.
Catchy.
This is fucking my favorite Motley Crue song ever in the history of Motley Crue songs. Is it over? You done?
Halfway.
Alright, keep going. It's a beautiful song, and you know you love it.
I'll show you my favorite metal song of all time.
Alright, well, if you listen to mine, I will listen to yours.
Fair deal.
Oh, yes, I'm the great pretender. I love that song too, but yeah, no, I really love Motley Crue. Oh, man, that's kind of one of my favorite songs in the whole history of the world. Alright, so before you finish, I gotta listen to it now too. Bing. I don't wanna fuck your night up too much. I really just wanted to listen to this song at full volume. But how'd it go? What did you think of the song?
I liked it.
Yeah.
I think more bands nowadays should do like the whole like glam rock thing.
Anyway, you had a song that you that I owe you a listen to.
All right.
What is it?
Here we go.
You don't have to send it to me, or you can. Okay, cool.
I'll just send it to you.
Yeah, all right. That'll work.
It's a lot faster than that.
Oh yes, I'm the great pretender.
It's faster than that. It's faster than the one you sent me, but it's not quite as crazy as Blasphemian. So
crap. Are you sending me some dumb like something that? Okay.
It's not too bad.
Like I sent you some crap that like a normal person wouldn't send you. Like you know what?
This was big around my high school.
You need to listen to one more song. I'm gonna send you Freddie Mercury, The Great Pretender. Like
All
you're
right.
sending me some. Alright, cool. I'll listen to it. I hope you're not retarded. Oh, shit. Never mind. What did you send me? Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Got it.
I used to know the words to this song. God. Piece of shit. Oh, the solo. come to a boil. I saw them live twice. And they play that song. Probably one of those, probably this like third most popular songs they made.
Wow, that's awesome.
I want to chart that on Rockman, but I have no idea when to start.
I fucking love that guitar. Wow. Between here and Grandma's house. Wow. I like that. Okay. Like, you're not scary, bitch. I can fucking make that faggot voice, too. I can also make this faggot voice, and you are not scary. Here's the thing, bro. I'm the scary one. Me right now with my calm voice, I'm the scary one. I'm not scared. I'm not scary with this voice. And I'm not scary with this voice. Motherfucker. Me right now, with my calm, soft voice, I am the scary one, because I'm gonna put a motherfucking bullet in between your eyes. There you go.
Yeah.
So who's scary? Who's scary? Who's scary?
You're scary.
Who's scary? Who is scary? Who is scary? Motherfucker. Yeah. Are you scary?
Yeah.
Am I scary? Who's scary?
You're scaring me.
No. Well, you should be scared. Yeah. I'm so scary. I'm a big scary demon who dances in the darkness. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I'll eat your goddamn wings. And then, I'm so scary.
You're scary.
I'm a big, shut up, bitch. I'll eat your goddamn thighs. All right. Hey. Who's scary? Who's scary? Who's scary? You know what, motherfucker?
Yeah, you are.
You know what? No. I am not scary. Do you know who's scary?
Who?
Ask me again. Who is scary?
Who's scary?
We are scary.
Hell yeah, we're scary.
Hell yeah. We motherfucker. We motherfucker. We motherfucker. We.
We motherfucker.
Do all that gay. I'll do those gay fucking faggot voices they own. Yeah, we are scary, motherfucker. We are scary. We are scary. Fuck you and fuck your mother. We are scary. And be scared of us. Don't be scared of me. Don't be scared of me. Be scared of us. Because we are scary.
We are.
Anyway.
Scary.
Hey, dude. You are part of we.
We are.
No, you certainly are. We are scary.
We are scary. Hell yeah. I'm gonna keep going. Fuck it. Why not?
What are you doing? You in the game? God damn it, I gotta get back in the game. I
Yeah.
forgot. Holy shit, it's only 8:30. Damn it, I gotta log back in.
It
Holy
is
shit, I'm in the game. What's going on?
6:30
What are you
my
doing?
time.
What are you doing?
It's
What are
6:30
you doing?
a.m. to my time.
What are you doing though? Where are you?
I'll head over to you. I'll just head over to you.
No. Stay where you are. What are we doing?
We're trying to find enough people to do world bosses, but there's no one.
Yeah, never mind. Don't come to me. Never mind. Don't do that. How do I get there from here? I gotta go to. Yeah, yes, it is. This is Dalaran. Yeah. God damn, look at my sexy naked ass. I'm the fucking sexiest thing that ever happened to this goddamn
World of Warcraft.
Wow. Wow. Oh, it's like panties of Warcraft. That's kind of funny, panties of Warcraft.
That'd be a good guild name.
I gotta go pee, and I also want to smoke and go eat a piece of chicken. So I'll be right back.
Alright, I gotta pee too.
I really like you, man. Really cool. I like you. I like you very much. That is fucking cool. I like you, dude. Wow. I guess like not half. Please. What in the shit just happened there? Something just happened right then, just there. And I will enter. Okay. What in the shit? What did we just do? Apparently, what just happened just now? What are we gonna do as first we're gonna Rogar. Oh shit, we're gonna
Blood and thunder, go forth to victory.
yeah.
I have many wares.
Oh, this is cool.
Friend of the Grummles.
How in the shit did this happen? Whoa, okay. What did this happen? Oh, good. Oh. Are all an anti-fall.
Alright, I'm back.
Wow. I'm in a fucking, I don't know how I'm in a LFR somehow.
What?
I didn't even know I was. I didn't know I was in an LFR.
Might as well do it.
Yeah, I mean, I have to. I mean, what the fuck else am I gonna do?
Which raid are you in?
I don't know.
Is
They
it?
honestly just, like, they said, hey, da-da-da, and this is so weird. Oh, this is Wintergrass. Holy shit. This is Wintergrass? No fucking way. And fuck your mother too on the way in. Holy shit. Wow. What are we doing? Are we in Wintergrass?
I'm not in it.
Yeah, I know, but we are in Wintergrass. Is that what we're doing?
Seems like it.
Holy crap, this is weird.
Yeah.
Like, you remember Wintergrass, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm literally in Wintergrass. I'm not bullshitting you.
I know. They
then,
added like a 40 man version of it. It used to
oh,
be
you
100.
did it. Okay.
Yeah,
So we go through this. Okay.
Back in the day, it used to be 100.
So what do we do?
So basically,
what do we do then?
You try to capture those siege engine points, like those 4 points on the bottom that are below the gate, the keep.
Oh, so this is, it's like, okay, so we're actually in a goddamn fight.
Yeah, so basically, the more keeps that you hold, the more workshops that you hold, the more siege engines you can make.
Hold on a second. My fucking headphones just said they were dying. Well, let me find them. Where the fuck they are? Yeah, I found them. Okay, cool. You've done this before then?
Yeah, I did it back in the day. When Lich King. It was like
okay.
So basically...
Yeah, no, I've done it too. I mean, I've done... But, like, what are we doing here now back in Wintergrass?
It's an epic PG.
Like, have you done it? Have you done it, like, recently?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you do?
So basically, you have to hold as many of the workshops you have that are on the bottom. Like, they're like 4 on the bottom below. There are 4 workshops below the keep, and then you try to hold.
You basically got to do Wintergrass but
right.
This is a dungeon. What am I in a battleground? Why am I in here?
It's a battleground. I think I queued, but
well, I queued for something.
Yeah,
I queued for something, or yeah.
You
Why am I in here?
You queued for epic BGs, and that's epic BG. So, yeah, like you just hold as many workshops as you can. The more workshops you own, the more siege engines you can make, and then yeah, basically you try to just siege the castle or defend it, depending on what side.
All right, so I gotta go kill workshop shit. All right, cool.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, you gotta take it over.
Jesus Christ!
The more you
Really
hold, the more
not.
siege engines you can make. What the fuck? Alright.
Oh, they always come to this.
Wait, what?
You confirm your role. What's up?
You're already getting up.
They want me to confirm my role.
Yeah, just go ahead and do that.
Oh shit! I should probably go away. Yeah, I'm gonna go somewhere. Oh, away. Gonna go protect, I guess. Or maybe turn. Wow. 15, 13, 14, 9 seconds. Wow. Oh, I got turned out. Oh, that means they took that goddamn place. Oh, shit. No fucking way. Fuck you and fuck your mother. Wow. Oh, they took it. You know what? Never mind. I was about to go take another place, but they took it. What should I do? I don't know what I should do right now.
Are you still in Wintergrass now?
Yeah, I'm in Wintergrass.
Cool.
Which is kind of cool that I'm in Wintergrass, but I'm also, I would like to win. Oh, look at that! Look at that! We got massive. Oh shit, I should treat this like Wintergrass. I thought I was just being a cunt. This is Wintergrass. Never mind. Yep, this is Wintergrass.
Yep.
Yeah, this is Wintergrass. Jesus Christ, this is a fucking... Wintergrass? I gotta fucking fight Wintergrass to win for a dungeon? Jesus H. Christ. Wintergrass used to be an hour and a half goddamn...
And you had 100 versus 100. I remember those days.
I mean, Wintergrass was always annoying, but now this is just like what we accept as. I mean, what in the fuck are we doing here? Apparently we're fighting Wintergrass. Jesus damn Christ. So now we gotta fight Wintergrass.
You got it, man.
What? This is annoying as shit. I'm not gonna lie.
You got it.
Wintergrass is a fucking 30-minute battle that decides a 4-hour control over the center of the universe of the world of Jesus Christ. So now we're just in a... I want to fucking take my keyboard and smash it across the nerd's head who decided this was... Jesus Christ. Oh my God, I'm so angry right now. You wanna... But now I'm in this battle, and if I quit, they might lose because I didn't do my job. Mother fucking damn it.
Do the best you can.
Yeah, let's hope I do. That's cool. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go out back and make sure all these little twats don't do anything stupid or silly out backside. Oh, look at that, look at that, look at that. Found you, silly niggas. Oh shit. What in the shit? Why can't I fucking... Alright, found him. Alright. Wow.
I'll switch to my shaman and do some shit. What should I have? Not enough. Holy shit, Genshin Impact is on mobile. I completely forgot about that.
God damn it! Fucking wow, LA at South Tower. I can't say that. How do I say that? /1, can't say /1/2. Can't say /1. What do I do? Slash.
What do you want to do?
Well, I guess they lost because the tower is not lost. So there you go. How long is this gonna be? We have to go defeat the castle. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go defeat the castle. Fuck this and fuck your mother.
Please don't.
Yeah. What in the shit and fuck your mother comes up with some shit that's motherfuckable.
Just don't. Just say no.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Oh dear. Oh, one day.
I don't get it. I don't know why. Am I in Wintergrass? What in the shit just happened right here? I'm in Wintergrass. I'm in a fucking raid of, holy crap, 2,300 people. Oh my god, I'm in Wintergrass. What in the shit just happened right now? I feel so dumb right now. I'm in Wintergrass.
Why?
Dude, I'm in a raid. There are 2,500 fucking people. 2,500 meaning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 times 2 is what? 30. 17 times 2 is 34? Wow, 34 times plus 4 is 38 people in this goddamn raid? This is a raid. This is a raid, not a goddamn...
It's an epic PvP. You have 40 people.
No, it's for... Anyway, whatever. Yeah, tell me. What in the shit? Why did that? Anyway, you know what? I'm happy because I want to sit here and drink a beer while I wait.
Oh yeah.
I just got glitched because I was waiting for. Anyway, never mind. Blah 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 blah. That's what it sounds like you said to me. What is your name?
Comrade Holly.
I like how you drink as you drink as I drink.
Yeah.
What up? Food and holy. I'll put your name on the screen. Need help on Group B. Where's Group B? I don't know. Are they going in? I got sapped.
I need to target someone.
My range 2, first 2, tournament. This is like we're in Wintergrass. Why am I in Wintergrass?
So we queued it. We queued up for it.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Kill this motherfucker. I bet he's the one who... What in the shit is happening to my fucking... we got him. They killed me 2 times, but... No, we didn't get him. Shit. But anus, but why are we here? They were done. They. Why no fucking.
Ulrich. Holy shit, Ulrich's actually in there. Yeah. I know that.
I didn't know it either. Thank you. finding like a little something like just maybe I need a little help just to make sure, like, maybe you just need more. I'm gonna start doing what you did earlier. Remember that time when you pretended that you had a lift? No, I remember that time. But, I'm so mad at this rogue. I want to kill this rogue. This fucking rogue. So bad. Ha! Ha! That's the one thing the tank can do is when a mage is fighting other people, if a tank just throws her shield, or his shield, it's like, oh yeah, I was about to do a whole bunch of shit, and then you just fucked it all up because you threw your shield at me, and I love that.
You're doing protection PvP?
I'm a little bit really fucking annoyed at everyone who has killed me in the past. Yes, I'm doing protection PvP. I said PvT. That I did. Yeah.
Nice.
That's one thing I love about the game is they made it that a tank could actually make PvP like, oh man, oh yeah. So you're fucking with that guy, but then a tank slides in and slams you and silences you for 10 seconds. Yeah, I love that shit, dude. It's awesome. I love it. Oh shit, there is a... I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. That's him. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I killed him. I killed him. Yay me. Yay me. Dude. I killed him. That makes me so fucking happy. I killed the rogue that killed me. Oh, God. Now's the time when you say, I am the rogue who has... Anyway. I don't know what we're doing at the end of this. Holy shit, we have not even got through the gates yet. What do we do? Whoa. Wow. I gotta go. Holy shit, we gotta win this, I guess. I guess I better do my best to win this. What are we doing here? If we lose this, I'm gonna be super bummed. Like 7 bummed. What in the shit is going on? I'm glitching like a motherfucker. What in the fuck?
In what way?
They're like, oh, your insignia taken. Oh, Jesus Christ. Capturing resurrection in 24. You know what? They want. Like, I'm sitting here waiting at the fucking graveyard, and then instead of being resurrected, it says resurrection in. It says, oh, fuck. Well, look at that. Finally, after goddamn 19 minutes. All right, cool. Now I'm...
It's almost
Fucking
7
Christ.
a.m. for me, so I think I'm going to call it.
All right. Yeah, it was fun talking to you, dude. I'll let you go.
All right. Yeah, definitely. You're a good friend.
You too, bro. Aren't we friends? We're
Yep.
friends, right?
We're friends.
All right, cool. Cool. Have a good one.
You too. Holy shit, I've been streaming for 8 hours.
Yeah, that's a lot of time. Holy shit. Yeah, well, almost 3 hours. Wow. All right, man. Have a good one.
See you, man.